This is the X&C Podcast, your Xbox newscast, featuring Colteastwood and Mag, hosting industry interviews and gaming talk live on YouTube every Monday night at 5 p.m. on the West Coast, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. For all of you listening around the world, X&C Podcast is available on demand on Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. Welcome to the show. Join the chat, hit the like button, and let's get into this week's topics with the Xbox newscast. Welcome to the X&C Podcast. What's up, Mag? I'm literally like it's time to do the show. It's like
still getting dressed.
It's time. Okay, let me make sure everything is here. Mag, say something.
Say something.
Oh yes, we are
live.
All
right, we are
Let me
live.
go to the other screen.
Welcome to the X&C Podcast.
There we go, and I gotta mute that. Welcome everybody. I just got home a little over an hour ago. It is an 8-hour travel from California up to Washington, from Ubers and plane, and then get in the car and drive. And I got home, and I'm excited to be here with Mag so we can talk about gaming. Welcome, everybody. I'm so excited. This is a really, really good time to be a gaming fan. And if you're an Xbox fan, it's even better. Mag and I have not talked. All I did was on the drive home, I just messaged him and said, hey, I can't wait to do the show so we can just talk on the air. Mag, how have you been?
Yeah.
How's your weekend been?
Well, I've been extremely busy. I haven't had a weekend, so I've been going since last week. I still haven't had a day off, so it's a really busy time for my company right now. So got a lot going on. I'm still doing a lot of gaming in between all that. I finally finished Evil West, by the way, and I'm in the first hour of Dying Light 2. It's finally happened. I've been talking about it forever, and I'm enjoying myself. So having a great time there. Obviously, I watched the showcase, but funny enough, I had to watch the showcase 6 hours after it aired. Because I was not home. I had so much stuff going on.
Yeah.
I had so many people inviting me on the shows. Mag, you got to come on the show. We'll do a live reaction. And I'm like, guys, I can't do it. I'm not home and just working like a dog. So thankfully that work, that heavy work is over, and I'll get back to my normal schedule starting this week. I'm off for the rest of the week until Friday. So that's great. Now, that being said, now that Colt is now back from his 8-hour trek on the Shill Express, I want to hear everything that happened. I'm kidding. I want to hear what Greenberg bought you for breakfast. And did you see the picture that Gaz put up of you? You know how you took a picture with Sarah Bond and Phil and everybody else. Yeah. Your legs up, and then yeah.
I fly all the way over to see him, and that's the thanks I get from Gaz.
That's
from Septic Sauce.
Get.
Yeah.
We got a show to talk about, man. We do a showcase. We got games to talk about.
I want to start with Summer Games Fest, and since everyone's probably kind of talked about it for a few days now, I just want to gloss over the big highlights. But when you said Aaron, I talked to Aaron at the beginning of Summer Games Fest, and he said, "Hey, I really liked your showcase predictions video." He said, "I watched it with my wife, and she was, are we doing that?" And he's like, "No, we're not doing that." "Are we doing that?" And he goes, "No, we're not doing that." And then she asked me, "Are we doing that?" And Aaron tells her, "No, we're not doing that either." And he goes, "But you did a really good job. Your video is really good. And you really make a convincing argument about what we should be doing and stuff that we are going to do." And I thought, oh, thank you. And then I walked away. What's that?
It's terrifying that they watch and they actually listen to what we say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting used to it.
It's a little weird. I have a feeling that first time I'm gonna meet Phil, and he's just gonna look at me like, "Oh, this guy."
Oh, this
right because
Pony Master.
Oh, look who it is! It's Pony Master 420. I don't want to talk to him.
So yeah, Meg, I went back and kind of looked at my list, and we covered it at the end of the show. I made you stay late. You're like, "Colt." We kind of covered all the stuff that could be, and you and I chipped in this won't be there, that won't be there. And I looked and I was like, some of the stuff I said, I was like, I don't think it's going to be there. I said Fable and South of Midnight. I think both of you and I said, no, those will be next year or at the Direct. And they were there, but I was like, there's nothing crazy on this list. And I thought maybe Gears Collection isn't coming to PlayStation. That was a real big bone of contention for us on the show over the past couple weeks. So,
well, we also didn't say I know some people are asking me about it, saying, "Hey, did you guys get your wires crossed with this E-Day game?" And I'm like, "No, this is a totally different thing." But this E-Day thing is not. This is a mainline game.
Okay,
So this is so that's what they said. They said it's a mainline game. It said right in the description. So that's a whole different thing. But that other stuff we also didn't say wasn't going to be announced at the show. Nor was it going to be announced for like multi-platform or whatever else. They avoided all that because this is a show for Xbox and PC gamers. This is not a show to talk about what's going to Switch to and what's going to PlayStation. That's not what this is about. This is a celebration of people who are here. Oh, by the way, before I even whatever, my second screen is not loaded, so I can't see the chat right now. So say whatever you want, whatever. I won't read it.
Free reign.
So, yeah, free reign. You guys got about 30 minutes before the screen boots up again, so I can't see what anybody's saying.
I got your back.
But in all seriousness, though, I'm going to say hi to everybody in the chat just from here, and I'm sorry I can't reach out to you personally right now because I don't have that second screen. But either way, right, this is a celebration of Xbox games and people in the ecosystem of the PC and whatever else, and that's what it's all about. So why don't we just focus on that and focus on the good, the quality and the. I put up a tweet last night about it, and I'm like, guys, listen, let's be positive, be happy that you got what an incredible showcase you guys got. We got. What do you mean, you guys? We got. And on top of that, if you think about it, don't be a smug prick about it. That's the other thing I said, guys. Don't go after this guy and that guy and.
What about Tim Dog?
Leave him alone. Everybody just be happy. Just be happy you got something great because you know what? It could have sucked and it didn't. So you know what I mean? Take the W, put it in your knapsack, and continue on down the road. That's it. Be happy because there's a lot of great stuff coming.
Okay.
Let's talk about it, Colt. Let's talk about it. What's coming? Let's talk about it.
Was there anything that stood out to you at Summer Games Fest?
Yes.
Because I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to go
Not
next
really.
year. And there were so many little games, and I can imagine that Jeff Keighley watched the Xbox showcase and went, "You couldn't give me a couple of those nuggets? I was running furry and anime games for 2.5 hours." There's a couple cool things. What stood out to you at Summer Games Fest? I don't want to spend much time. Everybody's talked about it. I'm trying to find one thing in my bag of goodies. What stood out to you from Summer Games Fest? What's memorable?
For me, it was, I know it sounds kind of silly, but it looked like a little bit of fun, and I think it's coming out this September, is the Quidditch game, the Harry Potter game there.
You think that'll be good?
And I think it'll just be fun to mess around with friends for a little bit. That seems like the kind of game that I would personally, I would like to see that in Game Pass day one because, and maybe even PS Plus day one as like a game that the community will play because I don't think people are going to buy it.
These sons of guns in the chat. They're saying Mag can't even make a grilled cheese sandwich. They're taking all kinds of shots of you since you can't see the chat.
I can't see the chat. So, but I'll tell you something. It's gonna be Revenge of the Fallen in about 30 minutes when Megatron gets a second screen back. I'm gonna be oh wow, never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
There were a couple. I think there were some kind of fan favorites at Summer. Were there some smaller games you thought, oh, that's kind of funny and cool? What stood out?
I honest to God, I can't remember most of the games. I watched them and I'm like, all right, that's all right.
Okay, I can imagine you walking out there and go, what was memorable? I only really remember a couple things. What did you think of Killer Bean?
Oh my God, I did see that. That looked actually pretty funny.
That's like your jam when I saw that.
That was pretty funny. The Killer Bean was, and you know what? I like the Bean's face. He's got a cute face, and I was just like, oh, I like this thing. And so I was like, all right, that's kind of cute. It was adorable. I thought it was kind of all right. But for the most part, it was just an appetizer for what was to come, right? Because the big thing now that Sony and Sony and Nintendo have decided to fly the coop. Everybody's circling around Xbox. Now, I want to bring up something very interesting that someone else had mentioned, saying this is a great opportunity now, even for the Xbox ecosystem, to thrive even more so because now the third parties have something to latch onto outside of the games, outside of the Summer Games Fest, right?
Yeah,
because before you would probably get like a couple of those third party titles that they showed yesterday, like for example, the Metal Gear and stuff. That 100% would have shown up on the PlayStation like a stage if they did an E3 style presentation. But the fact that they didn't, Xbox is the only player in town. So now these guys are getting these third party, like I don't want to call it fillers. That's not fair. But you get these third party publishers bringing their big games and putting them on the Xbox stage, which adds a little more pizzazz to the show. Like we had the Dragon Age, not my thing. because it looked like one of those 4-player co-op kind of nonsense. I'm not interested. I wanted a big, deep, dark, dirty RPG.
Weren't
Like,
we
this
really
didn't look-
hearing like we were hearing some different description of that game, and when it popped up, I was like, that's Dragon Age? Didn't we talk about it on the show? Like you and I talked about Witcher.
I don't remember. I honest to God, I mean, I don't remember if we talked about that specifically, but I know some people are saying, "Dude, it looks like Fortnite with dragons," and I was kind of like, it kind of does, and I'm like, this is not what I was looking for. I wanted a next gen, like, just give me an awesome, you know what I mean, like gorgeous, dark RPG, serious RPG, and that just didn't seem like
well,
it. But
Inquisition is, for its time, it was like a realistic graphic presentation, right?
Yeah, it was a great game. I loved it.
Yeah,
it still looks good.
Red Wolf's in the chat, and I know he probably has a pretty strong opinion about this, but I'll play devil's advocate on that because I don't really have a dog in the fight for Dragon's Age either way. I don't love the series like other people do, but I thought they went a little Pixar-y or a little DreamWorks like, but maybe that makes for like a really like fun and animated. I don't know. Maybe like those characters are going to be you'll really kind of fall in love with them, and just like the personality is just going to be exploding off the screen when you're not fighting. I'll say maybe they have that going for it, but I think the overall voice that we were hearing, Meg, was that Fortnite with staffs.
Fortnite with dragons. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It didn't do anything for me, but that wasn't really the point. The point is that you're going to see those third-party games on that Xbox stage because by default, because they really don't have a choice. So Microsoft in the end wins.
Yeah.
By default, because I don't think that, like, for example, some of those like you wouldn't see Metal Gear Solid at the Summer Games Fest.
I figured you would, though. I thought that's where they would.
Would you, though? Because a lot of those games that we saw were much smaller.
Well, Jeff's tried to get big. That was.
See, he'll get the big games. Now, hold on a second. He'll get the big games in December, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He'll get them in December for the Game Awards. That's no question. He will get a bunch of big games there from Xbox, from PlayStation, and Nintendo. That you know, there's even a possibility you might even see like a reveal of not a reveal, but like certainly a trailer for like the next Nintendo Switch or whatever the hell it's going to be called, right at the Game Awards. Like, he's going to get big stuff there. But the Summer Game Showcases, it seems like you're going to get those sort of AA, and I hate to say below because that's not fair, but you know what I'm saying? Like those style games, like the smaller experiences.
We'll just say smaller studios. We'll just say that.
Sure, let's say, yeah, because I hate to say AAA or AA and below. That makes it sound like I'm demeaning the game or the developers. I'm not. I'm really not. Because some of them actually, not a lot, but some of my favorite games are AA and smaller.
Some of the smaller ones are kicking the bigger studios' butts, baby.
I love some of them. Like, I was really upset that they delayed Little Nightmares 3. I heard they delayed it into 2025. That broke me in two, man. I was so upset.
I think a lot of games got secretly delayed, bro. And we'll talk about those as we get into the show. Welcome, over 900 people checking out Ecstasy Podcast. I didn't do a proper introduction. I was just so excited to sit here and talk with Mag, my co-host. This is Mag. He is the Canadian Dream. He's the Canadian dreamboat of gaming. And I'm Colteastwood, and we are hosts of the In Concert Together of the XC Podcast.
Yes, we are.
I just got back from LA. I spent Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then all of Monday traveling back. Some of the Summer Games Fest thing was pretty cool. Got to hang out with people like Jez Corden, the Iron Lords, King David, and Lord Cognito. Incepted Ghosts from the Expansion Podcast. I also hung out with Mr. Boomstick XL, Kay Asante, Alan, who used to be Idle Sloth, and Ben, the guy who makes the coins. We're Starfield coin.
Yep.
I got a couple coins to show here.
Lovely.
I'm not going to wait for that to go in focus, but Dante Moody, good friend of mine, Sean the Bree. It was just a great group of people. John Clark from Xbox Era flew all the way over from the UK, so it was a really good time. And I don't want to do a travel log, but I was very fortunate to go to what they call the Xbox Mixer, and that had industry people, the leadership at Xbox, and content creators like me. And I was like one of the small content creators. You have people like No, this isn't name dropping. I'm trying to make fun of myself here. You have people like Austin Evans were there, and I'm just like this little guy that goes, "Hey, I have some subscribers. I make YouTube videos about Xbox." He's like, "Oh, great." Now he's super nice. I met some really great people. Snowbike Mike was there. I've talked to him before. Just really cool people. And at first, when I get there, Mag, I'm like, with a little cup of water.
That was your first mistake.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, what?
I need Mountain Dew. Yeah. Well, it should have been Mountain Dew filled with tequila. But anyways, yes.
Had a good talk with Jason Ronald. I've talked to Jason Ronald. I've had him on the show a couple times. Talked to them a couple times. So he's always really good to talk to. Fonz was also there with me. Fonz was not just he was one of the big highlights to be there because he had never been to any of these. He'd never been in any type of scenario to go to a game showcase and Summer Games Fest. So it was, if you want to see Fonz from GameStalk Live smile, you got to go and watch him be at an Xbox showcase because we got the guy to really light up. He had a really great time. So talk to Jason Ronald, talk to Sarah. I will give you an insight, Mag, that people are like, you better ask them the hard questions when you get there. Well, this isn't a scenario where you grill people in the hard questions, but I did.
No.
Right. I did talk to Sarah about how the community is reacting. So I'll be real with you guys. No kidding around for just a second. But, I talked to her about how everyone has really been reacting since such a troubling time has come to all of us at the beginning of the year with these multi-platform rumors and then the big business update. And they're really sensitive about that. But I am going to start trying to illustrate to all of you in the near future that I truly feel like this Xbox multi-plat plan that Phil talks about in his interview, which we'll talk about later in the show, I really don't think it's as full-bodied as we would assume with all pessimism or all I've seen Xbox, I know where they work. Unfortunately, I just think some big games are going to fall into that category. We'll get into that later. But I had a great short conversation with Sarah. Sarah she is so cool. Last year, my wife told her, when are you going to take over for Phil? And I said, hey, remember last year my wife said, when are you going to take over for Phil when he moves up? And she goes, oh, that's right. She put that in motion. So we did have a good talk, but they're very sensitive to what you guys are all feeling. And I just get this vibe because I didn't ask those questions in a cocktail environment that I should grill them like Brian McCaffrey. But
there's a public decorum, Colt, and when you're in a social setting, you don't start talking shop like that. You know what I mean? Like it's like even when we're on like Xbox or PlayStation or whatever we're on, and like people join a chat and whatever, and we're playing a game, and we're in the middle of a game, and like, all right, guys, let's have some fun, let's play a game or whatever. And then you get some people in there, and all of a sudden they start trying to turn it into a podcast. I'm like, guys, that's not what we're here for. We're here to play. You know what I mean? And they're like,
all the time.
They're like, what are your feelings about 343? And what are we going to do now? And I'm like, what was happening? I'm like, can you watch the ridge, please? The enemies are coming over the hill. Don't ask me about 343. Let's play the game. So we're just having fun.
Yeah.
So in a social setting, like especially something like that, that is not appropriate to ask those kind of questions. Like, for example, if I was there this year, which I obviously wasn't, next year is a maybe because I might be in Europe. But either way, if I am there, I'm not going to go up to them and start asking them questions. I'm going to say, hey, how's it going? Yeah, great. Whatever. How are things? How's the weekend going? You guys are happy about your showcase. This and that. I look forward to it.
They did ask me questions like that about the showcase too.
But you small talk. You're like it's a social setting. So there is a level of public decorum that should be followed, and that's not the appropriate time to start grilling people with questions because they're gonna look at you and be like, what the hell's wrong with this dude? I just asked him how's his day going. You know what I mean? So I understand.
And to that credit, Mag, like it's really great that you said that. They kind of like came forward to some of the people I talked to came forward and were like, how's everybody feeling about everything? What do they expect from showcase? How are they feeling about how things have been going lately? So like they weren't avoiding it, but it definitely wasn't a time to grill. But I walked away from quite a few conversations feeling like they're going to put some games places. And I'm sure all of you in the chat, welcome to 1,000 people. We really appreciate it. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. We're going to talk about some behind the scenes stuff. We're going to break down everything that we saw at Showcase, how we feel about it as fans and what it means for the future. Some stuff that Phil talked about, some interesting hints that Phil gave, just put right out there. We're going to talk about that on the show. So we welcome you here. Thank you so much. This is Mag over here. If you're new, Mag, middle-aged game guy, and I'm Colteastwood. We appreciate you. We're also on demand on Spotify. There. The station identification is done, and we can talk about the gaming stuff. So, I have to really geek out about this, and then I'll move on from the mixer because I ended up having a really great time. I've talked to Jez, and I talked to Phil for like 5 seconds. He just shouted out where I live because he knows and he's been there, and we didn't talk much.
Like outside your house? Oh, okay. So, guys, you heard it here first. Phil Spencer doxed Colt Eastwood, and he knows where he lives. Colt, look outside the window. He's out there right now. My God. Yeah. I know where you live, Colt.
I got this picture with him, but one that really blew my mind was this guy was walking around. This guy is like about my age, maybe a couple years older, with a sports jacket and a Fallout t-shirt. And I'm like, man, that Fallout t-shirt looks so cool. He came up and shook my hand so tight. And he goes, Colt, so good to meet you. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, I'm Tim Stewart, the CFO of Microsoft. And I go,
oh, lovely.
Oh yeah. That's a position. CFO. Yeah. Love those chlorofluorocarbons. Love them. Yeah. Really cool guy. He just said he appreciates my work. Loves the videos and stuff. I was like, thank you, sir, very much. But another guy I met was a PR guy that played baseball for our local AAA team. He's like, oh, I'm a pitcher. And we talked baseball. So that was pretty cool. And I'm like, do you play baseball anymore? He's like, no, after I blew my elbow out, I don't love as much. So that was a good thing. I walked away from the mixer feeling really positive about the showcase, and which was going to happen the next day. So
they seemed really, from everyone I've spoken to who spoke to everybody, everybody seemed very relaxed because I think they knew they had a quality product, and I think the anxiety was not as high. And I got that from a number of people who actually spoke to them, and they're like, you know what? They seem very chill this year. Like, they're very relaxed. They're not nervous. They're not like, oh crap, I hope they love the showcase. Oh,
they weren't like broken out with cold sores and nervous sweats.
Yeah. Like, it wasn't like that. And the word I got from everybody, because I had people reporting to me and saying, no, man, everybody's really chill this year. And it said everybody's very relaxed and happy, whatever. And that's what happens when you have a confident product. You know what I mean? When when you're confident in your product. And so that's the vibe I got immediately. Like I said, I wasn't even there, but I got a bunch of people DMing me, whatever, and telling me all that. So it's no surprise that what you're saying is,
they
you know
were
what I mean?
good.
They
were
great.
super
And
comfortable.
Course, fast forward to today.
I mean, that doesn't help telling you guys this after the showcase, right? It would have been really cool if Mag and I could sit here when I got home from the mixer and say, hey, you know, Mag, you're hearing the same thing from what I saw. Like, they're really comfortable. Like, a couple people asked me, I talked to a lot of people, the leaders there, and they would ask me, Cole, what do you think we're going to see at the showcase? And I didn't feel comfortable like rattling off the stuff that you and I've been hearing and predicting, because I didn't want to have to put on the poker face. So I said, I'm expecting to see a great franchise that you showed 4 years ago. Another great franchise you showed 4 years ago, a returning franchise that you've had around for a long time, maybe a remaster, and a couple surprises. And I said, but most of all, and I think I told this to a couple of the leaders, I want to see Xbox Flex tomorrow. Okay, this story doesn't like really hit after the showcase, but Paris Lilly was there. Hey Paris, it's good to see you. He was at that 9 point. It's going to be a 9.5 out of 10. And so the next morning we go and they crushed it. I said to Paris, bro, you were right, 9.5. He goes, I was wrong. I go, what? He goes, it was a 10.
Yeah, I saw that. He goes, yeah, it was a 10.
He said that to me like after the showcase. Yeah. So, Rebel says, I seem worn out. I'm super energized right now. My wife and I spent all day traveling, like the freaking Uber all the way to LAX, hauling through the airport, you know, carrying all my pants and shoes. And
how long is the flight from there? It
was 2 hours.
No, that's not bad.
I was knocked out.
Yeah, for me, it's a much bigger travel. Like for me, it's 5.5 hours from Toronto, and then it's a lot more expensive to travel from there. That's why.
But how long does it take you to get to the airport? You probably live really close to a big one.
No, about 40 minutes. Well, about 40 minutes. That's only because if you know, you know. The 401, it's a real pleasure. Yeah, it's the busiest highway in North America. So, and actually, it's considered to be one of the busiest highways in the world. Is the 401? Like I said, if you know, you know. Yeah. Anyways, it's about 40-minute drive from my house, so it's not
Oh,
horrible.
man.
And that's only because of the traffic. And the way I drive, if there's no traffic, I can get there in 20 minutes. So it's not really a big deal. But the flight is about 5 hours. So it's quite a lengthy flight. And then, from there, whatever. It's not really a big deal. But it's really expensive to fly to LA from Toronto.
But you're rich.
Cut it out, Colt. No, I'm not. It's it's like at least $2,000 a ticket. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's crazy expensive. Yeah.
Plus you fly first class because you're rich.
God damn it, Colt. No, I fly myself. I use Thor's
You know
hammer.
what?
And I just
F your Europe trip. You can go to Europe another. You're
dude,
going.
No.
You know how many people asked, "Where's Mag?" Because Hargeet and Fonz were sitting together at a table. I'm like, you have GameStop Live right here in the flesh. Hargeet was rocking the Emergence T-shirt the whole week.
I might do it because you know what? I haven't ventured to LA because you remember I was supposed to go 2 years ago, and then they canceled E3. So my wife was pissed, and she's like, we're not going. And so we went to the Dominican instead. And so, but you know what? I could absolutely see us doing it next year for sure. You know what I mean? But that was 2 years ago. Or not 2 years ago. It was last year. What the hell am I talking about?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because remember, E3 was supposed to happen. We bought our plane tickets. We booked the hotels. We had everything set up. And then like a week later, they're like, E3 is canceled. And I'm like, oh. Well, I'm like, and then my wife was not happy. And then she's like, we're going to the Dominican. I'm like, okay, twist my rubber arm. Let's go get drunk for a week next to the ocean. So, then that's that. But anyways, let's get to the showcase, man.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to put up a poll, which you should be seeing just here in a second.
I can't. I don't have the screen up yet.
No, not you. I don't care about what you can see. I mean, we're old. We can't see anything.
Can't see a damn thing.
I'm going to put up 4 games, and you already see it by now because of the latency of the show. What chat, tell me, what's the 4th game that I put in there? I love that. It's crazy with the latency. Oh my gosh, there it is. Okay, you see it now. Start voting. What was your game of the showcase? Gears E-Day, South of Midnight, Perfect Dark, or Doom: The Dark Ages? Did I write that correctly? We'll see here in a second. Yeah. I was really surprised. So I've got, let me do this. I am going to put up an overlay with the showcase running in the background for both of us, Mag, so you'll be able to see that when you get the YouTube thing. If you want, Mag, you can pull up a YouTube panel in front of you. That's not it. That's the one. There it is. I'm going to skip around on this thing because there were them opening up with Call of Duty Black Ops. I was like, I can see Call of Duty anytime. What'd you think?
You know what? I didn't like that. And I didn't like that because you're literally doing a reveal, expose, deep dive, whatever of the game right after the showcase. Why are you opening with it?
Yes.
You're opening with something that you're about to open an hour later. What the hell are you doing that for? I didn't understand that. So when it started, I'm sitting there going, is it backwards?
I know it's big. I was kind of deflated, like moment one.
But like, I just thought that was a weird way to start. I thought, like, if you're literally doing a Black Ops show, why are you showing a trailer at the beginning of the Xbox? I understand it's part of the Xbox.
Last year they did a 6-minute trailer for Starfield in the middle of the show, and then the Starfield Direct was super long. But it's a great showing. It's a huge game.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
So let me see.
But I mean, it just seemed kind of bizarre. I like when it started. I'm like, are they doing? So in my head, I'm going, are they doing the Black Ops reveal first and then the game show, or is this part of the game? Like I was a little confused because I thought they would not even bother because it literally said, like, if you looked at like the banner and like the thumbnail, it said Xbox Game Showcase. And then it said Call of Duty Showcase right after. So I find it kind of weird they're going to show it twice. But I'm like, all right, whatever, man. You know what, though? At the end of the day, you're right, Colt. It's a big game. It's unavoidable. They own it now. Why not flaunt it because you got it, right? I understand it's like, I mean, Call of Duty is like my favorite women. It's for the streets. So I mean, you know what I mean? That's
not
the
a
way I like.
saying, is it?
No, I just made that up. But that's the women I like, and that's how Call of Duty is. It's for the streets. Everybody plays it, right? So it's going to be on PCs, PlayStation.
Yeah.
It's on Xbox, obviously, on all the different consoles. So that being the case, why not flaunt it? You own it now. You own one of the biggest IPs on the planet, next to let's say what besides like your Fortnites or whatever,
Or your
Grand Theft
Minecrafts,
Auto.
yeah.
You got your Minecraft, Grand Theft Auto. You've got Fortnite. You've got Apex Legends, not so much anymore, and then of course you've got Call of Duty. Like like if you were looking at a Mount Rushmore of the biggest games on the planet, arguably those could be the 4 games right there.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it was a cool opener, and the game looks really, really nice.
It looks good, man, and I love that they brought what's his name, the Robert Redford looking dude from Cold War.
No, he's a Robert Redford / Kurt Russell mix.
Yeah, I love him, and he was fantastic in Cold War. If anybody hasn't played Cold War, do yourself a favor, man. Play Cold War. The story is outstanding, and I love the game. Multiplayer. I used to play Cold War with Percolator 9000. I know you're out there somewhere. Him and I used to play Cold War multiplayer all the time. Loved it. And the story of Cold War was fantastic. And to see Robert Redford make his grand return in this, and I'm like, well, it makes sense. It's only about 10 years later, right? Or maybe like 5 to 10 years later.
You need to call him Kurt Redford from now on, by the way. Because he does look like Kurt Russell and Robert Redford.
I look forward to the game greatly. And as soon as the guy announced round-based zombies, that's it. I just threw myself off the couch. I'm like, that's all I needed, folks. That's all I needed.
Phil was saying the night before that they're still navigating the marketing agreements with PlayStation. Like they're still kind of hamstrung with until next year because there's things they can't do or things they can't. I don't know what he meant.
PlayStation could still advertise games on their system. I literally saw on Twitter today PlayStation advertising Call of Duty.
Yeah, because they have that now. So there was some things that Phil and the team can't do with Black Ops, but showing it all over the heck on their showcase and then throwing Game Pass, they can absolutely do that.
Dude, it doesn't matter who advertises it. It's more money for them in the end, isn't it? So like if the Switch 2 the Switch 2 is able to support Call of Duty in the future, not this one, but the next one, and you got PlayStation that has it, and PC has it, and Xbox has it, and they're all advertising it, who does that benefit? It benefits Microsoft because they're getting it's all funneling into the same, you know what I mean? Into the same pot. You got this giant funnel, and
thanks for the money.
All the cash is going to be filing into the same thing, and then there you go. And that's how you fund future projects, keep people's jobs, whatever, more IPs, this and that, blah, 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 blah. We all know how it works. But why not? Let PlayStation advertise the hell out of it.
Hey, speaking of that, which we're going to talk about later on in the show, is that everyone's got this Xbox is dead, all these games, are going to PlayStation. And I learned a lot this weekend. I learned a ton this weekend talking to the people that I was there with, talking to the people that are behind the scenes. I swear, sometimes almost all of us have no idea how businesses make good money. And Xbox is doing really, really well. And they're just leaping into the future. And it is some of the stuff that even you and I've said on the show, Mag, have been kind of disconnected from reality. And some of the stuff has kind of changed as we've talked about it. I'm going to read some supers before we get into the next big games. We get welcome early access to Kirk Adams. Welcome to the show. You'll get early access for videos. I'm going to have to buckle down and make a bunch of content this next week or so. So keep an eye out for that. Grandpa's Barbecue Game Cat with the Australian 5. Thank you so much. Says Mag. Morning,
name,
Colt, Mag and chat. Okay, Colt, I know how excited you get. Yeah. Really concentrate on staying on topic today. I will try. Mag and I are going to bang through the big highlights. We're probably going to kind of leap over some of the smaller things to really get into what most people are excited about, what we're talking about. I put up a nice highlight list for us to go through. Danny Passion, thank you so much for the 5. Says, Colt, they did it. They did it, Mag. Wait, one more thing. I didn't know how, and when I become a member, laugh out loud. Thanks to whoever gifted it. Yeah, Detective Seeds dropped a bunch of channel member gifts last week. Shout out to him. He's going through cancer treatment right now. Good guy, good content creator. If you see him, give him Right, Meg?
We've been talking because as I'm going back and he's going on this trophy run of getting all these trophies and whatever else. And so I said, well, I'm game. Let's have some fun with that. And because I like competition with that kind of stuff. I used to have achievement competitions with people, and then there's some people that are just too ridiculous. It's like, I got 38,000 achievement points this month. I'm like, did you sleep? But like, okay.
No, they're playing those $5 games, but hey,
Yeah.
go for it.
The Ryka, what are they called? The Rykola, whatever. There's
Mushroom Kingdom and Pixie Fan Dust Simulator, and
yeah, it's like Rykola or something like that. They make like you could buy the games for like $1.99, and they're like this. It's like this Russian developer, and I swear they're just making like bank just on people trying to like achievement hunt. Anyways, Detective Seeds and I have been going back and forth with platinums, so it's been kind of fun. So anyways.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's good.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Shout out to him. Fighting Dog. Thank you so much for the $2 super. Says, game of all showcases for me was Expedition 33. So great. We'll get into that in just a bit there, buddy. Red Rooster Boss, welcome to the channel membership. Welcome. Great looking terrier dog there, I think. A great looking dog, whatever it is. Drew Peanut.
Are you related to Rooster Teeth?
Yeah, Red Rooster Boss.
Yeah, Rooster Boss. He's the boss of Rooster Teeth. Yes.
Oh, right.
Carry on.
They're gone, aren't they?
I don't even know.
They're like, stay on topic. We don't know how to do that. I mean, this
impossible.
This is what we do. Drew Peanuts, thank you so much for the 5. Says, so geeked out for Metal Gear, will be no life in this game when it comes out. Shout out to Julius Cheeser in the chat. Love that name.
That's
I know
a great
somebody else
name.
who love that.
I love that. I love funny names, man. It just does it for me, man. That was great. Anyways, carry on.
Grandpa's Barbecue Game Cat with a channel membership chat says, Cole, it was a great showcase. Come on, show some excitement. Jeez, man. Yeah! Hold on.
Okay, all right. Cole, relax yourself. There it is, folks. The shill jacket is out. It's in there.
Okay, I got a story. So we went to IGN Live. I didn't talk about IGN Live because they tried to put on this event, and it was all right. There's some cool games there though that you could play. Like little small Steam games that will look pretty cool, and they have some arcade cabs. All right, so hey, there's my watch. Anyway, Fonz was being Fonz. You know, he just depending on if he had like some tasty meat to eat and his tummy was full, he was having a great time. So we go into IGN Live and they give you a goodie bag with some free merch. You get a IGN black baseball hat, and then you get a card to pick one IGN t-shirt of like 20 or 15. You could go up and hand your card at the desk of like the merch booth and say, I want that shirt. So Fonz picked out this like retro wave IGN shirt.
Nope. Yeah.
And so Fonz puts on the IGN gear after we left. And when we went back to the hotel to hang out, he was like, he loads up Twitter. If you guys remember, just before the week of Showcase, Fonz deactivated Twitter, deleted his account. He made a new Fonz account and called it IGN Fonz. And he was walking around telling all of the people we were hanging out with that he was now IGN Fonz, and he was bought by IGN. He had the IGN merch, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, Fonz. The very next day was Showcase, and we go up to the desk to check in. They give you a lanyard. And they give you this coat that has
It's a really nice jacket. Yeah, I love it.
It's got these tearaway. It's got these tearaway patches. For studios. And as soon as I saw it, Mag, I had to say, I'm like, oh, cool. It's got these patches, so when they close the studio, you can just
rip them off. That's it, folks. As soon as they started shuttering studios, you can rip it right off. There'll be no patches on there next year. Yeah, just kidding.
Fonz gets a free Xbox hat. They put on a logo of your choice. There's like 4 of them, and he gets the coat. And they feed him like some overnight oats, and they had like a small breakfast, and there was going to be lunch afterward. Fonz like, I'm now an Xbox chill, and he had the coat. He had this coat. He had the hat, and he was like all Xboxed out. I don't know if I can't wear this because
no, you'll roast to death. I saw the picture.
Did he post it on his Twitter? Because I didn't even follow this new account yet.
No. He didn't post it. Someone else posted it, and it was a picture of him, and I could see he's just having a laugh about it. And I'm like, look at Fonz. He's probably cracking some jokes about this. And lo and behold,
he was having so much fun.
He obviously was. That's great. The jacket's really nice. I really like it.
It is nice. It's a bomber jacket, and it's not very thick, so
Yeah.
The great thing is that in LA, the weather was breezy and cool most of the time. So we were really
Which is
comfortable.
weird. Yeah, my brother was in San Diego, and he said the same thing. Like up here, it was like 85 degrees or almost 90, and it was hot as balls up here. And he goes, "Dude, I'm in San Diego, which is supposed to be hot." The whale's vagina, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, that's what San Diego is. And so, if anybody doesn't know, and he's like, I'm freezing my ass off here. He goes, he's at the ball game, and he goes, I'm dying over here. He goes, I had to go buy a sweater, and I'm like, what are the odds?
That Padres
Canada's
Stadium
like 90
is awesome.
degrees. Yeah, he had a great time, but my God, he was freezing. And I'm like, what happened? So, like,
It's
when you
June
guys were
and
down
we're
there,
like,
I know. And the funny thing is, I was thinking the same thing for you guys. When I saw you all with the jackets on, I'm like, you know what? This is the year that you should be wearing the jacket because you're probably freezing your asses off down there, which is unusual for LA. But anyways,
For LA.
that's great.
yeah,
I
love
the great merch this year. Great merch.
Yeah,
I
it was
really,
great.
I really liked it. Yeah. Good.
80s Gamer Beyond, thank you so much for the $5 super. Says, hey, Colt, nice meeting you at Summer Games Fest. Xbox Showcase is a 10 out of 10. Got to meet some really cool people that watched the show. A lot of them asked where you were, so there's a lot of pressure for you to be there, Mag. Really
that's
cool.
not
people.
a problem. And I will have more going on by next year. That it'll be my reach will have grown quite a bit by then.
Awesome.
But yes, I really look
Good.
forward to that.
Give the people what they want. Loose Silver, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, why do you worship these suits, Colt? Hashtag Xbox third party. Oh, that's funny. No, I don't.
Listen, man, they're still gonna do what they're doing. They're still gonna do other stuff. Just enjoy what you got and play it where you want. That's all I got to say.
You know,
about that.
it is funny because some of the actions over the past 2 or 3 years, you know, sometimes you wonder like, what's with Sarah and Matt and Phil, and you know, sometimes like we've talked about it a lot, like with Matt, like Matt should be over there like knocking staplers off of desks and you know smacking people in the back of the head and say, come on, get the game done. We're going to talk about Perfect Dark later, and Matt he had a big role in getting that studio together. We're going to talk about that because, you know, I remember when I was talking to him the night before, and then I think back and watched Perfect Dark the next day, I'm like, cooked. They done cooked. So we're going to talk about that. Danny Passion Official says, thank you for the 2. He says, Mag, nobody watched the Call of Duty Direct after Gears E-Day. I want to talk about that too. That was hilarious, Danny. We're going to, I'll tell you what our perspective is. I'd love to hear what you thought. We'll get in that a little bit. Professor Chaos, thank you for the 5, says, I'm so excited for Gears E-Day. The game I wanted after Gears 3 is finally coming to fruition. I can't wait to talk about Gears E-Day. Mag and I will get into it. Frosted Fury and Julius Cheeser, welcome. The gifted channel membership came in. So we've got the Elementor Hero, the Shadowlink Dragon Wolf King, has been a member for 1 month. Says, there's a problem with COD, though. You have to have an online connection for the campaign and multiplayer. COD didn't need it, and now this. Why are people upset? COD didn't need it. Warzone didn't need an online connection, did it? Or a paywall? I don't know.
No. Warzone is still free to play, isn't it? You don't need a online. You don't need to pay for Xbox Live or anything for that. I don't think.
And I would assume Warzone's still separate. I'm not sure about that. The Elementor Hero, the Shadow.
It is still separate because I just uninstalled it because I was making room on my hard drive and I'm like, what can I get rid of here? Because I got one game out, one game in, you know, that kind of deal. Because I'm not gonna go buy external whatever. How many games are you playing at the same time? Like, let's be real. But anyways, I looked at the Call of Duty for Modern Warfare 3, and obviously, you know how it has everything separated. Like you could separate, like campaign. You can have install it separately or uninstall. And one of them was Warzone, so it is a completely separate.
It's a
download.
checkbox. Now, can you do that on PlayStation?
You could do it on both.
Oh,
and
good.
PC.
Okay.
Well, I can't say both and PC. All across all systems, you could do that. So you could do it on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC.
I know Xbox has like a system when you go in to install. It has a checkbox list of what content you want.
Yeah.
PlayStation is doing something like that as well, or is it just within the game? I know. No. That doesn't matter.
You can install all or install separately, or by piece or whatever else. You could separate everything. So yeah,
that's good. That's the future.
It's like 250 gigs for crying out loud.
Did you hear how big the new one's going to be?
No, what is it, like 9,000 gigs now?
Yeah, 310 gigs. So even bigger.
Okay. We're going to talk about that later, by the way. I want to get into that a little bit. Just like a 2-minute conversation about they're like, oh well, eventually they're gonna put all these games in Game Pass, and I'm like, how is everybody gonna play them? If every one of them is between 200 and 300 gigs, how many could you put on your hard drive?
That's why they're selling the new Xbox, so you can have an Xbox just for Call of Duty.
You're gonna put $600 for that
Yeah.
that Galaxy one?
I just daisy chain an HDMI in there, and I could do whatever I
know
want.
I'm sure people in the chat are going, "Come on, man, you can just buy an external, hard drive or whatever." I'm like, okay, I get it, but like, I mean, that's 250 to 300 gigs per game. How many and how many games are in the series now? Like 16, 17 games, whatever it is. I mean, how many are you honestly going to download?
You only need one Call of Duty installed at a time.
For me, I'm only going to play the new ones.
Yeah.
I've played all the old ones to death, and I destroyed them all. I got 1,000 out of 1,000 on almost every Call of Duty on Xbox, and that's why I go back on PlayStation. I'm doing the same thing because I like doing that. So I'm not going to go back and play those other ones on Xbox anymore. I already destroyed them. Why would I go back and do them again? Well, for me, I'm always eyes forward.
Sure. I mean, it's a good thing you did bring that up. It's a perfect segue into the next super, which asks Christopher Williams.
Achievement unlocked. Moving the conversation along. Yes.
Achievement unlocked. You got Colt back on track. Christopher Williams, thank you for the 5, says, I feel like I'm the only person asking why no back catalog for Activision, Blizzard, and King games dropped during Summer Games Fest or the showcase. Any
very
news?
Shocked.
I am
very
too.
Shocked.
I'm Dreamcast guy shocked.
I am completely shocked that they didn't do any of that. I was sitting there going, and then no.
It could have been a 1 minute like production, like boom,
maybe
boom,
they got
boom,
a
boom,
separate
boom,
event.
boom, boom. Coming to Game Pass, you drop like 5 games.
You know what? Someone mentioned it too. You know what else would have been kind of cool? What if, as a celebration of the Black Ops 6, you release all the Black Ops games on Game Pass right after the damn show? Not all of them. Not all the Call of Duties. Just the Black Ops series.
I want everyone in the chat to take out their little spiral bound notebook and write down what Mag just said. That is the coolest prediction. And if he gets it right, we're gonna have this mini parade. Like it'll just be like,
wouldn't that be fun?
Little confetti. That's an awesome
celebrate.
Idea.
What if they do that at the end of the summer so it gives people time to play all the other ones and catch up on the story for anybody who hasn't bought them, or bought the games before, and launch every Black Ops game on Game Pass right up until Black Ops 5, which would be, quote unquote Cold War, and put them all on Game Pass right before you drop Black Ops 6. I think that's a dope idea.
That's a really good idea because
Phil, I hope you're listening. Come on.
He's like, this just in from Mag. We need to drop.
I don't know. I
think it's perfect.
Perfect.
Drop them this summer so people can kind of crank through the 6-hour campaigns.
Sure, have some fun with it, and you'd be like, man, I just played all, because you got Black Ops 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got Cold War. And
At
then
least drop in the ones that are up to that point in chronological order, but that might be what they are anyway. So Black Ops 2 takes place. Black Ops 2 is in the future.
Sure.
And Black Ops 3.
That's my idea. That was a good idea. I'm sure.
No, it's a good idea. Just put them in
there. And if I thought of it, they're probably thought of it. So you never know. Maybe it's already in the works. Who the hell knows?
I think they owe you money for that if they end up doing that.
That'd be great. I think it'd be fun.
These glasses are polarized. Like there's like dead spots on the OLED. Yeah. I don't know how people podcast with sunglasses on. It's not going to happen for me. I can't even wear a hat on the show. If I wear a hat, you're like, what? Why is he wearing a hat? Did his head fall off? No, just the hair.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
I'm in a really good mood. We waited a long time for Xbox to get off their butts. And I love it, Meg. I love it. And it's back.
I just changed hats. Oh, you changed hats. It's an Xbox hat.
I can't do anything in this place. I don't know where my hat went. Anyway. Sean, thank you so much for the Australian 5. Says medieval Doom with a shield sounds so wrong, but feels so right.
God damn it. Okay, come on, man. Let's get into these games, man.
All right, one more thing, and we'll go back. We'll go to the games because I think that's a good segue.
Go to these games.
Eric the Reds with $2 super chat says Fawn shouting, "There's too many games!" He yelled that in the middle of the freaking broadcast in the theater. Bro. All right, where are we? Oh yeah, let me go back to the overlay. And we'll sync back up to where we need to be, which is about right here. Oh, there it is. There it is, baby. Okay, hold on just a second. Phil says on the broadcast, Mag, now we're going to talk about one of my favorite games of my entire life. And they showed this pan over this world, and I thought, oh my gosh, they're showing Elder Scrolls 6. Watch the beginning, and it looks like...
You know what? You know what? As soon as I saw the graphics, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna whatever. But as soon as I saw the graphics, I instantly knew it was Doom.
You
Because
do?
it looked like Machine Games. Like it has that aesthetic that they use. Yeah, like that the visual aesthetic. And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh crap, here we go. It's gonna be Doom. And lo and behold, bang on, baby, dude. That game looks phenomenal.
All right.
A chainsaw
Vomit it out.
shield.
What were the things you saw that were like got you all pumped and got the veins going?
First of all, the fur coat. That's number one.
That's number one.
I mean, if you're gonna kill, you might as well be a pimp about it, right? And pimping ain't easy, and we all know that Doom guy doesn't have an easy job. So, I mean, the guy's a killer and a pimp at the same time. He's a Mac. You can't like. There's nothing you can do about it. Anyways, the fur coat rocked. The chainsaw shield. I didn't know was something I needed in my life until I saw it. And it's got a very, I think the idea of that is like, you got a very sort of Gears of War kind of vibe where like people get in there and you could just go right through their chest cavity with it or cut their head off. Or
Gears of War with Captain America.
Like, well, that too, because he can just launch it. I could see that, like launch it and just be taking limbs off and whatever else. Or how about this, Colt? Hear me out. We didn't see it.
Okay.
How about if it's used, because you know how, like, shockingly, the last two Doom games, there was a lot of traversal, right? There was a lot of traversal, a vertical traversal, everything else.
Climb.
Throw it into, yes. How about you slam the
throw
damn
it and use
thing
it as a, I feel like I have to go back while you talk, because it's already over. Oh my gosh, it goes, yikes. It goes so fast. Sorry, it's kind of hard to scrub on this.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Platform, like, use it for platforming, slam that shield into the wall, and then jump on it and then be able to like traverse even higher to the next ledge or whatever the hell you're doing.
That would be cool.
And I'm like, that's awesome. So I'm looking forward to it. Now, my question is,
wait, I have a question for you. Well, go ahead.
Sure.
So you don't forget. What's your question?
We could talk about my question after. What did you have to ask?
Well, one of us is going to forget.
I was going to say,
what's your favorite?
Did it say 2025?
Yes, it did say 2025. Yes.
Okay, so it said 2025.
So my question for you is the dual shotgun, double barrel shotgun, your favorite, or the skull crusher that actually crushes up skulls? What's your favorite?
That was so cool. And what a cool weapon. This is like the idea of like you see like the skull literally getting ground up inside the thing and then firing bits out at people. I thought that was pretty funny. But
that's amazing.
Yeah, it looked really, really good. I mean, I haven't been disappointed. I beat the living hell out of the other two games.
Yep.
Really enjoyed them. And yeah, man, I look forward to this. I mean,
this one looks even better. You got a flying mount.
It's gonna be a big game, man. It's gonna be a big game because now you're going to be launching it on PS5. You're going to be launching it on Game Pass. You're going to be launching it on PC. It's going to have a big, wide audience right from the get-go. It might be on Xbox. What? I said Game Pass.
I said it might be on the Xbox console.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. You're smart.
Okay, I got to say this. We were sitting in the theater as soon as the trailer wrapped. Sean the Bree hands his phone over to me and he's like, PlayStation just tweeted out as soon as the trailer wrapped, Doom Dark Ages is coming to PS5 in 2025, and it had, in 3 minutes, it had 1,500 likes. Like, the PlayStation guys are like, finally some games. I'm just kidding. But that was a big moment.
It's a big moment. It's going to be a big game. I think it's going to do very well, and especially riding off the pedigree of the last two games, I think it's going to be a big sell. It's going to be a big seller, and obviously I'll be playing it in Game Pass. But yeah, I'm excited for it, man. It was a great way. I think they could have skipped the Call of Duty stuff, and they should have just completely started with Doom, and that was it. Not even show the trailer for Call of Duty. Maybe halfway through the show,
I agree.
Call of Duty. I think they should have just opened with Phil and then gone straight into Doom. But anyways, it was close enough.
The Black Ops 6 trailer was cool. It could have faded to black and then said, now here's the Black Ops 6 direct. And it would have been fine. But opening with Doom, gosh, wouldn't that have been better? Because I put up a poll, and 50% are all, well, I guess that's different. Doom is low on the list of people's favorites. Maybe it's because They knew Doom was going to be a
look what
thing?
Yeah, but dude, look what you put it up against.
Oh my gosh. I
Like,
know.
you know what I mean?
I know.
Like, you put it up against some other big titles there. But anyways, for me personally, I'm gonna go grab myself a glass of water here. For me personally, that presentation of that show was a 10 out of 10 for Doom.
Yeah. Okay.
So like when I saw it, like I'm basically gonna do that for like the games that we're gonna talk about. I'm gonna give it like a low grade score. Just be like, you know what? For me, that presentation was a pure 10. It was full of adrenaline. It had the tunes. It had solid gameplay.
It was such a great cut of gameplay too.
Yeah, and it was showing actual like some like not super long extended cuts of gameplay, but enough to give you a good feel of what the game is actually doing. Well, you know, we already know what it is. You're running around, you're shooting the hell out of everything, and you're tearing everything apart with your hands. And you know what I mean? So it is what it is. We got what we wanted. I loved it. It was a straight 10 for me.
Okay. Love it. Okay. It's just getting started. All right, you're gonna get a drink of water, you said?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Go ahead and start the next one.
All right, we're gonna go into the next one, which is State of Decay 3. Now, there was a leak, I think, the night before that said that people knew, excuse me, they knew that there was going to be a State of Decay trailer. So people went into the showcase knowing that was probably going to make its appearance. Now, I had heard from, well, it's not a bombshell because it doesn't matter right now. But I was told about 3 weeks ago that State of Decay looks so dang good that you won't be able to tell the difference between the cutscenes and the actual gameplay. So when this trailer came on, I'll hit play, I was thinking, how much of this is I'm not going to say pre-rendered, because how much of this is in-engine cinematics? Because I think 100% of this is in-engine. And how much of this is actual gameplay? The first bit with the car driving on the highway that it kind of comes back to a few times looks way too slick for that to be a third-person reverse camera or a static camera. It looks really good. I'm hoping the driving looks that great, but all the character models you're seeing here, their clothing, hair, everything is full Unreal Engine 5.3 with the help of Coalition. Undead Labs has been cooking like an MFer on this game. And I've been talking to Jez Corden about it because he's been digging into Undead Labs for quite a while, because rumors were last year they were in big trouble. So this looks really good. Now, I see a lot of cinematic stuff, but when they go into shooting, a lot of those cuts are direct gameplay, and then they flip the camera reverse. State of Decay 3 looks really great. What I don't know from looking at this trailer is if they've improved the melee animations. The gunplay's okay in 2, but I was playing it last week. Mag, I was playing State of Decay 2 last week because I was going to play with friends, and it just felt so old, like way older than it should be. And what I'm seeing here looks, I'm going to say looks modernized up to what you would expect in the mid 2020s. So I think this game's coming out next year. I don't think they gave a date, but how'd you feel looking at State of Decay 3?
I gave that a 7. The reason why is because no release year, never mind a window, not even a year. It just didn't say anything. They just went to black, and I'm like, okay, well, they're giving themselves an option there so that they're not going to paint themselves in a corner. I get it. But I'm still taking a point off of that because I'm like, okay, no release year. Okay, all right, cool, whatever. We stopped 4 years ago, and like you're still like, what's going on over there? You know, I understand there was a pandemic in the middle of it. Yeah. Now, I also not a big fan of lengthy CGI trailers. It's okay to show like a minute or two of CGI and then go straight and maybe, you know, show some more gameplay. But this was like 4 minutes of CGI and then like 1.2 seconds of gameplay. You know how it showed the girl on top of the car with the rifle, and she's like, ba-boom, ba-boom.
Excuse me,
done.
You can tell stuff that would. Now I know people might be upset that Mag said CGI when I kind of set the ground rules, but I'm looking at this again, and there are moments that are definitely not actual gameplay that they've made look cinematic, because the way the people get slowly out of the car, or some of the body motions they make is not an animation that's going to be in the game where you can like look surprised or jump back. But I did tell them, Mag, while you were away from camera, that all this stuff is all in-engine models, all in-engine, and then they probably rigged them to do this stuff. I do not want to see a bunch of pre-rendered cinematic stuff when by now we should see the game and see more gameplay. And I think we probably saw, my guess would be about 30% or 25% of this entire 3.5 minute trailer, whatever it is, was actual gameplay, and the rest was all cultivated to get in mood and stuff.
I would say even less than that. I was not impressed. It's not that I wasn't impressed like it was bad, so don't take it the wrong way. But I'm just saying, to me, it didn't move the needle. I wasn't sitting on the edge of my seat going, "Whoa!"
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I like show me like if you guys don't have like solid gameplay to show at this point after 4 years of announcing this thing, like you don't have to show a lot. Just show like a little bit, jumping over a wall, going into a house with some other players, beating up a couple of zombies, something. You can't show us that after 4 years. I was just like, all right, next. Like, to me, it wasn't that. It didn't do anything for me. That's basically it for State of Decay 3. So I was just like, okay, well, maybe in the future. But what you did now, I was just like, all right. Like, it didn't look bad. There's nothing about it that looked bad. It just didn't connect with me in that way that, like, for example, Doom
looks ready.
Back. Like, Doom looks ready. Like, I was leaning back on the couch, and when they showed Doom and I saw that fur coat, I jumped up. I was just like, whoa, what's this? I'm like, oh, this has got to be Doom. And immediately I was like, this is hot. And then State of Decay 3, I was like, all right.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I guess we'll wait another however many years. We don't know, because it literally didn't give a release year.
Maybe it's 2 years off, but at least we saw proof of life.
Oh,
the visuals do look good. But I'm with Meg. I would have loved to see them show off, and you only need to do it for half a second. Show them clambering over something. They showed them climb up a car, and I go, that's good, because I think the game used to have you like jump, like 2 feet jump, double feet jump up over some.
I saw it. Yeah,
you can clamber over a fence in 2, but it's just really stiff. So I really need to see that as well. But I do think they showed a really great looking game, and I hope they knock it out of the park, because not everybody loved to. I played it for a while. Shout out to over 1,200 people who are watching the show. We appreciate you. We're going to get into the next set of games, and I think the next one ended up being one of my surprise favorites. I told you guys last week. No, it's not this one. I'm going to skip. I'm going to scrub past Dragon Age Veilguard, because we talked about it earlier. And hey, if you love it, you love it. Let me see if I can get this to kind of line up where it needs to. So just kind of hop and skip around. Bethesda's the next one. Well, hold on. I have it in my order right here. Oh yes, I was so surprised with this game, Mag. The next one they showed that was important to me and a lot of Xbox fans was the Shattered Space expansion, and this game looks really, really improved. Like, they've added it's got more personality. Did you? You're not a big Starfield fan, but did you at least kind of appreciate
it? Looked good. No. It looked good.
Let's hear from you first.
It looked good. When I saw that trailer, it had the mood, the music. It had like you got something to do. Like, you know what I mean? It gave you like a purpose, as opposed to just, all right, well, we're just gonna gallivant around and look at rocks. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like it looked like there was a reason you're playing the game. And when I watched that trailer, Shattered Space was like, holy crap, this looks great. This looks like something, like if they had presented Starfield to me that way, like I would have been like, all right, I'm in. But it didn't. I felt like the original game, like, or well, not the original game, we'll call it the mainline game.
Sure.
The mainline game didn't, like, the trailers were like, okay, I get it, but like, what are we doing? Like, what's happening here? What are we doing other than exploring? What are we doing other than going around and dealing with a couple of factions on a couple of planets?
Yeah, we were presented with land on some planets, get some magic rocks, and then we'll see where it goes. There's so much color in the Shattered Space thing. And like you said, more that you're going to be doing. I have not had a chance to dive into this at all. There's more content.
Good. So yeah, I was interested. Maybe because it's a DLC, they were able to focus a little more on the narrative idea, where you say, okay, well, this is a much smaller experience. That is probably something I would be more interested in, because it seems like it's more focused, as opposed to me, like when I played Starfield, the mainline game, I found it to be sort of unfocused and convoluted. I'm like, what am I doing here? And a lot of people felt the same way. They were just like, all right, it's okay, but it's, what are we doing? Right? Yeah. Where this seems to be a focused experience. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give that a shot. Like, why the hell not, right? I'll give that a shot. So I will go back and play that one. I mean, there's always chance for redemption of any kind of game. I'm not saying the game is bad, but I'm just saying redemption for me personally. Because like, there's a lot of people I know out there that didn't like Cyberpunk, for example, but then they played Phantom. How was it called? Phantom Liberty, and they loved Phantom Liberty, and it sort of redeemed the game in a way where for people who weren't interested in the original experience, we're like, you know what? This added so much more to it that I'm gonna, I really enjoyed it and it elevated my experience. So I'm gonna give it a shot, 100%. I think the presentation of Shattered Space was a solid 9.5 out of 10. I thought it was, and this is a guy. Now, hear me out, folks. Hear me out.
How Meg's gonna rate every trailer we talk about. That's awesome.
Bloody trailer. I'll tell you this: I did not like Starfield at all.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
And but this trailer was a 9.5 out of 10 for me. What do you think, Colt?
There's more than I can even digest. I guess now that I'm home, I could take some time and rewatch this trailer and listen to everything. It all comes at you in a blur when you're there in person.
It's a different thing. It's like watching a concert on YouTube and watching a concert in real life, right? So it's a different way to consume the media. So I would highly suggest. I mean, I know you just got home, but maybe give it a rest tonight. Tomorrow, go watch it in 4K.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
My first thing I gotta say, Mag, is I do not want Starfield to become incredibly amazing in 3 or 4 years from now. I want it to become incredibly amazing ASAP. And I think some of they had, like you said, they had the foundation to work with, so they could focus on making a great mini campaign or a campaign for Shattered Space. So I'm seeing some good stuff here, but they also added new content. I paused it on this really funky looking armor here, but they've added, you can build your own space stations. And they've added more customization. I couldn't even like really take all this in as you're seeing it on screen. But they've got the creation kit, which will let you spend real money to get cultivated content to put into the game, which some people think that's pretty cool. I might check it out and see if there's anything worth getting because I really love the game. But that means mods are coming. I thought maybe they would talk about the mods, the console mods coming with Shattered Space. But man, if they don't have it at the end of the year, I'm going to be pretty frustrated.
I was going to say, there's something that there was a common theme. Now, maybe I'm not going to get all excited. I'm not going to get all pissed off about it. But there was a common theme that I did notice about the games that are quote unquote coming out in 2024. And I'm going to bunch them all together here. If I'm not mistaken, did Shattered Space not get a date?
It just says 2024. Hold on, let me see.
I think it just says 2024 because that Indy Jones and Avowed. I know Avowed, there was like that little, the little hoopla about November 12th, but that was removed. So the 3 games that are coming out this year have no release dates. So like an actual date. Like what the hell is that all about?
I know that Xbox has tried to give a date when they're like 3 or 4 months from launch because they burned themselves too many times. But everyone's assuming Shattered Space comes in and around the 9th of September at their year anniversary. I'm pretty confident it's probably going to happen. I'm just frustrated that they didn't say, oh, and we're bringing mods this year as well, or we're bringing mods soon or something.
But I don't know. Do you think that maybe they'll announce it at another show? Like do a little developer direct and say these are the exact dates the games are coming out?
I don't think there's another direct and before September or even before the end of this year. I think the direct is next year, like in January. So my prediction, I haven't really given that much thought until now, but I think my prediction is that the mods built-in suite will come maybe next year, and that pisses me off because I wanted to see all this stuff ready to rock. Because if I'm going to hold off on, I was messing around with Starfield off and on this past week or two. I'm trying to stay away from it until I can like get back in with Shattered Space because these things bring all new gameplay features and additions to the base game. Where I'll take my level 59 or 68 character, whatever he is. 87, I don't know. And I'll just go. But yeah, that's Shattered Space. So they did talk about Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. But yeah,
there was a whole section in there where I was like Elder Scrolls Online, Sea of Thieves, Warcraft, Flight Simulator.
That brings it down. That brings it down to half a number easily. Yeah.
Dude, they do it every year. It's the same thing. But I mean, listen, it's understandable. But when you've got these updates or whatever, I think they could have done like a little developer direct for all those and say, hey, listen, these are our ongoing. You know what? Hear me out. Hear me out.
No,
Why
no,
don't they
I hear
have,
you.
like,
I hear you.
Why don't they do it twice a year and they have what they would call an ongoing game developer direct? And by that I mean like the games that are, the games of the service, the games that are continuing, like your Elder Scrolls, Sea of Thieves, Warcraft, Flight Simulator, Life is Strange. And
Oh,
you know
okay.
what I mean?
Hold on. Now, some of those small games have their little moments and they have their place. And Life is Strange is pretty big to a lot of people. But let me say,
it is. But it seems that they add chapters and stuff like that, like, fairly regularly and whatever. I figured I'm just going to kind of group that in there because it's kind of a game. I know it's a first-person narrative.
And it dips the showcase. And even for me, as a big Fallout 76 fan and a guy who had a ton of fun with Elder Scrolls Online this year as a new fan, when those things came on screen, I took the time to... Well, I already saw the Skyline content for Fallout because I was at the event 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I took the time to go to my phone. I sent out some tweets. Bumped elbows with Fonz next to me, Ben, the Ben Kenobi, the guy with the coins next on my other side. I took a moment because I'm like, I don't need to see that right now. But I've been corrected by some of my friends that say 76 and Sea of Thieves and Elder Scrolls make so much money because they have millions of fans total that are always playing. They usually
a thriving community, but
thankfully, I think those three trailers. I'll move on from this. Those trailers are briefer than they have been in the past. Sometimes Sea of Thieves gets like an 8-minute thing.
True.
It did go by pretty quickly, so I'm like, maybe whoever's in charge, if it's Tina Amini, is kind of helping cultivate this content. Whoever it is, they're doing. It's a big team, I'm sure. They're doing a really great job of really looking at pacing because even with those small moments, like the little mouse game, the pacing was pretty good, right? So,
I think it was called Winter Burrow.
And good on Matt for knowing I wasn't watching. What do you think about this?
I wrote,
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was saying I wrote them down, like some of the other ones I wouldn't remember.
Oh, okay.
Like Winter Burrow, Mixtape. Like Mixtape looked pretty dope, but like the Annapurna game. And
yeah,
then,
but will the gameplay be something that keeps you in? I want to hear your opinion about Expedition 33, which will be on the screen for everybody when they're watching the show right now. Amazing graphics. What do you think?
It looked interesting. Now they did that what I like to call that Sony trailer thing, where it shows them walking in different landscapes, like that third person, like the slow walk or whatever. It did look interesting. It's tough to tell exactly like everything that I'm going to be up to in the game, but it looked compelling enough for me to say, you know what? I like the setting. I like the visuals. I like the idea. I'm in. So, you know what I mean? You did your job. So that's the whole point of it. The point is that you're releasing a trailer. Even the cinematics look fantastic as well. I'm actually looking at it right now. Well, but it's just you did your job, and the job was sell me the game, especially when it's not a sequel. You know what I mean? Like if you give me Twisted Metal 8, I know what I'm getting. It's Twisted Metal. It's just going to be better. If you give me God of War 10, I know what I'm getting. If you give me Gears of War 6, well, now E-Day, I know what I'm getting. But when you've got a game that's a new IP, interesting, you know what I mean? Like a different story, a different idea, you have to sell me on that game.
Well, they're selling you on the graphics. Are you sold on the turn-based combat? It's kind of like a Final Fantasy style. How are you feeling on it?
It actually almost seems like an action RPG, like turn-based, where it's not so clinical like some of those other games where it's like, okay, point and click. All right, point and click. It looks like it's more integrated into the action. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's going to be as burdensome.
Yeah, it doesn't like fly out and make you wait your turn. Like it kind of all happens. More like Final Fantasy 7?
7?
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah, so like it kind of has that vibe where it's like, okay, well, this is a little bit more interactive, a little more interesting. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to say no. You know what I mean? It's
coming to Game Pass, so you don't have to say no.
I would give that trailer an 8.5 out of 10.
there's your official score from Mag on the trailer. An 8.
Like I said, dude, this show, the show in total it was incredibly well put together. But I'm just saying, each trailer that I'm giving, it's all kind of coming together.
Okay.
And so I would give that trailer an 8.5 out of 10. I thought it was fantastic.
Is it coming out this year, Mag?
Let me check my notes. Mag checks his notes.
Shout out to everybody watching. We've got, let's see, let me look at that number. I can't see it. Move out of that way there.
Damn
Move
it.
that way.
Chat,
Discord.
you know what? Chat, my screen is back up again, so help me out here, man. Tell me.
I think it'll show it, but I'm not on the live screen. So Exposition 33. Here comes the date. 2025, next year. I mean, it looks done.
Okay, all right.
Release it already. It looks done.
It looks done. But you know what, though? They did a great job of selling the game, like I said.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. So I was impressed by it.
All right.
Carry on, Mr. Eastwood.
I'm trying to remember what comes next. I've got a list, but I want to click away from the video so I can kind of see. Hold on, that's the wrong one. It's probably already playing. Come on, get my monitor up here. There we go. All right. I told you guys last week and in my video 2 weeks ago, do not expect South of Midnight to make an appearance. It's not ready yet. Holy crap, was I wrong. Meg, I got to take the reins on this. I was not expecting much from Compulsion. I told you guys not to get excited. I said they have not proven themselves. They've got some really unique talent, but I don't know if they'll make a game that I'll like. I got to say, seeing South of Midnight at this showcase, and not everyone's going to agree. I thought this was so cool. The on-twos, animation, and cutscenes. The game's running at 60 on the screen. I'm assuming that's how it'll run on Xbox Series X. But still, like the Miles Morales Spider-Man suit, the, what do you call it? The Miles Morales Spider-Verse suit. She moves on twos at 12 frames per second, was what you would call it. She runs at like a 12 frames per second, but the game and the camera is all at 60. The world is in 60. And I'm also assuming you may be able to shut that off if it's something that just like doesn't, you know, check with your vision or whatever.
Yep.
This game looks so awesome. You've got a gliding wingsuit. You've got a grappling magic rope thing. You've got melee combat. Incredible characters. This mystical catfish. Meg, what did you think of South of Midnight? I don't want to sway you because maybe you're the other way. I'm just going to tell you I'm really, really happy with this, and they really surprised me. I'm really excited about it, but I don't know how you feel about it. And that I don't know.
Would you like to hear my shocking revelation?
Oh gosh, what is it?
It was my favorite trailer of the game show, the showcase.
Dude, it was so cool.
Something I know somebody who's seen it in action and talked to me about it and about the thing on her back. I'm not going to spoil that. The thing that you see on her back that kind of looks like an umbrella.
What do you call it? What's the word?
I just basically called it like an umbrella.
No. What's the word in movies? I love it. The word for the thing that does the thing in a movie, like in Indiana Jones.
MacGuffin.
Yes, a MacGuffin. All right. Tell me what you think. Big boss fight.
It's not a MacGuffin.
Can we call it a MacGuffin just for the show? We're gonna call it. We'll call it a MacGuffin for the show, okay? But it's not a MacGuffin. It's a tool that she uses in order for reasons and like traversal and a couple of other reasons, being able to summon. Never mind. I'm gonna shut up. But the point is, the MacGuffin.
Personally, I know everybody's got their their pants all wet for E-Day. I actually thought that South of Midnight looked like the most fun to me, and I was like, what? I'm excited. Now, I love Compulsion. I thought We Happy Few was okay. I thought it was a step down.
It had some magic, but yeah, it's not like this.
It's not the same. But Contrast was one of my favorite AA games of all time. Did you ever play Contrast?
Only for a few minutes. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm like, I don't know if I'll stick with this because it feels really ancient. I tried it like a year ago, but anyway, go ahead.
It's in Game Pass.
Yeah.
It's the most unique next to what the hell is that game called? Bloody hell. The one with the is going to drive me crazy. Psychonauts. Psychonauts 2 is one of my favorite platforming games of all time. I absolutely dude, Tim Schafer rocks. I would so totally cool. I get totally drunk with that guy. He'd be so cool to hang out with. Here's the thing.
Meg, talk to me about the art style and the graphics. Like, what are you thinking?
The reason why I brought it up is because I say Compulsion's Contrast is tied for first place of my favorite platform game of all time, next to Psychonauts 2. So this game looks like a return to form because I thought that We Happy Few was a step down, a severe step down in my opinion. South of Midnight looks like a step way back up into that sort of interesting, quirky, wild, like just totally like I'm into this kind of vibe of a game. And like I said, you'll get that if you play Contrast. So go back and play it. It's not a long experience. You could probably finish the game in about 3 hours. and it's wonderful. And
Oh,
this
it's that
has
short.
the vibe. It's a short game, and this has the vibe of contrast. And South of Midnight looks wonderful. If for me, I know it sounds nuts to a lot of people. People are going to be rip me apart in the chat, but you know what? It actually showed actual gameplay. It showed traversal. It showed long chunks of raw gameplay as opposed to quick cuts and and edits and this and that, whatever.
It was the perfect way you do a trailer. You get the cinematic, you get the vibe, you get the ambiance, and then you kick off battle and traversal and world and wide angles. And I'm gonna take over for a second because Mag's like that it stole the show over E-Day. I'm with him. We are both so pumped for E-Day, which we're going to talk about toward the end because it's the last thing they showed. Yeah, of course we're pumped. But Mag's making a really good point. This game lit up the room. People were yelling in the theater like, what? Like, this is so cool. Now, it may not be everybody's type of game, but it kind of paints the numbers of, hey, you want open world, you want traversal, you want a narrative thing. And I would really strongly recommend, if you haven't, please watch The Princess and the Frog by Disney. It's got this really cool voodoo swamp thing that kind of, I feel like this game is also going to evoke. There's some really cool moments that you got.
It's got Cajun flavor in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
it's so
I'll
good.
be down
The chat's really positive about it right now. They really, really like this. Yeah.
Skill at will already making me laugh. Sorry, yeah, no. He says Mag is. Oh, sorry, I lost it. He goes, Mag is the MacGuffin sleeker and more handsome MacGyver. Yeah. And
no.
Let me see.
Luke 73 says picking this over Gears, thumbs down. No. Gears was a great moment, but there's something so special. We just got to throw flowers at South of Midnight for their presentation. It's coming out of nowhere with what was it 2 years ago with that last trailer?
Yeah. No, was it a year ago? Maybe it was a year ago. But here's the thing, though. If you actually look at something tangible in front of you that you actually see what you're doing, then actually South of Midnight was showing a hell of a lot more than Gears was. Gears was a minute and a half, like just a trailer, and it didn't show you anything.
Well, there's more to it than that, which we'll cover later on, Mag.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah. But in comparison, yes, I agree.
You didn't see anything. You didn't see the gameplay. You didn't see what it looks like. You didn't see an in-game engine. You didn't see any of that stuff. Mm-hmm. It was not Dom, Marcus with his rag off, by the way, so we got to see his hair, his young hair.
His hair looked great, by the way.
He kind of got beat up a little bit, and then Dom helped him out, and then there you go, and then that was it, right? So I'm like, wonderful. They sold you. They're selling you on a promise. Obviously, that they're gonna have a Gears game. It's the promise that
you get the prequel you've always wanted. Yeah,
you get the prequel you always wanted. Obviously, we're gonna get that. That's an obvious huge. That was a mic drop moment. I did not expect an E-Day game. I expected a Gears 6 mainline game to follow. What's her face there, Kate? But I'm glad that they're going back to what we wanted. And I'm like, okay, great. This is wonderful. I'm totally in 100%.
And I think we all said that at one time. We
did.
We won't sit here and say, hey, we were right about a prequel. We've all said it at least once on the show or on it's somewhere, right? Where we say something like, if they did a prequel, it'd be amazing. We even talked about, I know we talked about, not to say that we're right, Mag, because it's dumb, because it's a really good idea. Who wouldn't say it? But we did say on the show, if they did a linear, dark prequel, because moving forward, like you said with Kate, is such a tough direction to go. The way they painted themselves.
Well, so, they created a problem. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, what I was going to say is they should have gone the route of what I like to call the Simpsons effect. And what I mean by that is that for 34 seasons, the Simpsons have not aged, right? So you're literally in the glory, like you're literally representing the glory years, the golden age of the Simpsons for 34 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Yeah. They don't age. They don't get but what they did with Gears is they painted themselves in a corner. They did the same thing with God of War. It pisses me off. And what they've done is that they made them old. They bring in these new people. Nobody asked for them, right? You could have kept Marcus Phoenix and maybe, we all know what happened to some of the other characters. In case nobody played it, I'll stay spoiler free. But, you could have kept Marcus Phoenix the same age for 30 years and just released a whole bunch of games. But They painted themselves in that corner. They realized they made a mistake, and they're like, well, shoot, we're going into a direction people aren't really that jazzed about. So let's go back to what people wanted. And so now they're going back. So you know what? I would say, personally, I'd say just drop Gear 6 forever. Don't give us a conclusion to Kate's story. I don't really care. I don't know how many people do. I don't really know
put
how
out a graphic novel.
Dude, yeah, put out a graphic novel and call it a life.
I mean,
I would
like
Dark Horse Comics, and they could write a Dark Horse comic. Do a trilogy of the prequel trilogy like Star Wars. You start with E-Day, and you do 2 more to wrap it up, and it ties right into Gears 1. Done.
I think I said on the show at least once, Chad, if you remember, I said, what if they wrap up Kate's story in the first 2 chapters and kind of close it, and then fade out to a prequel? But we all wanted it. We weren't predicting the future. We just said what we wanted. So let me read a couple supers here. A bunch of people in the chat said, and I wouldn't know, I haven't even turned on my Xbox, but a bunch of people said that the console mods are in Starfield. And I have no idea. I haven't been able to read any of this stuff. I was going to turn on my Xbox just now. I don't have a controller synced up to it. I want to know. I'm sorry if I was wrong. If the mods are there,
well, they did.
Holy
they
crap!
Did
I'm going to be.
There was a big update yesterday. Like they launched it right after the show. They said at the end of the show or that night or whatever, they were launching this big update. And I didn't pay attention to that update because I was just like, I'm not interested in that. I was more interested in Shattered Space. But anyways.
Yeah, I mean,
like I said,
if there are mods, I'm going to be messing around with the game a bunch this summer or right now. But I did not know that. But some people are saying yes. The Creation Clubs are Creation Club are Red Wolf saying yes. The Creation Club are mods that are approved by Bethesda, and they're paid mods. You have to pay for them. But yes, it looks like they shadow. Yeah, I was grumpy. I wanted those mods. If those mods are there, Red, if that mod list is there like Fallout 4, that's all I'm going to do tonight. We have to talk. I can't wait. But chat, thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I got that wrong. Thank you for correcting me. Shout out to Happy Bomb, who's channel moderating and said that the chat's yelling at you like an hour ago. There are mods.
Community noted. Community noted.
Community.
Yeah. You got noted.
I have to go sit in the corner. All right. Well, let me grab a couple of supers here. We got Biffernaldi who says, apparently they're streaming in textures from the cloud to save space. That's why they need you to be online for Call of Duty.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The future's here. Wow.
Whatever.
Truck Nelson Netso, thank you so much for the 5. Says, I met Aaron Greenberg at the show and just thanked him. They get too much hate, man. I'll pause his chat and say,
part of the. Hey, listen. You get paid the bucks. You got a bullseye on the front and you got a bullseye on the back. Yep. So yeah, you either have to deal with it or you don't deal with it. Same thing here, man. We're on YouTube for years, and 4 years for me. And how many years for you, buddy? 4 or 5 years? No, you were longer than me. 5, 6 years, whatever it is.
For what?
You've been on YouTube?
YouTube. Yeah. 7 years, I think.
Or 7 years. Holy crap. Okay, so all right, so you're almost double me.
I mean, I was doing shooting videos and stupid things for a while, but not really making videos.
Right. But you know what? We got targets on us too. Every last, like, you know what I mean? It's constant. So, and now elevate it to a different level where you're running a game company which is worth billions of dollars and you have millions of fans, and millions of haters. Right?
Hey, I'll also add there
that you're gonna have all of it. Like, you have to learn how to deal with that. That's part
some
of
that hate, or more specifically, Truck, some of the strong criticism or outcries of where are the games? Why are you guys doing this? Why aren't you delivering this? A lot of that, and they've told me, a lot of that has really pushed them into what are we doing? How can we course correct? How can we get out in front where we need to be as soon as possible? And this weekend was that moment where we spoke and Xbox says, look, I think we know what you want. And I really feel like this entire showcase was the entire showcase, sir.
You like some fries with that? Yep. Colt just went through puberty, folks.
Good luck, Sully.
Achievement unlocked, 100 points.
Puberty
achieved.
A lot of this stuff, the greatness of the showcase is because we told them to get their butts in gear. I'll read the rest of Truck Netsos here. It's a great meeting at the show, Cole. I got Perfect Dark. That crowd was turned. I think that's when he says, I got PD. That crowd was turned. Yeah. We'll talk about that game in a minute.
Sure.
Spider, thank you so much for the NOK 50. I think it's from Norway. I think, if I remember. Shout out to
go
you.
get me another drink, Spider. Go get me a drink. Spider, look at you. Yeah, Spider, look at you hopping around with that foot. Don't you remember Goodfellas? Remember Spider, the bartender? And Joe Pesci shot him in the foot, and then he eventually murdered him. Spoiler alert. Yeah.
These are the movies that Mag raised himself on. Spider says, just want to say that I told you this year's COD would be cross-platform a few months ago, and you didn't believe me. Xbox was great. Xbox Showcase was great. Yeah.
It was great.
When did they go cross-platform where everybody could play with everybody?
Well, once the Activision ID kicked in, what year was that? You remember? Because now it doesn't really matter. Like I tell people, like for Modern Warfare 3, I mean, Black Ops 6, I'll be playing on Xbox and PlayStation. I'm going to be playing on both systems because I'm going to be playing with my son and my wife and whatever else, and they want to play the campaigns, and I'll be playing it on Game Pass as well. But it doesn't matter, like because everybody, I told everybody, I'm like, listen, you want to play with me? Activision ID, and now you're on my list. It doesn't matter what system I'm playing it on, right?
I love how
it's wonderful.
Phil's being grilled by Ryan. Well, not grilled. Phil was talking to Ryan McCaffrey about the Call of Duty thing and being, acquiring them, and Phil was just like, he does the thing with his hands, right? He was like,
he was
go play Call of Duty wherever you want.
Right.
Go play it over here. Go play it over there. Because
shoot.
Yeah, he gives a crap.
Shoot, by the way.
Because
like you know what I mean? Play it wherever.
Go play it wherever because the money's still coming back here, and we're turning it around. And we're making games.
Dude, what did I say at the beginning of the show when we were talking about Call of Duty being advertised on PlayStation?
Oh, after
I'm
that.
like, PlayStation's advertising Doom. They're advertising Call of Duty. Who cares? What did I say at the end? Before they are a third-party publisher on top of having a platform as well. They are a third-party publisher that owns a platform. So you're going to get it on the platform. You're going to get some of it elsewhere, whatever else. Who cares? Play it where you want. Have fun. Enjoy it. Microsoft is making money. Don't worry about what they're doing.
Shut up and play your Call of Duty.
Play your game with all of them. Doom, Call of Duty, whatever. Who cares where it goes and what goes where and who goes where? Sit down, enjoy yourself, have some fun, and make some friends while you're at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares?
Yeah. Well,
I'm going to be playing it everywhere.
People care, but yeah, I mean.
Why?
I don't know. I got a sidebar for you. I met somebody at the IGN Live that watches our show. He said he loves you, by the way. He works for Gearbox. I'm just going to say, that's the statement I'm going to say. All right. Let's just say he works for Gearbox. I said,
I love Gearbox, by the way.
We're gonna see a loving franchise here tomorrow at the showcase. And
no.
I was expecting to see it at Summer Games Fest. He goes, what? No. So according to him, he's like, I won't say anymore. But we thought Borderlands 4 was coming out this year. I'm starting to think maybe it's not even ready yet.
I thought it was coming out this year too, but if they haven't announced it by the middle of June, which it is now essentially, I don't think it's coming out this year because that's a huge game, dude.
Does 2K have like do they have a summer thing where they do for their other products or anything? Because it didn't show up at Game Fest. No.
However, they do have a I was about to say Gears of War. Jesus. They do have a Borderlands movie coming out this year. So maybe they do a little bit of cross promotion and maybe they announce when it's going to be coming.
I just can't imagine it comes out this year. When's the movie come out?
The movie comes out, I think, in August, if I'm not mistaken.
So do you think Borderlands 4... Sorry, Chad, if you don't care about Borderlands.
Not launch. No, just announce that maybe it's coming Q1 2025 or something. Q2 2025. I could see that. Maybe Q2, like spring of next year. Borderlands is such a big game. I know a lot of people don't think it is. It really is a big game. And if Borderlands can release whenever the hell they want.
I want January, Borderlands 4.
February, March, April.
They normally launch in the holiday for their games or the late fall, but I felt like I wasn't ready for 4 yet.
I'm ready for 4. I adore this series.
We'll co-op it.
You know what bothered me though? Tiny Tina's Wonderland, which I put about 80 hours into. I love that game too. It was great. It was fun, but my God, to get I tried to get it platinum because I got it for free on PlayStation. I bought it on Xbox, and then I also have it on PlayStation. I couldn't get the platinum because it's too damn hard. I needed help with it, and I had nobody else that could help me. But anyways, point is, I'm ready for Borderlands 4. And somehow, by the way, Gearbox guy, whoever you are, who Colt won't tell me who it is, somehow bring Handsome Jack back. Bring him back from the dead. Do like a They got to, man. You got to bring them back. I mean, the twins from part 3 were great,
They
but
did
listen,
in a
man,
DLC, but maybe people were kind of like, we loved
do
him
a
then.
Jurassic Park thing. Bring, like find his DNA like somewhere like stuck inside some amber inside some tree in South America,
Or from the
bring
U
him back
station.
from the dead. Do something. I don't know. Get the Flash to run around the world 20 times and get him to come back from the dead. Handsome Jack needs to return.
The Flash. Hey, Malik in the chat says, Contraband was another mag prediction gone wrong. Hey, and another cult prediction gone wrong. I was pretty sure it was time to at least see what that game looks like.
Actually, we said that it was delayed, so we weren't going to see it at the showcase.
Yeah.
We did say that last week.
Yeah, you were saying it was you. I think you did. I don't remember. I think you did say that it was.
We originally said we were hopefully going to see it this year. We thought we were going to see it, but then we changed our tune last week, and we did say last week we did say the game has been delayed internally, and we will not see it at the showcase.
Yeah, yeah.
Malik.
I don't know. If you're delayed a year, you can still show the game. I was expecting to see Contraband, and I was wrong, so that's all right. Hey, you know what?
Sounds like Malik was wrong.
Thank you, Malik. We appreciate you.
No, not Malik. No, not him, the person. I like Malik as in Malik.
Malik wrong. I didn't say it the way.
I think I got Malik wrong.
Shout out to him.
It was a play on words, man. Come on. Anyways, carry on, Colteastwood.
Mag, I apologize. Percy Pringles, great name.
That's a great name, too.
Every time I think of, there's two things I think of when I hear the word the name Percy.
I think
the guy from Thomas the Train.
Oh.
And that jerk from the Green Mile. That's what I think of. That's what I think of. But Percy Pringles is a good dude. Thank you for the 5. Says, E-Day reminding me of the Gears book called Asso Fields and takes place during the Pendulum Wars. I highly recommend it to everyone. All right. I don't normally read video game books, but I would like to actually know what's going on in Gears like that.
Why not?
Yeah. Frosted Fury, 666. Thank you for the $2 super chat for being a channel member. Appreciate you. Gears, I think, overtook Call of Duty. That's crazy. Mag, is that true? Did Gears E-Day take over the COD excitement?
It was a shock. It was a shock. I didn't expect it. However, Call of Duty, we actually got this, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's in our hands, basically. It's a couple of months away. So
There's
I'm more
some cool
excited.
Gameplay stuff. Your character can shift around and move.
I talked about this with my wife, and I'm like, honey, I get excited for stuff, but if it's way far away, I tend to just go, okay, I'm going to put it on the back shelf for now because I don't want to get excited and then wait another 2 years. Like, that's going to bother me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, that's awesome. It's like when I see like a Grand Theft Auto trailer. I don't pine over the trailer for months and months and months.
No.
I'm like, because you know that when you see that trailer, you're going to be like, next to retirement by the time the game comes out. So I'm
all right.
I'm excited. I'm super happy that they're going back to that timeline with Gears. Very happy about that. But put it on the back shelf because you're not going to see it until minimum 2026. Minimum 2026.
Okay.
So let's just, you know what I mean? Like I'm interested. I'm excited for what's in front of my face. Like Call of Duty is literally months away. So I'm super pumped about that, right? I'm happy. I'm excited.
Oh, there's a bunch of games coming out at the end of this year.
Right. We got a bunch of stuff coming out. So let's focus on what we got right now and put that on the back burner and go, oh my God, that's so awesome. I can't wait to play it. But let's focus on what we got in front of us. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. So like I said, that's not diminishing anybody's excitement about Gears. I'm just saying don't expect it anytime soon. So, kind of put it on the back burner for now.
Okay. All right.
But like I said, be happy that we're getting the timeline that we want.
Hey, and for me, for
the most part.
For me, the Gears E-Day trailer was far and beyond anything that Call of Duty could do to excite any bit of any skin on the top of my arms or the hair. Shout out to Fonz in the chat, hanging out with Fonz all day. He says, quote, Xbox Fonz, I was bought by Xbox. Yeah, Fonz had a great time. It was surreal. Hold on, I've got the other gameplay going here. What are we on? It's about to go to something. Good, it's that Blizzard thing. You guys can watch that Blizzard CGI trailer that tells you absolutely nothing about the Diablo expansion. And I was like, hanging out with Fonz in real life was incredibly surreal, as meeting your heroes always is. We had a great time. Went out to a bunch of meals, hung out, sat next to each other in the showcase. Fonz talked to Jason Ronald and Aaron Greenberg and lots of different people. It was so cool. And I got pictures of Fonz talking. I did like the thing.
I was gonna say, did you have a 1980s camera that you had to take to a 1 hour photo?
Yeah, we had to push the button in and then don't open it yet. Got pictures of him talking to Jason Ronald. Jason Ronald's DM'd him. They talk about the tech and stuff behind the scenes, and Jason watches the show. So yeah, really, really cool moments there for Fonz. So yeah, when the Diablo thing came up, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna send out some tweets because they just showed some fire games, and people were just so excited. What's next on the list? We got what's going to come up.
We got to go to the big one. We got to go to Perfect Dark.
Yeah, I was going to say there's Flintlock, which looked pretty good. Perfect Dark is the next one. What's that?
I'm actually excited for Flintlock again.
Yeah, same.
This is a game it's literally on our doorstep. It's July 18th, right? It's July 18th, so it's a mere 5 weeks away. So I'm super happy about that because again, that game is directly in front of my face. 5 weeks is not a long period of time, right? So think about this, folks. It's less than 3 paychecks away if you get paid bi-weekly, right? So it's less than 3 paychecks away.
And for all of us, that's like 3 survival weeks, as we are on the edge of our seats. Yeah. So I've got it up on screen.
Looks great. I thought it showed well. I'm excited to play it, but you know what I really thought was interesting? It actually told you what kind of game it is. It said Rogue Light.
Okay.
I think it said that.
I don't remember that.
Hold on, it's coming up in the trailer. I always get Rogue Light and I always get Souls Light confused.
I bet you it's more of a Souls like.
I think it said Souls like. I think I just slipped my tongue.
Man.
Let me see.
Man,
hold on.
It kind of looks open too.
Let's
what
see.
do you think, chat? What kind of game do you think it is?
It said no. It literally says right in the thing in text, in large text. It says right on the screen at the end of the trailer. So.
Oh, it does. Okay, we'll get to that.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm waiting. That's why I'm waiting. It's like another 20 seconds from now.
Souls Light. It could be writing.
What did you all think of it? That was a slip of my tongue, folks. I apologize.
Souls Light. There it is.
It's so.
Wait, Souls Light meaning it won't be as difficult as Lies of P or Elden Ring or whatever, right? So
I think yeah, and so that sells me on that. Like I've played the hard ones. I've played the hards. I played the Souls games. I played Demon Souls. I played Dark Souls. I destroyed the hell out of Elden Ring. So yeah, I can play and what the hell is that other one? The samurai one. What the hell is it called?
Sekiro.
Sekiro, yeah. I was about to say one of Rand's favorite games of that year.
Yeah.
Great games. I love those games. But these games, slightly more accessible. I could see myself really enjoying it. And I like the style. I like the way it was presented. I gave that a 9 out of 10 as well. And the fact that it gave us a nice release date right in the middle of summer. I'm in 100%. I'll be playing that on Game Pass day one. So I'm super pumped for that too.
Okay. Skipping past Age of Mythology. I am really excited as well. It won me over because those games could be. Let me hit pause here in a second. A game like Flintlock could be like kind of generic, like it's pretty good, like that sort of thing. But it looks really good, and I hope it really surprises and shocks us. So I'm with you. I'm excited. I'll give it a good shot.
Malik is right. Remnant. I think he says like the like Lord of the Fallen or Remnant 2. I agree with that statement. I would say more like Remnant 2 maybe. But
they're both those both can be difficult. Lord of the Fallen is pretty difficult too. So yeah. I'm going to pause it here on Joanna's face before we get to talking. I didn't know what this trailer was until she kind of almost lands. Boom, there she is.
You know what? I didn't know what. Yeah, same deal. But as soon as I saw the art style, I'm like, is this Perfect Dark? I got that vibe immediately for some strange reason because it almost had that Mirror's Edge times 1,000 sort of look to it. And
I was expecting a more hyper realistic look because I know Avengers is a eye-meltingly great looking game. Don't laugh, it's a good looking game, and the Tomb Raider games look fantastic, but they went for a more stylized, slightly Dishonored style look here. And I was what do you think, Mag?
It looks like, okay, when I first watched it, I had to go back because when I was first watching it, the stream I was watching it on was not very, like, it looked a little bit muddy. And I'm like, what am I like, what am I looking at here? It doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. What's happening? And then I'm watching, and I'm like, wait a minute, let me go back and watch this properly in 4K. When I went back and watched this in 4K, it's got all the elements that I'm interested in. First of all, solid looking gameplay, which we expected.
Exaggerated models, everything's a little bit bigger and chunkier than it should be. The lighting model is incredible if you're looking at
the
that.
lighting model. I just looked now. You see how the lighting, when the camera panned up, and then you could see the light coming down. It looked great. Lots of color, detailed graphics, smooth looking gameplay, which we expected, like a John Wick style. You know how
the dying light parkour, which
I was about. That's funny you mentioned that, because like I said, I'm just in the first hour of Dying Light 2. So immediately as she's climbing up the pole and jumping on the thing, I'm like, okay, we got Dying Light with a little bit of other, you know what I mean? A little bit of other mechanics in there. A little
funny,
John
even
Wick
like that section of the world with that architecture and interior design, because she's in a futuristic Egypt, and Haran, I don't know, Haran's supposed to take place in like Turkey. Not super close in the world, but there are some similarities. Right. Keep going.
Yeah. Oh, the more I saw of it, the better it got, and I'm like, okay, well, you could definitely tell that the initiative is doing their thing, but you can also tell Crystal Dynamics has got their hands deep into this as well, into making this, into baking this pie. So I'm all in, man. I'm all in. But
I just remember somebody said, "Do you think they shot the fruit on purpose when we were watching the show?" Because
you know what, it's a distinct possibility.
Were you thinking the same thing?
No, I didn't even notice it, but now that you mention it, that's pretty damn funny.
I'm gonna scrub back for just a second. I got to talk about I gotta find the spot where she starts popping off here. The hand-to-hand combat.
I liked her when she jumped on the dude's chest. She took out the two guys, which is what you would do if you're close quarters combat. You take out the person in front of you, and then you take out the other two, and then you deal with the person that you've subdued, right? So she jumped on him first, bang, bang, and then right there, and then knocked out that dude on the ground. And I'm like, that is perfection. I was super happy about that, super excited. Now, I am going to take 1 point off.
Okay.
Because there's no release here. There was again, it was one of those, and goodbye. And so now I see some people in the chat have been saying, oh, maybe it'll come out, like even they were talking about Gears. Oh, it'll come out late 2025. And then some other people are saying, oh, the Perfect Dark late 2025. How many games are you going to shove into 2025? You can't do it. You got to spread it out.
I mean, 2024 has a handful of Xbox games, so.
And I think 2025 will be no different. I'm expecting, my personal opinion, I think that we're going to get 5 big games next year from Xbox, spread out throughout the year, not including Call of Duty.
Yeah, sure.
Not including Call of Duty. Because like I said, Call of Duty is for the streets. I just consider that everything. Yeah. So 5 games I expect Xbox to release next year, and then Call of Duty will call it number 6. And then the sprinkle of the smaller games, right? So, whatever. But those big ones, I expect that. So I don't see them shoving all these games into 2025. They're going to move it into 2026 as well. Okay. So anyways, looked great. It's a 9 out of 10, only because we don't know what year,
huh? Hey, if you guys are enjoying the show, hit the like button. We should have 500 likes by now because you're all having a good time in the chat. We appreciate you as we break down the showcase and where Xbox is going. We're going to talk about Phil's interview in the future. I'm going to bring in somebody as Mag heads out when we get toward the end of the normal time that Mag and I hang out here on the show. Hit the like button to show your support. We should have, we have 1,200 people here checking us out. We appreciate you. If you're listening to the show after the fact, if you want to see the games as they're being shown, as we talk about, I'm trying to kind of keep them on screen as we go through the show. You can do that by checking it out on Spotify, which you'll get a video version of the show, or you can watch it back here on YouTube, where there'll be, well, the timestamps will kind of be funny. They might just be like Xbox Showcase, and then Meg and I burped and left. So we appreciate you so much. Let me grab a couple supers before we get into the next segment. Where are we at here? He's going to talk about Diablo. I don't care. Let's go into some supers here. I mean, yeah, Diablo's great and everything, but
it's cool. It didn't do anything for me at all.
You and I don't like watching fully CG. It's like, no.
But get to the supers. Okay. There's 2 things I want. There's 2 things I want to hit before I leave. One of them is Avowed. The other one is Indy Jones. We need to talk about that before I go.
Okay.
Anyway,
Lady Foxfire says, thank you for the 5. She says, so happy Gears is back, baby. A 9.5 show out of 10 show for me. It was awesome seeing all the awesome pictures you guys shared out there. Quote, Xbox has games. Thank you. I took so many pictures because I was in such a good mood, and being with the people that I talked to in chat. I got to give a shout out. He's not here because his plane is delayed. I got to meet Yodana Quezada. We hung out at IGN Live. We hung out at the JW Marriott. It was so cool seeing him in person. He's here every single week moderating the show with Happy Bomb. Great dude. It was so great to see him. These are moments that are amazing. I don't want to take up too much time about that, but thank you so much. Buckeye Rob, thank you for joining the channel membership. Dev Planet says, thank you for the 5. People said that the Gears collection is being dev for PS5. I'm creeped out because I could totally see E-Day being mistaken for Gears collection. Mag, I don't want to get you into that rabbit hole, but you and I have a different stance. I feel like that the Gears collection was a mixed signal, which led to actually what is Gears E-Day. And that's where I'm going to stand, and I'm going to take the L on it. But we can talk about that in the future.
That's possible too. But I think that there's a possibility that we can have a gentleman's bet on that, and I could say, let's just say for argument's sake, I'll say the opposite. And then if I'm wrong, I'll 100% take the L on it too.
Okay. Hold on. Let
me. You know what I should do? I have an idea.
Go to sleep, Mag.
If I'm wrong, first of all, Rand, do not interrupt me. First things first.
I mean, how can I interrupt you? You're sleeping.
Well, I wouldn't even know that you were here because the camera's not on.
Oh,
achievement unlocked. No camera. Achievement unlocked. 10 points. Minus 10 points for that one.
No, you said plus 10 points.
I'll get a gaming. If I'm wrong, I'll get a gaming tattoo. How about that? To add to my.
What are we betting? What's the bet? What are we betting?
The bet is, here's the bet, Rand, is that Colt is saying that there were mixed signals about the Gears collection. Being being mixed up with the E-Day game that's coming out.
I mean,
I'm still now. I'm standing on the other side. I'm going to stand on the other side and say that the Gears collection is a separate thing away from the mainline Gears of War, which now they did say that the E-Day is part of the mainline Gears of War franchise. So I think I say they're two separate IPs. So let's see if we're right or wrong.
I mean,
we
it's
might
certainly
be right,
possible. You could make the argument that maybe someone mistook Emergence Day for a collection, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they certainly also could put out a collection, because I would imagine both of us, all of us here, would agree that Gears E-Day is probably 2026.
Yes, I would agree.
Right?
Yeah.
So there's still time to put a collection next year, if there was such a thing.
Wasn't this your prediction a week or two ago, Rand, where you said...
Tugger not stop it. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Because I said, I'm not sure if Gears Collection's coming out this year, because we were hearing things, and you said, what if they do... You remember what you said, Rand? You said, what if they put out the collection next year? I think that was your prediction. What if this collection's next year and Gears 6 is the year after that? What if Gears Collection is 25?
In my video was that there would be no Gears Collection this year.
Oh. Yeah. This year.
Did Special Nick not like that part of your video?
I mean, he... It's a lot of Special Nick's stuff didn't come true this year.
You know,
he thinks there's been a leak hunt and people have been caught up in it.
Meg, you're gonna love this. The night before the showcase, I was standing talking to Jez Corden, and he's like, "What do you think we're gonna see tomorrow?" And we just had this discussion, and he goes, "Oh, Colt, no banjo tomorrow." I go, "No banjo?" He goes,
I did notice there was a lot of talk about Playtonic with a partnership with Xbox and, of course, Toys for Bob and everything else, and neither one made an appearance. And it's funny that you mentioned that because someone else sent me something very cryptic saying,
what'd they say?
What you thought was going to be at the show is not going to be at the show. But there was no details on that. I'm like, well, that's pretty goddamn vague, but okay, whatever. But maybe that was the Playtonic / Toys for Bob thing that didn't happen. By the way, Aubrey toll free, you're 100% going to be very pleased in the near future. That's all I'm going to say.
About what? Oh,
nothing.
Oh, okay. I won't read the chat. So Jez says no banjo tomorrow, and I go, oh, that's okay. Yeah. And he goes,
that's fine. Yeah.
Banjo doesn't even exist right now.
Okay, so maybe it just exists. Maybe it just exists on paper.
I'm just gonna act like he was joking because I couldn't tell if he was being serious. But this is the night before the showcase, and then the whole thing went, and there was no banjo, and I thought, I wonder how much truth is there.
it could be previs. Like previs is like 18 months. You know what I mean? Like just getting the storyboards,
You mean like
getting
State of
everything
Decay
down.
3's trailer?
I gave the Banjo Bros hope. I threw it in there in my video just to kind of twist the dagger a little bit. You know what
What'd
I
you
mean?
say?
Like I said, Banjo's gonna be there, but I was like, or maybe it won't be, and you guys will be, coming after me later. But I did it to put the dagger in him a little bit. You got to
Because
throw
you can't
things in that are,
lose.
well, you got to throw things in there that are wrong because you can't always get everything right. Otherwise, people get onto you. So you got to throw in some misses.
Shut up,
there.
Rand. Shut
You got
up.
to throw in some misses.
That's your catch-all. Yeah, that's why we said that Contraband was going to be at the showcase, so people don't think we're always right, Meg?
I mean, Mag's played Contraband. He knows all about it.
No, I didn't play it, Rand. I've seen it. I've seen it.
Meg, I want to give you your choice because if I let you talk about both games, we might be here a while. Which one do you really want to talk about? And then you can stay as long as you want.
Can I be brief about Avowed?
Sure.
Avowed to me. Now hear me out. Now, I'm not trying to insult you for this or whatever.
Go ahead. He's going to insult Avowed.
I don't want to insult anybody specifically, but I gotta say the way that I see seeing Avowed keeps being shown, it's like when Oprah was on a diet and then she was off the diet, then on the diet, then off the diet, then on the diet. It's like she was skinny, then she wasn't, then she's skinny, then she wasn't, then she. It's like this game keeps showing. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh, that looks good. Oh, that doesn't look so good. And I'm like, okay, that looks good. That doesn't look so good. And what I saw yesterday, I wasn't sold on it, dude. I'm sorry. And I'm like. Really? I wasn't sold on it, and it didn't do anything for me. And I watched the deep dive. Go, okay. I'm like, Mag, don't be a jerk. Let's watch the deep dive, and let's talk, because they had, what's her name there? I always forget her name. A nice lady. She talked about the game, and then they showed the details. They showed all the weapons, and you know what I mean? Like all the perks and everything else, and the upgrades and all that in the game, and what you could do. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this just isn't for me. And I'm like, that's fair. That's fair. Not everything is going to be for everybody. And like I said, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I say the more I see, the more it's just not meant for me. And that's totally fine. I enjoy my RPGs. I just don't enjoy them like that. Like it was going in a direction I'm not too impressed with. So that's that. And that's fine. Like I said, not every game's for everybody. Indy Jones, I was disappointed with another 4 minutes of story as opposed to, remember what we talked about last week?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted that vertical slice of a whole level. Like, not a whole level. Show me 5 minutes of gameplay.
I did not like the Indiana Jones segment at all.
Uncut. Thank you. Yeah. Uncut. Because you know what the thing is? 30 minutes before, you showed me raw gameplay of South of Midnight, which is coming out. We don't know when. Sometime in 2025 or beyond. We don't know 100%, right?
Rand, was there a date for South Midnight?
I think it was 2025.
It was just 2025.
Okay.
All right. So that could be anywhere from a year.
Hey, at this point, they both
whatever.
shown as much gameplay as each other.
Right. So now the thing is, and then they go to Indiana Jones, which is presumably launching this year. By the way, they didn't show a release date again. Nothing. They just said 2024. So I'm like, okay, there's a pattern here. I've seen 3 games, something tangible. And I know Rand has talked about it before. Yes, Rand, I listen to your shows. And like,
no,
of course I do. Of course I do. I just creep in the background. And so like, I'm listening to what you know how you say, like when you want to see a trailer, you don't need to see CGI. You want to see something tangible that you are going to do yourself as a gamer, right?
Well, to be fair, I always say the first showing can be CGI.
Of course, yeah.
That's
the
fine.
very first one. I'm fine with an announced trailer being mostly cinematics or CGI. It's like when you see it a second or third time, at that point, kind of want mostly gameplay.
I want to see me jumping up, climbing up ledges, going into temples, doing a puzzle, dodging.
Why didn't they show you walking into the mission, doing something and triggering the cutscene? Show the cutscene, and then all this fighting was happening where all you're doing is sitting there with your controller in your hand. That was really frustrating. And then
they did show the intro to the cutscene, Colt. He walked across the bridge. He went into the battleship. They found the thing on the floor, and then the cutscene started.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. They did, but then you got this montage of gameplay across the span of the game. I'm like, we saw that last year.
Let me. Okay, I agree with you. I said in my reaction that I felt that trailer didn't come off very well, because when you even think about the show, there's so many other games that I would put above Indy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because they blew their load in January. we saw a lot of the game in January.
Yeah.
So showing up here and you just show a cutscene, kind of covered in snow, with surrounded by gameplay of stuff we already had seen previously, it didn't come off well. And the reason I think they did a cutscene, Mag, is because I think they want to hammer home that you're going to see Indiana Jones. Because the gameplay is strictly first person.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, here's Indiana Jones. No, it's going to be like the movie. It's Indiana.
They did really nail the tone. So I walked away from that. And I want to say that I was super disappointed, but they did really nail that Troy Baker and this Harrison Ford like mix-up thing, mashup is really going to work well. Like the tone and the tension and the humor on both sides translated really well, where you're like, this is classic Indiana Jones. Yeah, but I was just frustrated with
the gameplay parts were kind of quick and fast because it's all first person, but the content was focused around, Indiana Jones, seeing him, hearing him, having the funny villains and stuff. And that's why I think they use that as the, because a lot of people are going to be tuning into this. And so I think that's why they went with the long cutscene, because it's Indiana Jones.
What do you give the Indiana Jones trailer on a scale of 1 to 10, Randolph Thor? Mag's giving scores.
I'm giving scores on the trailers.
5, maybe. Yeah, it was definitely in the bottom. Yep.
You give it a Fonz Hellblade out of 10?
I gave it a 5 as well. Funny enough, I was about to say.
Yeah. I didn't care for the trailer. I didn't really care about where it was set. Everything was just snow. I was kind of like, but that's okay. But as far as the release dates, Mag, I saw an interesting tweet from Matt Piscatella about this. He's the MPD guy, right?
Yep.
He says, quote, they should have announced release dates, ! And he goes, why? Xbox gamers are almost completely entirely digital now, so shifting is easy and dev is hard. Why announce a date until 100% certain when any shift in an announced date will result in an onslaught of, quote, is X game in trouble posts here and in YouTube videos? 2024 is good enough until the dev team is ready to fully commit. Back when physical pre-orders and discs manufacturing was the most important thing, it made more sense to announce specific dates. Now, there's no need to.
Okay, that's a good point.
It's a good point, but I mean, we're starting to creep towards the halfway point of the year. This is what I'm starting to say. At what point do they feel comfortable to say, okay, well, you don't want to be like, okay, well, we're great to launch it next month. You want to have a point in time where the marketing team is going to have a chance to be able to.
No, they're going to market it a week before, Mag.
What are you going to do? No, that can't happen. And we saw how that doesn't work. You have to build some anticipation towards it. They don't release a trailer for a film 3 weeks before it comes out.
No.
Netflix does, though.
Wow, Netflix. What?
Netflix will release trailers, but Netflix doesn't do a lot of marketing for any. They let word of mouth take over most of the time. Nobody even heard of Baby Reindeer before it came out.
I don't know if that's working for Xbox, though.
Because of word of mouth, right?
Yeah. I'll give it that, but I still think that there has to be a marketing push that should be at least, in my opinion, 6 to 8 weeks long of a marketing push. So now, as each day passes, we're creeping closer and closer where that 6 to 8 weeks is going to start going into the end of December, the end of the year, and you're like, okay, well, what's happening here? Because now we're trying to negotiate 3 things. You're trying to negotiate Avowed, Shattered Space, and Indiana Jones, right?
Well, speaking of,
you're trying to dance.
And
you're also
Microsoft
trying to
Flight Sim and
those you can drop anytime because those games already exist. They're already out there. It's like Elder Scrolls Online.
Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't already exist.
God damn it, Colt! You have to be a pain in the ass. They're trying to negotiate.
Rand said it.
I know. You have to negotiate that all around Call of Duty as well, which now has a date of
every
October
launch
25th.
Is important, whether you're a flight sim or whatever, but.
More
Xbox
so a game
has
that
been
hasn't
typically
any content, right? Microsoft Flight Simulator has been releasing content for a year and a half now.
Yeah, this is an actually brand new release though. It's not an add-on to the last game.
Yeah, it's going to be standalone. But Xbox has been typically giving their release dates much closer to launch to avoid all that stuff that Matt Piscatella explained. Now, when you said Starfield is different because Starfield had been launched had been delayed so many times behind the scenes and publicly, it just seemed like it was forever. That in March of 2023, they said September 9th. That was, or September 6th, whatever it was, right? But I think for the rest of the games like Avowed and Indy and Flight Sim, that Xbox is going to wait until they're in the 3-month window to give the release date. What are you thinking, Rand?
I mean, they got Gamescom coming up in August. I would imagine they would know by August if Indiana Jones and Avowed are hitting this year.
Yeah. Hey, Magnum in the chat. Magnum's a good guy in the chat. He says, "Here comes running down Xbox." Like, no, like
no one's
these are
down Xbox.
These are valid. We're with him.
We're not, and this is not a complaint. This is a question. I'm asking questions. I'm allowed to ask questions in this world, Magnum. All right, let me tell you something. I gave the showcase a 9 out of 10. It was the best Xbox showcase I've seen in years. If you want me to lick their balls anymore, I'm not going to do it. Maybe you can do that. Maybe you could fly from Australia next year, and I'll be standing at the airport waiting for you. Anyways, we can go to the show together.
We love Magnum. He's here every week. But yeah,
Magnum. This showcase was up there with the all-time greats, Mag.
It was absolutely
Sony's E3 2015, 2016.
I agree.
Right, like
I would put it in the top 5 E3 presentations of all time, and I don't mean just Xbox. I mean in general. Magnum, we're 100% going to this next year, and we're going to go to Hollywood. We're going to go to Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, everybody says they're going to go, and then they don't go.
Let me read this one from Lady Foxfire wants me to give you a shout, Mag. Lady Foxfire, thanks for the 5. Says, "I'm a Gears fangirl, so I'm biased as F, but Mag is right. It's a lot better to have gameplay and dates, but Gears of War is still my #1 highlight."
Hey, man. And you know what? Like I said, I wasn't trying to diminish anybody's excitement about Gears of War. I'm just saying that when I see a game that's more tangible and in front of my face, I'm going to put that as a priority over something that could be 2 years away. So if something's coming out in, like, for example, Flintlock comes out in 5 weeks, I'm going to focus on Flintlock as opposed to Gears of War that's 2 years away. Right? So it's just logical. It's like I'm not even thinking of, like, for example, I'm not even thinking about GTA 6. Which is
like, same. I kind of like trying to push.
But Lady Foxfire though is Gears to the core.
I know she is. I know she is.
You know that means to those people who like love Gears, that's going to speak to them in a way it may not speak to other people. Where they're like, and screw it. 2 years away, perfectly fine. I get my Gears. It's back finally, right? You know?
So right. Man, you know that Gears trailer was full in-game and in-engine assets. But we didn't get to see gameplay, but I think we all here think that E-Day comes out in 2026, right?
That would make sense.
Did you see Jeff Keighley get smoked on that?
Do you have access to that? Somebody sent that to me.
Holy crap.
Okay, can I ask, before you get into that, which is, can I ask a quick question to both you guys and the chat? I want to hear what you...
Meg, you don't talk to me that much, you know? Let's have a chit-chat, you know?
We are having a chit-chat right now, Rand. And here's my question. My question is, now that they own Call of Duty, and now that they have E-Day coming out, presumably in 2026, which I would imagine would be in the fall, where would you, if you were Rand, if you were an executive and you're the one in charge of release dates, where would you put Gears of War E-Day around Call of Duty? Because now you have 2 massive games that are good, massive IPs, both with a large multiplayer component attached to it. Where would you put Gears of War E-Day in conjunction with Call of Duty?
It's interesting because you can even also throw in there potentially something like Perfect Dark, because that also didn't have a year, and that could be 2026, right?
Yeah.
But that's a single player narrative. I'm saying like a game that has a large multiplayer.
You're talking about the multiplayer aspect.
Yes. Where would you put it in conjunction with Call of Duty? Would you put it within a month? Would you give it 2 months to breathe? How would you do it? And it's a question that someone has to answer sometime very soon at Microsoft headquarters. They're going to have to figure out how to do this.
My answer is I don't give a crap what your problem is. Launch them all at the same day because we've been waiting 10 years for games. I don't really mean that. Or do I?
Where would you do?
What would you do? What's the buffer you got to put, Rand?
I mean, one... we'd also have to be like absolutely certain that Gears is launching then. Like, so first off is development going to be finished? Is that when you're actually planning on launching is fall of 2026 alongside Call of Duty? Is this a launch title for the next Xbox? Which may not even matter because most things are going to be cross-gen anyways. realistically, you'd probably want to give them space. But Call of Duty is bigger.
I think you launch Gears first, but how much space?
I don't know. I guess
a month.
There's a part of me that thinks, why don't you, like, hypothetically, let's just assume that Gears is a launch title, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. 2026.
I would even say let's have COD as a launch title. So you launch the system with the new COD and the new Gears.
Jesus, that would be something, wouldn't it?
I'm just saying hypothetically because we don't know, and maybe
guys,
it doesn't matter
no,
because
no.
everything's going to be cross-gen regardless, right?
But how
Right,
different is
so-
the audience? Like the people who play Gears and jump all over Gears multiplayer every evening are not the same people that play COD every evening, are they?
No, I don't think so.
So if they're like 3 weeks
I don't know,
apart,
man.
like what you normally launch a Call of Duty in the second week of November, Rand, is that about what it is for COD?
Well, you can launch it from like last week of October to anywhere between like
yeah.
when
Gears
the
is-
news.
Seeing that this Call of Duty is October 25th.
You put out
Right.
Gears 6 in September, like they did with Gears 5. I think that's what it was. If you remember
Yeah.
right, Rand?
Right.
The day we were like, we
Good.
have Gears.
So just after Labor
also-
Day, basically.
I also think it's like when the game's done. It may not be done
yeah.
until X time, but I mean it's an interesting discussion because
It may come up. That's what I'm saying. Like it may not
will.
happen, but there may be a convergence of the two titles, and there's something that you're going to want to have. Two large communities that are going to be, you know what I mean, that are going to be
Meg's
involved in
right.
the game like for a long period of time, and that's where I'm saying like you want the engagement, right? And then that's where they measure their success now is an engagement, and engagement of course breeds money. And so, therefore, they're going to want to have to maximize that engagement. So, I would imagine they don't want to, cannibalize each other, And so, I just figured that's now that they own it, because now we're talking about a company that now has Halo, Gears, and Call of Duty. Those are three major online components there under one umbrella. It's a very interesting thing. It's going to be a very wild next 3 years is going to be very interesting to watch how this all plays out, right? Because as you know, they're also working on Halo as well. So there's going to be all kinds of cool stuff that's going to be happening. So I'm really I'm there for it.
I'm with you,
interested.
Mag. Whenever it's ready, they launch it in the fall. And COD is always there every year if they continue this way. That's interesting. I don't know what they'll do, but
I don't know. Well,
I think
boys,
you can
boys,
get 3 to 4 weeks is enough buffer time. Put out
don't
Gears
you dare
first.
leave.
I-
Don't
my-
you dare leave.
Rand, I have to go, dude. It's super late here, so
I'm gonna
I
look
do
and see
have
if
to
there's
run.
anything for you that anybody's ask you, and then I'll let you go. Here's one.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Grandpa's
It's all good.
Barbecue Game Cat says, with an Australian 5, thanks for this, Grandpa. He says, thanks, Grandpa. He says, timeline is so important, Mag. Looks like a solid 18 to 24 months of constant releases on Xbox.
Yes, absolutely, and that's going to continue. That's going to continue for the future. So we were waiting for that, and you're getting exactly that. So and like I said, not ignore, but just sort of push aside all the other stuff about what's going where, who's going what's going third party, what's not. Just Phil said it himself. Play it where you want to play it and enjoy what you're going to want to enjoy. They're making their money. They're going to continue to make their money, and they're going to continue to do just fine. And like I said, at the end of the day, when ABK came around, I think, in my opinion, a lot of the game plans started turning towards, well, you know what? We're a third-party publisher that has an ecosystem of its own, right? So they have their ecosystem on its own, and they also happen to be a third-party publisher. So they're going to do just fine. Nobody has to worry about. No one's going to lose sleep about them losing money. They're not going to. So.
Yeah,
Enjoy
Rand
the
and I are
game
going to talk
where
about
you
that
want.
later, but yeah, everyone's
You guys
all,
talk
what's
about
going to
it.
happen? Are you guys okay?
Like everything's just going to be just fine. Play them where you want. You want to play it on PlayStation? You want to play it on Xbox? You want to play it on PC? You want to play it on Switch too? Do whatever you want. But at the end of the day, all that matters is the quality. We're getting great quality games, and then we get them at a regular cadence. That's all that matters to me. I don't care where I get to play it. Just have a great time doing it. But anyways, to end off this, we almost went 2.5 hours here. I would say that end off this show.
Oh, no.
I gave the show an absolute 9 out of 10. I thought it was basically a masterpiece in my opinion. I thought it was a great. There were a couple of caveats that kind of brought it down just a little bit with a couple of the games that we discussed earlier, but I say the show overall was a 9 out of 10. It was well put together. Xbox absolutely deserves all of the credence that they got for such a great show. But anyways, Randall Thor, Colt Eastwood, you guys have a wonderful evening. And I will listen to the rest of the show tomorrow when I get up. So
okay, Meg, I appreciate you, bro.
Y'all have a great night. And chat, you were amazing.
Yeah, send some love to Mag. We appreciate you.
Magnum, you're okay. I'll see you next week, dude. You're all right. I'll see you next week. It's same with Malik. I love you too. All right, guys. Everybody have a great night.
Thank you, Meg. See ya. Rand and I are going to talk about, thanks, Meg. We're going to talk about the rest of let me get this back in. Let's hit some buttons here. Where are they? Boom.
Doing some button hitting?
Yeah, I got to get everything back up and normal and get my light back on. So, I made some changes on the stuff on the PC, so everything's not quite ready, but there's a ton of stuff to talk about.
I made some changes on my PC. I don't know if you saw. I made a thumbnail for my video yesterday, but because I switched PCs, the font that we use for
Wait, you made a reaction video?
I made a regular video last night, yeah.
Oh, dang. Okay.
You didn't even know, bro? What's up?
I've been like totally disconnected from everything.
No,
and you don't tweet. You didn't tweet. You don't even freaking tweet your videos out anymore.
I did tweet it though.
Bro, I didn't see anything from you. I haven't seen any interaction from you.
Go look at my Twitter. Go look at my Twitter real quick.
Hold on, where's my phone at? Hi, Chad. Welcome, Randall Thor to the show.
Yes. How's it going, everybody?
So you know, a lot of stuff's gone on over the past week. Rand and I have not had a chance to talk at all.
No.
So let's see. I blocked you on Twitter. Let me look here.
As you should.
Rand.
Should have been one of my last tweets.
There you are. Okay. I'm looking. Hold on.
You'll notice it. You'll see it right away.
Okay. The best show ever.
Yeah, but look at the font, though.
Oh, well, you have like it's kind of the Xbox stuff font.
Because
you don't have the font
PCs.
that I use on your PC.
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, it wouldn't let me because it's like you don't have it here. I'm like, oh well, I'll have to wait till Colt comes back.
Well, there's nothing I could do from where I was.
Yeah, but I was like, I don't have it on my PC because I haven't. Yeah, so.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, cool. I'm glad you made a video. When you said reaction, I thought you did a stream, but you did do a stream, didn't you?
I did.
You've been busy.
Yeah, I did a stream and then I did a video.
Well, it's like the biggest moment for Xbox.
There's a lot to talk about.
Okay,
so many things.
So everybody knows, Rand and I haven't talked. Meg and I went through and talked about our reaction to Doom, Say Decay, Shattered Space, South of Midnight. I just have to ask you about a couple that are really important to me, and then we'll move on to where we left off.
You, though? What do you mean by important to you? What does that mean? Important.
They really resonated with me at the show, and some things that I got wrong and what I thought was going to happen.
You damn insider, you.
Well, briefly, Rand, I want to talk about Say Decay. I think it looks phenomenal, but
I mean, definitely visual upgrade for sure.
Definitely, but like they didn't show. They had a bunch of stuff that definitely is never going to be in the game, like getting out and stumbling, like when they see it, like that's not in the game. That's a cutscene. I think it's all in engine, but
they definitely had a couple instances of gameplay though, clear gameplay shots.
So I was telling Mag maybe 30% gameplay and the rest was all in engine. But I don't know. What'd you think, like off the top of your head? How much gameplay was there?
The thing is, I'm not the biggest fan of State of Decay. So to me, it needed to be a visual improvement over the second one, and this one looked really well, really, really nice. You can definitely tell the upgrade, and then you could sort of tell the themes they're going with. But
I gotta change your name on here.
It's all gonna be essentially what it comes down to, like the online stuff, like no tether. I did see in the Wire post they're talking about they work with Obsidian, the Grounded Tech, about like co-op save worlds and stuff. They were working with the Coalition, so I mean, it definitely is something that interests me. Like after seeing that and be like, okay, and the snippets of gameplay that we got definitely seemed like an improvement over State of Decay 2.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll see it again next year at the showcase because that's probably a 2026 game, I would imagine at this point.
Yeah, I just feel like Undead Labs or these studios should know by now. There's a couple things they need to add in to their trailer to give. We're so keen-eyed as fans when we see something like, I want to see how you actually move in the world. I wanted to see, like, even if just half a second, a couple of melee swipes to see if those animations kind of suck in State of Decay 2. The gunplay's okay. It's pretty stiff. The animation of the character, they got to stick up their rear end. And I wouldn't say I'm a big fan of State of Decay, but I've got 60 or 80 hours in it. I've played a lot with a bunch of different friends, so I'm well versed in it. But I did like it showing. So I'm kind of like, yay, I guess.
Well, what did they say for what did they say in the bottom of the trailer? Do you remember? Because they kind of would say like, hey,
I don't know if they did all of that on.
Let me see. Let me see. I'll look.
I could bring it up. I'll have to change your name on that too.
Let's see.
Let's change this one.
Because I think because the Fable one said, okay, it says in-game footage and cinematics is what they said.
Quick.
Yeah. Because the Fable one was just in-game. So this says in-game footage and cinematics. So it's a mix of actual gameplay with cinematic stuff.
So they're going to have cinematics in the game, I would assume, if they're going to do this. I don't want to see cinematics just for trailer because the State of Decay 2 trailer was amazing. Car going through the roadway in the woods, it slides in by a gas station, takes out zombies. It looks so incredible. You need to get the game. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if the snippets of the stuff that we saw were gameplay, I mean,
which they are,
that is a very big improvement in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that was State of Decay. Let me move forward to another one. You're like, what do you mean by it was important to me?
Was it important?
Let me go to, I'm just going to scrub here a second. So, Starfield's Shatter Space looks incredible. I mean, I already made Mag and I already talked about it for 10 minutes.
And purples and stuff. Ooh.
Yeah, you were loving that, right?
Dude, when they went outside and you saw like the broken rock and like all the pink and purple stuff outside, I was like, okay, that is a very interesting design.
Finally.
And I've told you I deleted Starfield because off my hard drive because I would re-download it when Shattered Space comes. That's what I'm looking forward to. And they definitely hooked me. That expansion based on House Faroon and the Serpent looks kind of cool. You know how Starfield was. I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier, but a lot of Starfield's marketing, a lot of stuff in Starfield had a very hopeful feeling.
Oh yes,
right?
Yes, like
even
the way beyond.
Even the way the theme is, it's like dun dun dun, like it's uplifting in a way. Mm-hmm. This one felt more like sinister, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a mystery, like things are going bad. I don't know. Like I definitely got like, oh, this isn't going to be a good time sort of vibe for your main character. Like there's some bad things going on here. Versus some of the
main game of Starfield, like you don't really have a villain, which to its detriment, really. There isn't an overarching villain.
You do. There is a villain that's introduced essentially like halfway through for the main story, but
yeah, it's not quite the same. But Shatter Space showed really great. I'm going to skip through here. And then they did the obligatory Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls. And for those of you who checked out the show at the beginning, Sea of Thieves, yes, we will get to it because I just want to hear Rand's reaction. I didn't even know he put out a video. Okay, so
you get on me for making videos,
bro.
I literally make 2 videos in a week, and you don't.
While I'm gone, I'm not even there. I think I made your thumbnail the morning before I left. I got to hear what you think about South of Midnight. I talked about it. We both.
You should see my reaction to it. It's funny. I had Gamsley.
Yeah.
He DM'd me because it was just going to be me. Like the last couple of years, I streamed the show and it's just me. He was like, "Hey, can I come on there with you? I'm ready." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not? Nobody else is going to be here." So it was great because I've never spoken to him before. We had a nice conversation about it, I think, but it was nice to have somebody react with you, right?
Yeah,
bro, you need to go and listen to my reaction because I was like, "This is what the game is." I was stunned, Colt. I was not expecting South of Midnight to look like that. No, but stunned in a good way.
Oh, no.
I was kidding. I sat there.
I did not. Yeah.
Because as you know, I've been a compulsion hater.
That's kind of what I told the audience here, that I was like, don't get too hyped up. They have to prove their worth. And
no, they do, but I'm not a fan of compulsion. And I was like, okay, South of Midnight, sure, the stop motion stuff looks cool. It's definitely different than what I thought they would do. And then I saw the gameplay, and it's like third-person action, adventure slasher type of thing. And I was like, holy crap, maybe there's even some hints of Metroidvania, because you had like a double jump plus like a glide thing.
Yeah.
I was like,
and a lasso or a grapple type thing.
Yeah,
Bro.
Dude, that could honestly be up there as like one of my favorite things from the showcase.
Yes,
that's how
Meg said the same thing. Now Meg got in trouble because he said the South of Midnight moment for him, and I agree with him too. It was a bigger moment than even the great Gears E3 thing, because it was such as well. They're both huge surprises, but we also got to see a nice vertical slice of South of Midnight. And
yeah, that's true. A lot of the Xbox stuff here had gameplay, even if it did have cinematics or CGI. A lot of it was gameplay, which is something we always complained about, being like, I want to see what the game looks like. So yeah, you start out the South of Midnight. I have seen people complaining about the frame rate on how it animates on the twos for the character. Everything's 60 frames except the character, because it's
you think they'll
motion.
have a toggle for that for people that if it doesn't sit right with them, like via accessibility or just for preference?
Maybe they will. I don't know.
Because I think when she runs, it's hard to tell sometimes that her animations, like the Spider-Verse suit in Miles Morales, I think some of her animations were looking like they were on twos, but the world was definitely moving in camera in 60, which makes fluidity. That's not a problem if the camera moves at 60. But
but I mean,
this game looks fantastic.
That's showing. I couldn't be more shocked when I saw the game, when she immediately pans behind her and she starts running. I'm like, this is what the game is. I was like, this is awesome.
You know what I told you on the phone before I left for Showcase was, what if South of Midnight with that string pulling, she's going to throw out something, right? In that last trailer, she gets that string thing ready. What if it's a first person Ghostwire Tokyo style combat game? And I'm like, we like that. You and I like that. But when they went third person, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Yeah, because Xbox kind of has a thing about not doing third person action games. They have a thing about doing first person.
They're allergic to it, right?
No, you always say that.
Oh, okay.
That's your thing.
They're allergic to it. All right.
They're allergic to doing first person.
All right. We talked about a lot of stuff. I'm going to scrub through the show here. Oh, I mean, I have to stop at Perfect Dark. Let me see if I can find it. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm sorry if you guys already heard Mag and I talk about it, but Rand and I got a riff on you with this. Tell me what. Give me the Perfect Dark, Rand. What was it?
I mean, have you seen the talking points now? Everybody's talking about her chin.
Oh, the jawline. Yeah.
The jawline.
Yeah, I wish I had one, huh?
Yeah, the jawline. No, I mean, we don't talk about that stupid shit, but
yeah. Tell me, how did it hit? Like, how were you?
See, the thing is, there's been a lot of talk about this game online because of the bad state it might have been in, right?
Sure.
That was the talking points. Crystal Dynamics was brought in. We haven't seen it in almost 4 years. So there's a lot of trepidation of seeing the game again for the first time, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I was so impressed. So impressed, because I was getting Deus Ex vibes.
Yeah,
like immersive
I told
sim,
people to expect that, but yeah.
Like the little sort of icons in the bottom corners, like, scan the voice and stuff and finding a way in. Combat looked cool, although the combat did have kind of some quick flashes here or there, but yeah, I was.
How are you feeling on the traversal? I don't think you played Dying Light 1 or 2, did you?
No, I mean, I played Dying Light 1, and I have played a little bit of Dying Light 2.
So how are you feeling about that part? Are you okay with that?
No, I'm fine with parkour. But yeah, dude, and it's funny, one of the things I've been doing is I've been checking a lot of reactions of people. And
like reaction videos?
Yeah, reaction videos. Dude, the amount of super positive Xbox, like people that hate Xbox or like downplay it, are like, yo, Perfect Dark looks like a banger. Like, people are normally that you would expect to hate on it. They're like, that looks really good. And it's certain, like, Perfect Dark impressed the hell
Looks
out
so
of me.
slick.
And it's like, okay, keep cooking.
It's interesting that this game doesn't have the hyper-realistic look that was kind of leaked a month ago when that unrecord GoPro style game was shown. Like, it's very stylized. I was feeling a little bit, I said this earlier, feeling a little bit of like kind of a mix of Dishonored art style with how would you explain the graphics and the art style of this game?
I mean, they're definitely.
I'm looking at it now.
It's definitely not photorealistic. It definitely has a stylized piece to it, but I'm okay with that. You know,
very cool.
I mean, I think the game looks good enough for what it's doing, and you know, the game. I don't think the game's coming out anytime soon. So,
how long are we going to be waiting for Perfect Dark?
I mean, you figure with what's announced for 2025, with Fable, South of Midnight, and Doom, another Call of Duty, potentially Clockwork Revolution, potentially a Gears collection, Forza Horizon 6 potentially.
You still think Gears collection exists, that it wasn't a wire cross?
I'm just saying, that's why I used the word potentially, because it may not be real, but I'm just throwing things out there, right?
Oh man. I'll
Perfect
throw
Dark
out
could
there.
be a 2026 game easily.
Yeah, I think so too. Perfect Dark 26.
I mean, look at like Fable, the games that came back after missing for a while. Fable showed the first time last year. It's coming out in 2025. So 2023, 2025, 2 years. Perfect Dark shows up for the first time this year. It's 2024. 2 years will be 2026. Gears, 2024, 2026. You know, State of Decay, 2024, 2026. So
if you're going to launch next generation with Gears E-Day the year before, giving everybody on PC and Xbox Series consoles a polished Gears collection would definitely get people hyped up for next year's E-Day.
I'm good with a 2-year from reveal to release. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm
2
good.
years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, that's great. Like, we saw Fable last year, see Fable this year. We know Fable's coming out next year. All right.
It just sucks we saw it 4 years ago. That reveal's
that's the only bad thing. Yeah. But anything moving forward, like the Gears reveal's not. We at least hope. We hope the Gears reveal is in 2 years. The Gears coming out is in 2 years and not
3.
You know, it disappears and we see it again in 4 years from now for release 2 years later, right? Like,
we'll talk about Gears in a minute, but when Marcus fell down and held onto the pipe, and you see like his whole body, and I think people are going to go, there's no way it looks like that. But I'm like, have you seen Gears 5 on an Xbox One X? Like, Gears looks so good. And I leaned over to Fonz and I go, it's going to look that good. Like, as a prediction.
How is our buddy Fonz? Because he's not on Twitter no more.
Okay, so Fonz.
Tell me, how is Fonz feeling?
Fonz came back to Twitter because Xbox won him over with the merch, with the free swag.
You said he wouldn't be able to resist staying off Twitter. Congratulations, you won, Colt.
Hey, I got something right this week, right?
Mm-hmm. So Fonz loved it?
Fonz loved it, man. If you want to see, like I said, told people earlier, if you want to see Fonz in a good mood, you got to be there when Xbox has a good showcase. Let me see what else. Hold on. What else is on this?
Dude, Fable?
We
really not going to talk about Fable?
Oh my gosh, Mag and I didn't even talk about Fable.
You didn't even talk about Fable?
Was Fable after Perfect Dark? I did not expect Fable to show up. I told people, don't expect it.
Because Perfect Dark showed up, and then Matt Booty was there, and then they went to the cinematic of Diablo 4, and then Fable.
Okay, I've got it up on screen for everybody. We completely skipped Fable. I'm so glad. Rand, I'm so glad you're here to talk about Fable. I have a ton to say. I'm going to give you the floor first. I did not expect to see this. I told people, no, you'll see it at Direct. Like, there's no reason to show it.
Well, I thought South of Midnight. Well, in my prediction video, I said Fable would be there, but I did say South of Midnight would, and I thought South of Midnight would be at the Direct. Happy to be wrong, though.
Absolutely.
Also happy to be right about Fable. So
you win some, you lose. Well, how are you feeling? Like the thing showed up.
So
let's hear it.
One of the things I remember was last year about the doubting that Fable actually looked like that it was gameplay and everything. And once we played Hellblade 2, we were kind of like, yeah, Fable can look like that.
This can be done.
Right?
Yeah.
They opened up this trailer, and at the very bottom it says in-game footage.
I'm going to pause on
just
one
in-game.
segment here, right there.
And I was like, okay, they're going to flex because it's really going to look this good. And
they said that last year. They said in-game footage.
They sure did. They all came out and said, no, this is what the game looks like. But I think it's because everybody's been burned by stuff like Watch Dogs or The Division, things that had come out in years previous that looked way better in the trailers, with the downgrades. So a lot of people are thinking, no way it looks that good. Shows up here. No. Okay, this is how it looks on, whether on a Series X or PC. But I think they even said it was on the Series X last year.
Oh, yes. Yes, they did. They did.
Bro, I
got to hear that shot when she walks through the village, the third-person shot.
When she's in Bowerstone? And you see her walking up to the people?
Yeah.
I went off on my video, Colt. So yesterday, when I made my video, you know how I normally record? I kind of record in segments. I'll say something and I'll stop, and then I'll start it up, and I'll say something, and then I edit out all my mistakes. To make it all sound kind of cohesive, but I always have something in my head I want to say. It's just sometimes I stop the recording to start. My video yesterday ended up being 31 minutes long that I cut down to 27, Colt, and I did it in one take.
Really?
No, I didn't stop because everything was flowing because I just felt a certain way. And I talked about, here's Playground Games, a racing studio who came into the game and eventually dominated the entire genre. There is no racing game that even comes close to Forza Horizon. They've passed up all the masters. The spin-off has become the king. And now you're telling me that they're going to do this to the action RPG segment? And there's a lot of competitors there. And I'm not saying they'll be better than CD Projekt Red or all the other ones. But when you look at that, dude,
And we know it's real because we just played Hellblade.
Yeah, I honestly think we're in for an absolute treat with Fable.
When is Fable coming out?
Next year. It's got to be fall game. It's got to be
because it says 25
November, September. But dude, that game looks incredible. Like the color choices when it's night versus when it's day. How the lush forest looks, how the city looks,
the light, that soft lighting. Let's talk about
the camera work.
Let's talk about the combat reveal because there was a little bit extra. We saw the sword slash, a slam, and a fireball.
Yeah.
What did we see?
You saw the air. She knocked people up in the air and shot someone with an arrow
with like levitation.
Then she did like a combat takedown with the sword, and then
very Hellblade-like.
She caught an arrow and threw it back at somebody to kill him. I guess maybe if you wanted to criticize it, there was no like combat overview where it was just whatever.
That's at the direct, baby.
I know, but 2025, still the same character. I know you kind of, although people are saying she looks a little different. Like they touched her up a little bit.
Some of my friends said that that she looks exactly the same, but I think they kind of smooth some things out a little bit. I'm going to pause on this moment here because my first time watching the trailer, I thought Humphrey was talking about the heroine, and she's like, she's back. Like, duh, I'm right here. I'm behind you. And after watching the trailer a second time, I might bring Fonz in a few minutes here, but the layout is like, I got to change some things. But Fonz said, no, it's this villain, this woman with the about this, the black ink on her hand.
So I think a lot of people think Humphrey's voiceover is about the main character.
Mm-hmm.
But I always tell you, media literacy is dead because he's describing. I don't know if this is the main villain of the game, but he's describing the girl that shows up at the end because how she's terrifying and how she made all the wrong choices and stuff. So he's describing her, and then she shows up at the end, and then 22. Honestly, when you look at everything, this is tough because I would say my games of the show could easily be Doom, could easily be Fable, could easily be Gears E-Day, could easily be South of Midnight, could easily be Perfect Dark.
I know. Right? What a good problem to have, finally.
Not even to mention, you know me, Colt. I don't like turn-based RPGs, but that Expedition 33 game, with how it looked and the presentation of it, had me like, okay, All
Yep.
right. Even
Bro,
like
they
the low
were cooking
segments,
in that theater. People were electrified.
and
Hey,
people
what
were
about that Frag
electrified.
Punk free-to-play shooter that's going to be a lot cheaper than Concord? I don't think people care
Yeah,
about
well
Frag
then
Punk, but-
you Valorant's also coming to consoles as well. So
Right,
good
right.
luck. Good luck to Concord.
Let me look at
Good
the
luck.
list.
30
Hey, how about
30 dude.
Adam Fall?
Adam Fall, cool.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Colt. 30 games shown at this. 17 by first party. 17. Name me anybody else who's doing 17 first party games at a showcase. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. It never happens. I mean, I don't know if it happened back in the day with Nintendo. They might be the only ones who ever have done it. But who else is out here that can legitimately put out 17 looks at new content of new games coming between now and 2 years from now, and then existing updates to, their live service stuff,
Mhm.
right? It's like actually incredible. This is what we all thought was going to happen. It just kind of happened later than we all imagined. Like I imagined this happening in 2022 or 2023. It just sort of seemed like everything
was so
kind of came
delayed.
together now instead of then. But dude, I think I gave the show a 10 out of 10. I said maybe you could lower it to a 9.5 off of the fact that Avowed and Indiana Jones and Shattered Space didn't have a release date for this year.
You know what?
If you wanted to nitpick it a little bit,
I'm not going to knock down a score for not having a release date, because I'm kind of with Matt Piscatella on this. Like, they've already given us more than I could play. We didn't even talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm going to bring Fonz in here whenever he's ready, because there were some multiplats that have been shown or were shown on this showcase. Let me go to I've got an overlay here, I think, for where is it? There's where is it? That's gameplay podcast 3. And I think I just need to hit one more button. Bear with me and I'll change the names. Everyone's like, oh, the names aren't right. I think I go to this and I think that'll fix it. Yes. Vaughn's turn on your camera, you slime ball. I told him to get on here if he's on camera. There's 2 Rands. I love it.
he doesn't need to be on camera.
Yeah, I
no
guess he
camera's
doesn't.
the way to go.
Oh gosh.
Fonz is just with.
I'm gonna
Fonz
put
is
his
just with
name
it.
Xbox Fonz. as a little inside joke from this weekend, but yeah, where's that thing? All right. Fonz, if he gives you that crap where the camera won't come up, make sure you have everything else shut off, or just close out of Discord and redo it. But I can't hear him yet. Let me make sure I've got this on the list here. Fable looks amazing. Indiana Jones we covered. Yeah, we'll talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows once Fonz gets in here. While he's getting that up, let me read a couple supers. Rand, thank you so much for being here. I didn't talk to you all weekend.
I know, right?
It's tough. We've got Red Wolf, thank you so much. He says Starfield mods are here. There are 5 official Bethesda mods that are achievement friendly, which can be recognized by the cog symbol. All others are free. I can't wait to check that out. Are you Johnny says, I'll be buying Lego Horizon on Switch and PC. Boy.
Emotional, damn it.
What's going on with Fonz? He still can't get this stuff to work? No, he can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta bring this up. I
heard some people were upset with some of the Starfield creation stuff because some of it's paid.
That's always paid. The Creation Club
Always
stuff is
paid?
always paid. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it's the coolest stuff because it's fully curated and it's certified by Bethesda. But it's kind of pricey. It's like $20 a pop for some things. There's Fonz. We got him. Xbox Fonz.
Oh, then we lost him.
Well, he'll get there.
All right, time to eat some booty.
Oh, jeez. Let me see here. We got 78 Incorporated US Gaming. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, this showcase really impressed me. It really focused on us as gamers, regardless of your preferred platform. Xbox took a lot of bad taste out of my mouth. Yeah, thank you.
Look at Fonz rocking that jacket, though. He's
Is it on?
Strutting with the jacket on. You know?
There we go. I'll put the jacket on too.
He knows how to make an entrance.
So
Yeah,
the funny thing, we'll talk about FanFest in a bit.
Before
Go
you say anything, let me know how large was your check from Xbox for going out there and for all the work you do on Twitter and the YouTube videos. What was your check like? Because I know how much my check was for.
Oh, really? We're going to compare who got the bigger payout from Microsoft to be a shill?
Yeah, got the bigger Xbox shill.
You got a check?
Oh, whoa, that mic's a little hot.
You guys are getting paid?
Just a little bit. Bring it down 20.
Now, before we get clipped, I'm joking.
Yeah, well, of course we're kidding. I already told them I got some overnight oats before we walked into the showcase that were gratis. Fonz, give me a mic.
Am I too loud?
Yeah, it's a little hot for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, just a little bit.
A little hot mic.
Is it sound hot to you, or is it just on my end there, Randall Thor 19?
I mean, it sounds.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
It might actually. It's probably in Discord. I just need to turn him down for me. Say something.
Hello.
That'll work. As long as nobody's complaining, I am not complaining either.
I don't know. Can people hear me out there?
Yeah, they should be able to. Oh, now. Did you get sick from John Clark from Xbox Era?
Yes. I have to say, excuse the voice, excuse the 101 temperature here. John Clark from Xbox Era got King and I sick.
You know, Jez was telling me he feels really sick too.
Oh, that's got to be a real son of a gun. I took an Uber back with him.
Oh, but anyway, besides that, I'm on a high because, as you can see, I am Xbox Fonz now.
So you traded in PC Fonz for Xbox Fonz?
No. I traded in IGN Fonz because, let me tell you, me and Colt went to IGN Live, and they happened to give us some swag. I had a hat, I had a shirt. And I was like, you know what? I'm IGN Fonz now. They're giving me stuff. This is nice. But then the next day, I go to the showcase for Xbox.
So easily bought and sold, Rand.
They give me this nice jacket. I get this nice FanFest coin.
Ooh.
Yeah, turn that over. I haven't shown everybody yet.
Oh, my God. It's so good. Anyways, shout out to Ben Kenobi 2020.
Did you also get the Gears coin? Because
yes, I did. Yes,
so Rand,
I did get the Gears coin.
Ben Kenobi put out a tweet seconds after the Gears E-Day trailer. And he was banking on Gears being on. He has 15,000 likes. He's went up 5,000 followers on Twitter in 24 hours.
Yes.
He deserves it. The guy is working hard. Now they're saying I'm too quiet. That's so weird.
Really? I put you back. Oh, it's delayed. I brought you down and put it back up. Say something one more time. I'll look at the levels.
All right. So, okay.
You're good. You're good. You should be around.
Crackers. I don't know. So
you sound rough, bro.
Oh, I am rough.
You had a 6-hour drive home. Did it hit you while you're driving?
Pretty much. At dinner, it started to hit me. And that's the reason why I was like, you know what? I'm not feeling too well. I need to go.
At the Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, I was going to leave later that night. I planned on.
You were a bit cranky before we got our food, and I was wondering, is he hangry or what's going on? But you were getting.
I was hangry.
The Ebola.
I need meat. I needed the meat.
Yeah, right? Clip that, Rand.
Okay, clip it.
Needed the meat.
Anyway, so I go and I get this jacket, and then they give me this.
Oh, bro! Wait, tell them what that is. It's a mini.
It's a mini HyperX controller, but that's not all. That's
wireless.
Not all. Then
he's bought and sold by Xbox, by the way.
They give me the SteelSeries Arctis 5X wireless headset.
Ooh.
By the way, yeah. So I'm bought. I'm bought by Xbox.
Are you a super Xbox fan for life now, or at least till next year?
Oh, they got me till at least next year. Till 2025. No, the showcase was amazing. That's what sold it for me. Xbox had an amazing showcase, and I even stood up right after Colt. And remember, I told you I started yelling at the media, not rudely or anything, but I was talking loudly, and I was saying, "If you guys don't think that's the best show we've ever seen, you're crazy." I was looking at all those people. Keeley,
I yelled out to the gala.
It didn't matter. I yelled at all that media that was there. Xbox put on one hell of a show, and if you didn't find that entertaining, I don't know what to tell you. So I was yelling, that's the best showcase ever, because I wanted them to hear from the fans.
Also, the Fan Fest was fantastic. And as far as we know, they threw this sucker together.
Amazing.
They threw it together last minute because I think they were getting pushback on minimizing FanFest this year. That team did an incredible job. There was great food before and after the event. they did a game showcase. They did a FanFest Family Feud thing where they had questions that were surveyed on your phone, and everybody had a great time.
By the way,
Xbox was on a good high.
Mm.
Yeah. So anyway, that was really cool. Valerian, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, man, if Fable's end game would take other players' characters and make them the antagonists of the game for Game Plus, even tell an epic fairy tale of evil good exploits you'd have to defeat. That would be epic. Ram, my question for you is, will the Fable game have the classic male or female starting character? And that's how they'll look.
I don't know.
What do you think's going to happen?
I mean, you would assume that you'd be able to choose who you want to play as. And maybe that this character is just the one they wanted to use for the promotional stuff. Until we get an answer from them, my answers would be like, I would say we would be able to. You see, people are like, oh, you'd be able to custom create your characters in Fable, but you really don't. You choose male or female, and then your appearance sort of changes based on how evil or good you are, right? But maybe they're going for more of like a laser focused story kind of beats towards a singular character, and then you would just only play as her. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they talk about that next year. I don't know. We'll see.
I do think the good and evil thing is going to return, of course.
Well, they did mention in the trailer, like,
I saw that.
I'm a good, I'm a hero. I should be able to do what I want or whatever, and choices and things of that stuff. So,
okay,
yeah, I don't know if, Fonz, let me ask you this: do you think you will get a Halo in this game, or horns, depending on how good or evil you are? With the kind of the art, the more.
I don't know about the Halo and the horns, but I do think that you will visibly be able to see you going evil for sure.
I think that's
going to happen.
That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
Because you get the icons, but a physical change.
Yeah, you're going to get a physical change. I'm sure of it. Yeah.
Let me stay in the vein of
rough. Well, no, we had a big question. Will you be able to fart on command?
I hope not.
Yes.
I hope we don't have the fart or kicking chickens. Like, that stuff didn't impress me back in the day. But you know what?
I think
it's one of those nostalgic things for a lot of people. So if they throw that in there, it's not going to kill the game at all or anything. The game looks incredible. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Whatever.
Well, staying on the subject of high fantasy, we briefly, before Mag left, started to talk about Vowed. I'll give my opinion first. I am really super excited to play Avowed. It has a first and third person camera, so you can play it either way you want. There seem to be endless combinations of weapons and magic and different class styles you can play as. There are class-based or perk-based dialogue options in the game. I didn't even finish. I tried watching the deep dive while my wife was driving home. I'm like, I can't watch this right now. I just want to get home.
Yeah.
I am, and this is a controversial take, everything I'm saying, because I think some people aren't impressed with Avowed. I think the game looks really, really nice. I think it looks really good. And I cannot wait to play it. Let me go with you first, Fonz, because I know Rand has a strong opinion. How you feeling about Avowed?
One thing people are forgetting is that Obsidian makes incredible RPGs. And along with that, they have some incredible storylines that they go through and stuff. And also options within the dialogue. That is the kind of stuff that I'm expecting from Avowed. And of course, the gameplay to me looks good to me. The aesthetics, could it look a little darker? Sure. But at the end of the day, this is made by Obsidian, a team that knows what they're doing with RPGs. I'm excited for it. I think it looks great. Finding out that you can play this in third person, oh man, it's beyond a win for me. Because I like to use both. I like to go back and forth, just like I do in Bethesda games, in their Fallouts and stuff. So, win-win for me. I'm excited for Avowed. I'm excited for just about every game they showed on that showcase. Honestly, blew me away. You guys were talking about South of Midnight earlier. I just have to mention real quick.
Yeah.
South of Midnight wasn't even on my radar. And then when I saw that gameplay, I was in. I was like, this is exactly what Xbox needs. This kind of stuff right here. I'm all in on South of Midnight.
Megan Rand said the
day
same
one for
thing.
me.
I also did. We're all like on the same page. Like,
Yeah.
thank you
yeah,
for
South of Midnight,
surprising
yeah.
and delighting us.
Crazy.
Compulsion.
Dude.
Uh,
Yeah, and I don't know. It's funny. I told Aaron after the show. It's funny. He came up to me and he goes, "Bonds, what'd you think?" Because a lot of people know me as the negative guy, or the hard to please guy. That's what Aaron said too. You're hard to please. So what did you think? He said, "Aaron, I loved it.
you're hard to please."
I loved it. I gave it a 9.5 out of 10, Aaron. And he was shocked. He was like, whoa, yeah, we never know how people are going to take it. But if you gave it a 9.5, I told him, I said, if I give it a 9.5, it's objectively good. Great, even. And he was like, yeah. The socials are great. Like, it was awesome.
Shout out
Very
to
awesome.
Woggerman in the chat with a super who hung out with us all weekend. He says, Fonz is an Xbox shill. IGN wants their Mountain Dew Zero and swag back. Good seeing you guys. Glad FanFest
Where do
is
you
great.
think this came from? Thank you, IGN.
Bro, I got a Code Red Mountain Dew there, Rand. They had Code Red Mountain Dew in the bottle, bro.
Hey,
I mean,
they were free, so I just kept stuffing in the bag. You know how you gotta roll like that, guys. Come on, they were free.
Rand, I gotta hear what you think of Avowed. Like, go all in, man. How are you feeling about it?
I thought it was a pretty good trailer. It definitely was better than the Dev Direct stuff or the previous trailer for sure. I didn't get a chance to watch the deep dive yet today, so it's cool to hear that you can play as third person. I know a lot of people want that.
Yeah.
So that's a great choice. Obsidian games, well, they're always sort of tough to market because Obsidian games are all about dialogue and choice and consequence, and they don't really put out the most graphically intensive games you'd ever imagine because they focus on other stuff. But there are sometimes when I look at it, I dig like the environmental aspect. I will say the combat did look better, looked meatier, looked more punchier, which is great.
Yeah.
The release date leaked, but then they sort of deleted it as like November 12th.
How are you feeling about that? Because I was also seeing reports of October. So what are you thinking with the release date and that leak?
I mean, whenever it's ready, right? So if they feel they can hit November 12th and that's the date, then
there it is.
That's the date. November's cool. We got November 12th for that game, November 19th for
So you're
Flight
cautiously optimistic, or you're like, I'm just optimistic?
Here's the thing. The problem, if you want to get strictly into...
Because I've talked to Rand
what
about
we
this
gonna
before,
play.
guys. I'm just kind of seeing how he's evolved over the...
Hopefully we can get Avowed early, because Assassin's Creed Shadow looks incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Let's talk about Assassin's Creed Shadow.
Dude,
let's just go for it.
It comes out November 15th. So I just really, really hope that we get Avowed early enough where I can play through it at my leisure.
Yep.
And then can play Assassin's Creed Shadows because that game looks great.
First of all, ha to the whiners that were worried about the narrative choice of the characters. I think they both look so good that Fonz and I were like, how do you choose who you're going to play as? They both look amazing. They both have amazing features or play style. I don't know what to do. I don't even know where to start with Assassin's Creed Shadows. We always talk about Xbox games. The multiplats always get a sidebar on these shows. Shout out to Detective C's in the chat. I'll get to that in a moment.
Fonz, what did you think of Assassin's Creed
lay it on
Shadows?
us, Fonz.
Oh, here's the thing. Everybody knows me on my channel. A lot of people anyway call me a Ubisoft simp. That's what they say. Okay. Because I love Ubisoft games. Yes, I love all the tropes. I love, uncovering the map from a tower or whatever and having like lots of little things to do on the map. Look, it's a choice, and I love having all that choice in their games. Assassin's Creed is one of my favorite franchises, including the new stuff that they do today. Ever since Origins and Odyssey. Odyssey is incredible. Probably Assassin's Creed 2 will always be my favorite, but Odyssey is right up there with it, in my opinion. I loved Odyssey, and this is from the Odyssey team, right? So it looked amazing to me. I mean, everybody whining about playing as a certain, race or whatever. It's so dumb. At the end of the day, you're going to get to play an amazing game with two different amazing characters that have two different, very different feature sets. Like the stuff that you could do with the stealth and everything with the one female protagonist, and then the male protagonist just comes in and stomps and is like this big warrior just kicking butt. Like, dude, when I tell you my hype level for Assassin's Creed is high, it is freaking beyond whatever you guys could even imagine. Like, I love Ubisoft games like this, and I love Assassin's Creed. So this game is it is my most anticipated. I can't wait. Gosh, it looks good too. The graphics, oh my gosh, looks so good.
Wow, that was.
I've really stayed away from the really grindy, bloated, quote unquote, Assassin's Creed games. I played Valhalla for an hour, put it down. I didn't play Origins. I played over 100 hours of Odyssey, and I loved it. So I'm ready for that big experience. I did play Mirage, but that was a shorter 20-hour game.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I was watching, like, okay, this is what it's like to play as the samurai, I was like, oh, cool. That's like an evolution of like Ghost of Tsushima a little bit. Maybe even better, depending on how it feels. Like, I'm digging that. And then, you know me, Colt. I'm very much, you give me a stealth option, I'm going to choose the stealth option.
Yeah.
Then you get this stealth gameplay, and I'm like, oh my God, I only want to play as her because I only want to do stealth stuff. But then it's like, I also want to play as him. I don't know. That game seems, it could be something special. Like, honestly.
By the way,
like,
shout out to Sean Labrie in the chat. The great artist that we know of the
Sean
community.
Labrie.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sean, glad he made it into FanFest as well. It was so good to have him there. It was awesome. This community, meeting Yodani was awesome. Like, all these people, such a fun time. I'm going again next year, no matter what. Told the wife, and she's like, I'm coming with you. I'm like, I don't care. Come along with us. We'll have a blast. It was so good. So
yeah,
good.
we didn't have Sean Labrie has been to all of the fan fests except for 2. And I tried so hard to get him a pass into FanFest via the conventional method of getting somebody's +1 and everything. He tried hitting up a couple people he knows, and they were just like, nope, it's not happening. There's a whole story behind that we'll have to do another time, or maybe not on the show. I don't even know where it's appropriate. But my wife walked to the front desk, Rand, and begged the team to let Sean in because my wife went via this guy's +1, and he's like, I'm not going to go. I don't like to go to big public events. And so they're like, can he use his? And they said, the rule is you can only use the +1, the primary, if they don't show that pass is dead. And she just worked, like, got the, worked like the whole thing. And I was kind of hanging back. I was really nervous, but shout out to my wife for helping Sean Labrie get there. And when he did, we were like, yes, they gave him the jacket. So he was all shielded in, and it was great. He sat in the row with us with Paulie. He's all shielded in, bro. Shielded in with the jacket, baby. Yeah, it was amazing.
Let me tell you something. There was no shilling about this Xbox Fan Fest at all. If you didn't like that showcase, you're insane. Bro. Anybody that gave it less than an 8, you're crazy. You're freaking crazy. That was so good. I've seen even some of the biggest Sony guys out there, the biggest Xbox haters, even give it a 10.
Porter Rock was giving it flowers, bro. Porter Rock, it was so cool to see how excited he was about those games. Hey, maybe he thinks those games will eventually come to my favorite place, or I'll play them on PC or whatever. Like, there's so much good stuff to be excited about. And Tony Polanco, a journalist who lives on the East Coast, I really like this guy. He said the showcase was a 3 out of 10 for him. And I said, I love you, bro. And I hope that the excitement of gaming comes back around, because I think if you love gaming or like it, you were excited about the show. For real.
There was something for everybody there. There was like every genre on there. I mean, yeah. I mean, does he not like mice? Maybe it was the ending for him. Maybe it was the owl that swooped in and took the little mouse friend.
That does make it rough,
like that. I don't know. But in any case, there was so much going on in that freaking showcase that I swear they had games for everybody. And if you didn't attach to any of them, there's something wrong with you as a gamer. I don't know. Maybe you don't like games. I don't know. People always say that about me, Colt. Fawns don't like games. Guess what? I like 95% of what I saw at this showcase. That's why I loved it so much. It was amazing.
Well,
amazing.
We know who doesn't like games, though.
Who's that?
That's Lil Zocker. He don't like games.
Oh, Zocker don't play games no more.
Yeah, I think I saw Zocker playing League of Legends. So.
Zocker loved the showcase, but he doesn't play any games.
I think he's playing League of Legends.
He's playing
I
it
got to
all.
talk about one.
Well,
Everyone wants to talk about Gears and dive like fully into Gears, but I got to
Oh.
mention. I got to give honorable mention that
Hey, the truth
Shout
is
out.
out there, by the way.
it is.
it is.
It is.
Yeah,
Did you not
I can't
notice
whistle.
Fonz's shirt?
Oh no,
Well,
I can't
my
see
shirt
it.
is actually
there it
about
is.
generation.
Generation
Oh,
X.
Generation? Oh, okay.
Oh.
I thought it
Yeah,
was
same
Xbox
thing.
shirt.
It's the
But
same,
it is.
same
It's a play
font.
on X-Files.
Yeah.
It is. It's
Oh,
a play on
okay.
X-Files. The same X. Same
We
font.
got to give props to GSC World Studios because Stalker looks super good.
It does
Like the
look
graphics
cool.
look amazing. I hope I love the game.
Yes,
I'm a big fan of Metro. I feel like is this like a Metro game in its own way? I think
Well,
it is.
The Stalker games are supposed to be super hardcore, dude.
Gosh, it looks
Super
good.
hardcore.
I hope I have the
Early
patience for it.
September's packed. You know, so late August you have Star Wars Outlaws, which looks pretty good from the Ubisoft thing.
Oh, yeah.
You have Astrobot in September 6th.
Oh, yeah.
You have this
PlayStation
on
got Astrobot
Stalker
and
2.
Legos.
You know, Age of Mythology Retold is September, like early September, late August, early September seems to be pretty packed with stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It's got a lot of games this year. And that's what I was, during the show, when it would get real quiet in between the trailers, I would yell some things. And there's certain things I yelled that I was going to say not proud of, but I'm proud of it. But an article was written and actually wrote down what I yelled. I
you
yelled
got in the articles?
Yes. After they played the Avowed trailer, we had already seen so much going into Game Pass. Game Pass day one. It
And
was
we're like
so
midway
electric
through.
in there, right?
Midway
Yeah,
through.
it's so electric in there. So it got quiet, and I yelled, "Too many games!" And when that, everybody started laughing in the theater, and it got in an article.
Who wrote an article about you? Who was it? Taku?
Steve Tintillo.
See Titillo, yeah.
Tintillo.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
Game
Nice.
file. Okay.
Yeah, game file. Anyways,
Too
but it was
many
funny to
games.
see that and read that. He didn't know that it was me, but it was me. It was me, people. I yelled things like in between here and there. It was
Should have
so
said,
good.
"You're breathtaking."
Oh,
Oh,
I also
God.
yelled. I also yelled, "PlayStation sucks" after a while because it was that good. The showcase just killed everything.
Like these
PlayStation has
Xbox
been doing.
fanboys.
He yelled it so loud, like after like it was the Doom Dark Ages trailer because Fonz knew it'd come to PlayStation.
Oh, Doom! Yeah, Doom. Oh my god, there was
PlayStation
so many
sucks.
games.
Dude, Doom. You know what?
Oh my god.
After
Doom.
can I just say real quick?
Go.
One of the coolest things about the Gears reveal was that it
hot.
didn't leak. Nobody knew that it was going to be Emergence Day, right? It was a
Yeah.
complete surprise. And I sort of feel how the reaction would be if nobody knew about Doom the Dark Ages. Like, we knew a Doom game was coming, but
Yeah, no,
if
that
you
had
didn't
been
know it was Doom the
leaked
Dark
for a while,
Ages
huh?
and it had little stuff, like, imagine you just sit down to watch this, and it's Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which looks really good. And then the next thing you see is a freaking Doom game with basically 95% gameplay, and Doomslayer looking like a badass with his fur coat he stole from Kratos, and a shield. And dude, I was like, imagine if this didn't leak. You know?
Oh, I know.
Doom
looks.
Well,
so
I mean,
good.
don't the
So
majority of the people who were watching that didn't know Doom was coming? Hopefully,
Oh, well, no, a lot of them did.
you know,
a lot
I
of
told Mag that in the beginning it panned over those mountains, and I go, "Oh my gosh, they're actually showing Elder Scrolls." And then Fonz goes, "No, bro," and then the thing hit the building. He goes, "It's Doom," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah."
So it's like,
Dude,
I don't like Doom.
that
Freaking love
shield.
Doom.
And, oh my gosh, it looks so good.
Yeah.
How could you not be excited about this
Oh, it
showcase?
looks so good.
Oh my god. And you know what? Sitting in between Colt and Sean Labrie, by the way, it was so much fun to be there with them during this time. We were all feeling the vibes in that place was just so freaking like positive.
And everybody
And
was,
it was
big
so good.
smiles throughout all of FanFest
Except
because
for Jeff Keighley. Jeff Keighley didn't have a smile on his face. He was
Bro, Jeff said
probably
something
upset
to
about
me
the
that,
poll he
like,
put out. You know,
I'm done. I'm done.
What did Jeff say
I'm
to you,
done.
bro?
You know, I've been on this show. I've been on social media and told people, shout out to Jeff Keighley for all he does. He did Summer Games Fest and he had this Curious Joy girl do half or most of the show. And I said, Jeff, I love seeing you on stage. We need more Jeff time because when she did a pretty good job. But when Jeff announces stuff, it's the Jeff brand and the Summer Games Fest and stuff. So I talked to him at the Mixer, and he made like kind of a crack about like my online persona, and I'm like, whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Like your online persona?
Yeah, he just said something like, "Is the same person as you are online, huh?" And I was like, "No."
You know what? You know what? Jeff looked miserable during the showcase. So that's all I have to say about that.
I think he knew that Xbox was super confident, and that pull
I think
had
it was
to
the pull.
prolapse his anal crevice when he had just overarching, dominating D, and then Xbox came out with an A, almost an A plus.
66%. But I don't even, dude, he tried to downplay the Gears of War trailer, and the Xbox marketer,
Yep.
like people from Xbox weren't having that shit.
They put him in a chokehold.
They put him on blast.
Can you paraphrase what marketing from
So
Coalition
basically,
said?
Because
Well, hold on.
bookmarked it.
Jeff said,
So here,
great trailer.
I got
Go ahead.
bookmarked, right?
Okay.
So Jeff Keighley says the great Gears of War piece was a CG from Blur Studio using in-game assets, right? And then, so Guy Welsh, who works at Microsoft, a marketer, says, "Glad you liked it," which is funny because Jeff didn't really say he liked it. I guess he used the word great, so. But he says, Blur developed the trailer hand in hand with our team at Coalition using Unreal Engine 5. The trailer is developed with in-game models, textures, environments, and props that players will see in the final game, right? But the big one was this dude from Blizzard, Yammer Blanco, digital sculptor, cinematic character, creature artist at Blizzard Entertainment, previously Square. He goes, let me rephrase this a little better. The amazing Gears piece you just saw was full real-time, with real-time models, textures, environments, etc., all within Unreal Engine 5. Saying it was CG from Blur Studio diminishes all the technical achievements. You probably didn't notice how good it was. Though it looks like another pre-rendered CG piece from Blur, it was actually a real-time masterpiece using in-game assets and ray trace lighting in the same engine the game will play. Already seeing people say, yeah, it was cool, but it was CG pre-rendered trailer because of stuff like this. And he goes on to say, they also didn't just use in-game assets from Unreal Engine 5. They did the whole thing inside Unreal Engine 5.
The key being that Marcus you saw in that trailer, from what Rand is reading, is the Marcus that you're going to see in E-Day.
Yes.
Yeah, and then someone goes, but Jeff doesn't care. Yeah. He's a bad actor and dances to Sony's fiddle. And the guy goes,
who said that?
Some random person. But the dude from the Jameer said, if it were a PlayStation exclusive, he would have been hyping up the real-time aspect of it so hard. Probably wouldn't have even said Blur worked on it.
Oh my gosh.
And the guy's like, no, he would have said from the brilliant minds at blank Sony studio brought to you in conjunction with Blur, like the difference.
Because it's reader service. Because he knows that most of his fans are sucking the teat of the PlayStation 24/7. And PlayStation makes amazing looking stuff. So that's an expected thing to say. I don't think it's in super bias, but if there was like a out of the side of your neck slant comment from Jeff Keighley on Gears E-Day, we certainly seem to have seen it, and it got called out by two people. Well, sorry.
Fonz, Jeff was just right behind us, so I kept looking over at him, behind us, and he always.
Yeah, you turned around and said, "You want to suck that?" Didn't you?
I did. I got up after the show and go, "Yeah, suck on that, Jeff." Yeah, no, I didn't say that, but I did yell out to the media. I looked at all the media and I was like, "That show was the best show we've had in years." If you guys don't think so,
why are you looking at me, bro?
You're crazy. And I told Sean next to me, "Hey, I'm yelling all this for the freaking media to hear me because
you didn't have to. The media was singing Xbox's praises all weekend.
Most of them were smiling, but you never know with an Xbox show, right?
Rand, how was the reception? You were home.
You never know.
We were doing the whole. Sorry, Fonz. We were doing the whole
most
FanFest
positive
thing.
Xbox thing I've seen in a long, long time. Even like the usual suspects are. Kotaku tried to downplay it by bringing up like all the layoffs and the Tango GameWorks thing.
Oh, for frick's sake.
But like even they were like, this showcase was really good. But keep in mind they, laid off a bunch of people recently, right? But yeah, everybody seems to love it.
I wish that Tango Gameworks games were super profitable because people love Evil Within and Hi-Fi Rush was well loved. I wish those games made enough money, and I wish Xbox didn't have to make cuts. But let me say something about Jeff. This was the third time I've talked to Jeff in person. The first time was in 2022 at the Xbox Mixer Social. And okay, if you're here still and you're watching, you can tolerate me long enough to listen to me talk or watch my content. And those of you who've met me in real life at FanFest, I'm assuming you had a pretty decent experience meeting me in real life, shaking my hand, getting a hug or whatever. I like talking to people. We keep it brief. We have a good smile. And if you've met me at FanFest, because Fawn's got this too, Rand. Fawn's had a dozen people come up and say, love GTL, love meeting you. And we're not going to get into all that.
I was shocked people listen.
I wasn't. I mean, I'm like, Fawn's, thousands of people listen to you every week. He's at the very minimum, right? So I am so happy to meet people that are an Xbox fan or give me the time of day to watch my content and share it with me, okay? And I don't care who it is. You meet somebody, it's a cool moment to meet somebody that likes the same thing as you. Jeff couldn't give a flying fudge meeting me in person in 2022. He knows I'm Colteastwood. I'm this guy who makes YouTube videos. Some people watch my crap, whatever. I'm not expecting anything other than for him to be a decent mother effing human being and say, oh, hi, Colt. Nice to meet you. Oh, you like the Summer Games Fest? Oh, thanks. Because I said, hey, really enjoyed the show. The stage looked phenomenal. That screen on the floor, that is so cool. You guys put on a great show. And he's like, yeah. And he's on his phone flipping through freaking Instagram. And I'm like, okay, Jeff's one of those guys. He's looking around for someone more important to talk to. Dude, you got all night. I took 1 minute of your time, okay? The next time I met him was at the other Mixer the next year. He was great. He talked to my wife and I. He had a drink in his hand. He was loose. He was cool. And he was smiling. He was excited because Xbox put on a good Starfield Direct. Let me have this rant for just a second. Meeting him at the Mixer just the other day, I try to give respect to people who earn it. There's another prominent person in the media that has been up on Xbox podcasts, been in front of, interviewed Phil and Todd Howard and all these people that didn't take a moment to say, hi, Cole. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Oh, glad you watched the stuff. Nice to meet you. And give me just a minute. It's just weird. I don't know, Fonz. We got to talk to a lot of people. I would just, I'll take this moment to give a lesson that if you're out there, if you have 5 fans or you have 15 million fans, maybe I should take it this way. Paris Lilly, Austin Evans, Snowbike Mike, Khalif Adams, all these people are incredible at reaching out to anybody and saying, it is so good to meet you. What have you been playing lately?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Rand. I just had to say that. Well, 99% of the people that I talked to this week, that Fonz and I talked to, Jason Ronald, all of them, they are incredible human beings. And they are out there creating content or creating games and hardware that we love and every day. And I was super impressed with how Sarah Bond put her cheek on my cheek for a selfie. And I'm like, everybody's like, oh, she's too close. She is an amazing person. These people are just trying to make games. They don't always do things perfect. But all of them were amazing, except for a couple.
Jason Ronald was talking to Water Egg 32. He would give anybody the time of day. You didn't have to be a big content creator or a small content creator. You didn't have to be a content creator at all. If Jason Ronald's here, somebody comes up and says, hey, Jason, can I have a pic with you? Can I talk to you? Oh, you sat there and obliged. Jason is one of the most genuine people I've ever met, regardless of what he does for Xbox or whatever. I love Jason Ronald. Yeah. He's awesome.
He talked to you a long time.
Sometimes you just catch the person in the wrong moment at the wrong time.
That's what I would think. Yeah.
Well, Jeff did get a D in his show, and he did get a D in his show.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Snowbike Mike. I don't know if you heard the story from Cognito. I called Cognito on, forget what day it was, maybe Thursday or Friday, and we were talking, and Cognito was by himself. This was the day before the showcase, I think.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, someone goes, hey, what are you doing over here by yourself? And Cog's like, I'm on the phone with Randall Thor 19. And the person goes, give me that phone. grabs the phone, and starts reading me the riot act about why the F aren't I at the show.
Who was it?
Yeah, why
It was
weren't
Snowbike
you?
Mike.
Snowbike?
Snowbike Mike grabbed the phone from Cognito and started talking to me, and then read me the eyes. Like, bro, you should be here. You said you were gonna try to get here this year, but blah, blah. It was all love because he was like, dude, I love you. Come on, like, come on, you should be here, Rand. What are you doing? And it's just, I thought it was funny.
He's so awesome. And Rand, we all want you there. Everybody asked where you were.
There.
There was only one person asked more, where is than Randall Thor? And it was our good friend, Tim Dog. Everybody wanted to know where Tim Dog was. And I made this meme about Tim, and everybody's like, don't be mean, but
you have to hear this.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I went live stream the show about an hour before, right? 11 a.m. Show starts at 12. I started streaming, right? Before I get in there, it's all filled up, and Tim Dog's in there, right? Because I have him mod as my channel. And, because Tim Dog's my bro. He's been my bro forever. He'll always be my bro.
Oh, yeah,
it doesn't
absolutely
matter.
same.
Whatever,
Always.
He was getting, people were just going at him, Colt. People were just called, like, seriously, like, they were just saying all this stuff to Tim. And it was just funny. Tim basically, then we went live, and I was like, hey, thanks for stopping by, Tim, or whatever. And he's like, enjoy the show. And he left. But dude, the whole chat was basically just going at Tim. It was just,
We loved him.
But
we loved him. I made the meme because I love the guy. I took the picture of him with Phil, and I put Lego Aloy, and said Tim left Xbox at the worst possible time, because it was a great showcase. And somebody said, "Oh, don't do my boy Tim Dog like that." But I know Tim saw that and laughed his head off.
Yeah. Tim loves us just as we love him.
Still has his Xbox and plays games.
He's still a friend. He just made the wrong choice. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. But at the end of the day, I'm never gonna really slander Tim.
I love Tim.
Can't do it.
Yeah, and it's all supposed to be for fun, just as long as we don't. I don't know. Yeah. Some people take it a little too much. But
Fonz, what's your hype excitement for Lego Alloy?
Really?
How many Lego bricks out of 10?
Bro. So, everybody that knows me knows I don't like the Horizon Forbidden West game. I couldn't even get through it. And I tried several times. I put like 50 hours into that game trying to get through it, but it's boring to me. So this game, it's not even on my radar. It's really low on the list. Like, for me, Lego games, didn't they go out back in the early 2000s? Like, who likes Lego games anymore? Like, I don't know. The appeal for a Lego game isn't there for me.
I think they kind of went out in, like, at least by 2010, where people are kind of like, I kind of done it all.
Yeah.
I was saying, even the Lord of the Rings Lego game came out, which I would have loved. But by the time the Lord of the Rings came out, which was probably like a decade ago, right, Rand?
Yeah, it's been a long time for the.
I mean, even back then, I'm like, I'm kind of done. I'm sure it's a great experience, but I can't do it anymore. What a weird
Dante
decision.
In the house. What up, Dante? It was great meeting Dante.
Yeah,
as
Spriggan
well.
113 is our friend Dante. We hung out with him all weekend. Hey, I hope we don't get Ebola from Fonz and John
I
Clark.
hope you don't get
Dante.
sick. Dante, I hope you don't get sick. John Clark gave us all Ebola.
Yeah, I mean, Jez is complaining on Twitter that he's sick.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I got my podcast partner sick.
They brought that UK crap over to us. Whatever they had over there, they brought that bug with them.
What am I going to do? What if he's sick and can't do the podcast on Friday?
Oh, man. I'll do it with you, Randy.
Yeah.
I'll do it with you. Don't worry about it. We'll get millions of views.
Call XVault, bro. XVault do it.
Millions. We could call it Xbox Fonz and Xbox Rand,
I mean, people were saying we need an Xbox 3.
Yeah, we do.
Rand.
Xbox 4.
When I did the real Xbox 2 picture with Jez, and you said delete this immediately, everyone wrote, where'd you get that code?
Did you know where? But you know why I said that, right? Do you want to tell that story?
Okay, Rand responded to me and Jez picture, Jez and I, with delete this immediately.
I said, delete this cult with the angry face and exclamation points.
Back in 2019, I went to my first E3. And I'm there in person, actually meeting people and everything, right? I got my face out there. I'm in the real world. And my old smiling. Hold on. This was the logo back then.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a meme one day, like before I went to E3 in 2019, where I took the face from Harry and the Hendersons and put it over because I got this big open mouth picture. I took Harry and the Hendersons and built it into this logo, and it was a meme we shared around. And while I was in LA, Rand tweeted out that picture of me as Harry and the Hendersons, and I texted him and I go, delete this immediately.
No, he calls me, and the first thing he says is like, delete that tweet immediately. Because remember, Fonz, because we were at a group chat with it was like me, you, and a bunch of other people.
Yeah,
and
Dealer and everybody.
Colt would create like a bunch of memes. He created like a bunch of like pictures of himself, and I took one of them, and I replied to Colt's tweet like with Colt is the Harry and the the Sasquatch, and Colt immediately like,
Colt. That's what we call it, Sasquatch Colt.
And Colt immediately calls me. He's like, delete that, no, delete it. And I'm like, okay.
Nar.
It's because back then, like, we were really conscious, especially with being really close with Dealer. We were really conscious of using nicknames around in public that we used to get together because people might use them against us. Like I remember Luca, our good friend Luca, at the beginning of one of the RDX episodes goes, "What's up, Squealer?" And he goes, "Don't ever say that on the air again." Which Rand, I forgot to tell you. Well, you and I haven't talked, but Fonz and I took a selfie outside Summer Games Fest and texted Dealer and said, "Bro, we miss you. I can't wait to see you." And he wrote back and goes, "Oh yeah, it's E3. Looks like you guys are having fun." He responded back pretty quickly, but I'm like, "How do you not remember it's E3? This guy must be climbing mountains or something." But yeah,
he's touching grass. That's what he told me. He's touching grass.
Delete that immediately.
Let's get into Gears, man, because a lot of people want to hear about Gears.
Yeah, they don't want to hear about our personal stories.
What else? What have we not covered? Because I'm trying to think of. Oh, the knife reflecting the light on Marcus's face, and he looks so panicked.
Yeah.
All right, take us into it. Take us into it, Rand. Marcus is up against the wall.
Marcus is up against the wall or up against the ceiling? Which one?
Well, first he's up against the wall.
I thought the ceiling shot was better because he puts him up in the ceiling, and his do-rag falls off, and you can see how hard he's struggling against the locust, and some of the chords from Mad World start to really play loudly.
And the tags are hanging.
Yeah, dude, when that trailer started, okay, you can go back and watch it on my channel, The Reaction. Me and Gamsley were like, what is that? Like, wait a minute, that's young Marcus. That's not old man Marcus. What is this?
Wait, I gotta expose myself. I thought the opening of the trailer was a Fallout game because I always mix up that one little circle logo with the two flags coming out as it looks like a vault symbol. And it was another one of those where I'm like, is this Fallout?
There's like, wait, this is young Marcus. I'm like, is this a flashback? And then I think I was like, wait a minute, he doesn't even have a scar that he has. I'm like, what is going on? And Gamsley noticed that, like, oh, it's the Retro Lancer. So we're sitting here like, is this the Gears collection? Is this like a full-on remake of Gears 1? And then the reveal, Emergence Day. And I sat there and I'm like, yes. I didn't even know I wanted this. And now I do. You know what? Like, yeah, sure. Okay, we're all waiting for the cliffhanger to resolve in Gears 5 and Gears 6. But, bro, to be able to go through one more time the rodeo, the journey of your brothers, there's Marcus and Dom, and experience an event that we've only heard through tales in the games or extended media about how horrific Emergence Day was, and now we're going to get to actually play through it. Bro, I always say, like, oh, they don't give us enough time to miss Gears, and they've certainly given us enough time now. Now I'm like, I need to play this game. Like, I am so stoked for an Emergence Day Gears. And the other thing is, Jez always says on Xbox 2 that the one thing Xbox lacks is nostalgia plays. Nintendo has a bunch of nostalgia. PlayStation can utilize nostalgia.
Nintendo has nothing but nostalgia.
This is a pure nostalgia play. because a lot of people that got into gaming because of the 360 and the Gears of War, Marcus and Dom. And what's old is new again, because by the time this game comes out, it'll be 2026. That'll be the 20th anniversary of Gears of War 1.
That's right.
So Gears has now become nostalgic. And now you're playing back of how people felt 20 years ago when they first... Dude, it was...
That's...
Kudos to everybody at the Coalition. I was just completely... I was legit stunned and shocked when I saw that.
Same. When I started to hear that Mad World come in, the piano, oh my God, goosebumps, man. And I turned, I was like, that's Mad World. That's, oh my gosh. Look, that the original game, the original, trailer that came out for that game, that TV spot with Mad World was such an iconic thing. People still talk about that till this day. I do. And to see them kind of recreate that in a way that really hits home nostalgically, but also hits home for the future of this franchise in a way that none of us were expecting, but now we all kind of want. What do you? Here's one question I have to ask you though, Rand. What do you say to? Because I was thinking about this. What if this whole Gears collection thing that people were talking about, it's really, it was like crossed lines, and basically the prequel will be some sort of, trilogy or something. We're going to get some games coming pre the first game instead of the, this whole, we're getting the remasters of the first three. I think maybe some lines were crossed there and people thought that was happening.
I mean, you never know. You could be right.
Yeah.
But I feel
in
like
a way, it's like
Mag has talked like he heard that Gears collection was real, like a bona fide leak. And then I'd also heard the rumors and whispers about collection. And then Special Nick from Xbox Era was really felt really solid about what he was hearing. So, I mean, it just made sense to believe that it should exist. And I had my complaints about nobody really needs this except for 2 of the games on PC because Xbox already has them basically I mean, they're remastered the way they are in back compat with those features. But the E-Day thing, the most pinnacle moment of that trailer.
Yep.
And yeah, I've got a great pedigree. I've played all of the Gears, most of them more than once. But the moment when Marcus is about to fall and the one who saves him is young Dom, that's when it hit me here. It hit me here, and then it got me here when I saw young Dom's like, I got you. You had him by the hand. And that's how they signed out before you had the big open wide shot where everyone's like, I see all this stuff in this wide shot, but that Rand said it best, where they're going on this retro nostalgia thing. It was so perfect. We all knew we wanted a prequel. We all didn't know if we'd ever get one. We knew, but we didn't know. Like I know that a lot of us have. I was saying this before you both got here, Rand and Fonz, that I'm sure we've all at one point on our podcasts or in a party chat have said, what would be cool is an Emergence Day prequel with young Marcus. And I know I've said this on the show, and I wasn't saying this to say, go clip me. I was so right, because it's just so right to say it. Because I know I said at one point, we got to find out what happened to Marcus before he got thrown in prison when Gears 1 starts. We've all said it, and we don't have the crystal ball. They gave us exactly what we wanted, and they ended the showcase with that one thing. And it's the reason why Gears Emergence Day is the highlight of the show. Funny enough, as we all say that the magic of South of Midnight, it's such a conflict to choose which moment really had us so excited.
No,
I think the whole show
Gears
just did a great job.
I think Gears, ending it on Gears, was the perfect fit. That's why I said it was a near perfect show for me. It was 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
I loved it. At first, I gave it a 9 while I was there, and then I rewatched it at home, and just being able to see all the fine details on the OLED and everything, and looking at Gears, the way it looks. Jeff downplaying that, by the way, is crazy. It looks so good. And just seeing young Marcus. And here's the one thing I was talking about, after the showcase, we were all talking about this. Marcus, to me, is the face of Gears. And without him, kind of like Master Chief is with me in the mainline Halo story, that he is Halo. So for me, having Marcus and going back to his original, early days during Emergence, seeing what happens on E-Day, it's just, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be just visceral, just such an in-your-face game. I expect nothing but brutality here.
The guys,
and
the Locust loses his head, blood spurts out, so they're not holding back. Rand, what are you hearing about the tone and structure of it? Is it an open world game where you get lots of loot? And
it's not open world. It's so far from what I'm hearing, and I don't have any sources, but people that are talking about it and everything, it seems like it's going to be more linear. But you know what? Me being an open world fan, I'm good with that. This is Gears of War. I'm good with that. Like, Gears 5 had that semi-open world thing that just didn't quite work, in my opinion. There was just not a lot going on. If they made this an open world that had a lot of stuff going on, cool. But, hey, whatever they decide to do, I'm all down for. I think this game is going to be incredible. Can't wait.
You mentioned nostalgia of, like, the 360, right?
Yeah.
4 of like the highlights of this gen were also games that were 360 titles, meaning like Gears, right? Gears of War, Gears E-Day, Call of Duty Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Perfect Dark Zero, Perfect Dark, Fable.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of returned to form, going after some of that stuff. So. Mm-hmm. Yeah, your camera can't focus.
It won't focus. I've never had to do that before. I forced it to go on the coin, which it'll do immediately now, and now it won't refocus.
Oh wow.
I don't know how to fix it, but
yeah, I haven't gotten mine out of focus yet. So
I streamed the show and I didn't mute it during certain segments. I ended up getting 5 copyright claims.
Oh gosh, that's such a pain.
I used the tools to mute it, so to mute them, but it did take a while to get rid of all 5. So that's what it. Colt's just a blur.
That's so weird. If I shut it off on Discord, I doubt it's going to fix itself.
That moment you talk about, Colt, because even seeing it in person, it was very evident, but watching it back on the OLED, where his face is just reflecting off that knife.
Yeah, I love that part.
A freaking phenomenal moment. Like, that whole scene was just so good, and it just makes you want to play that game now. Like, I don't know any Xbox fan out there that isn't looking forward to this game.
I wonder how much they bring up from the foundation of 5, like how much they can take from the work, and like if any of this can be fast tracked.
You're good now.
When do they go back to do Gear 6, and do they go back to do Gear 6?
I think they have to. You got to clear that up.
Or a better question would be: is this a standalone one-off adventure, or is
I don't think so.
Is this going to be multiple games? You know how long games take these days. So,
Meg.
I know they
Meg
said they're not
what
done
if
with
they
Kate's
just
story.
Meg's like,
right?
what if
They're
they just
go back to it?
Yeah, Meg's like, what if they don't ever go back and tie up the story, which would be kind of weird. But they didn't tie up Halo 5 properly. But that's kind of its own mess. And Coalition.
Well, everybody expects like a sequel to Halo 5. Nobody was expecting Gear 6 to be Gears E-Day.
My idea that I spitballed one day was just do 1 or 2 chapters of Kate, wrap up her story, and then fast forward to Gears 6 or do this prequel. We don't know. Maybe the opening hour of Gears ties up with old Marcus, ties up Kate's story, and then Marcus is like, I can remember the very first time this.
It's a flashback within the game.
And the game,
Marcus
like 90% of the game
you play it as a flashback the whole game.
Yeah, maybe.
Or
I mean, I don't want them to play it as a flashback. I'm just saying maybe the opening chapter, Marcus walks Kate through the end of the story, and then we get into the actual game is the prequel, because Gears 5
That'd be
starts as
different.
JD. You play the first chapter and a half or 2 chapters. Is at least 2 chapters as JD before you ever take.
You play all of Gears 4 as JD.
Yeah, but in Gears
Kinda-
5, you play the first 2 chapters as JD until you take over as Kate.
Kind of like a
Until you get to
reverse
snow.
RDR2, Red Dead 2.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I don't know. Maybe it sounds dumb.
Be
I just
interesting.
think maybe there's a way to kind of clean up 5 and just move on, and maybe they can stay in the old generation for a little while.
but this is part of the mainline Gears campaigns, so
yeah.
it is. You know, it's man, it looks so good. And to end on that was such a perfect freaking note.
Yeah.
It was so good.
With the red title card for the world premiere, they weren't hiding nothing. It just because normally it's just all the same color. They
Yeah.
tinged it red this time, which is great. 'Cause
The
you're like,
foot-
oh,
Yeah,
okay, I know what this is.
I said going in, you know, I was telling Colt and others that, you know, all I wanted to see there was Gears 6. That's all I needed, and the show was going to be great for me. But by the time it got to that Gears prequel, we saw the E-Day. Before it showed that, I was like, I know there's going to be a one more thing, and if it's not Gears, I'm still okay with it. The show is still fantastic. Really good, you know, show. And then,
What-
you know, you kind of felt, though, it was going to be Gears 6. And then when they showed a young Marcus and everything, yeah, just like you, Rand, I was shocked. I was like, wow, this is incredible.
What if they were
going
like, and one more thing, and instead of Gears E-Day, it was Banjo Kazooie.
oh my God. I would have been so mad.
Okay, I know Call of Duty's big, but when Gears E-Day trailer wrapped and they rode right into Call of Duty Black Ops Direct, I was like, love you, but whatever. And we were all,
Dude,
our whole row was down on their phones. Just
Colt.
I didn't even care. I was still live at that point, but I was just like, I was still thinking about what I didn't care about Call of Duty Black
Did you just talk about
It's-
everything you experienced while the Call of
Yeah.
Duty stuff was going? Let's turn this crap
Yeah.
off. Delete this
Well,
immediately.
If they would have showed Banjo as the one more thing, this is what I would have felt like. That's what I would have felt like.
Do it again. It cut out.
Um,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you go.
There you go.
that's what I would have felt like.
Yeah. The Call of Duty thing. It was interesting. That crowd really cares more about a lot more games than I think Call of Duty. Did you kind of get that, Fonz? Or were
Here's
they
the
all
thing about
hyped?
Call of Duty.
Because Call of Duty is showing
All
that.
this stuff. So if you're a Call of Duty fan, they were bringing a lot of stuff back to Call of Duty that a lot of fans wanted to come back. So for them, they're listening and they're doing things that they want, and that's a great thing. So because a lot of people out there, let's face it, now that they're bought by Microsoft, a lot of people were thinking, oh, Call of Duty is going to get worse, just like every other franchise that's out there, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's actually going to get better. It seems like they're really putting more money into this, and it's a cash cow. This game is already tracking to be selling. What pre-orders are going to be through the roof, you know, on this game. They're doing stuff for the fans, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. I'm not a big Call of Duty fan. I just play the campaigns. But for those that like the multiplayer, you're getting some phenomenal things within the game, and people
I don't give a flying crap about Call of Duty. I didn't even really want to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't really
Rand,
care
let me ask
either.
you about
Like you're like me, Colt. You like the campaigns, and that's
like it
pretty
doesn't
much it.
like just as long as the campaign doesn't suck like the last one. Like it looks really solid. What about this Xbox All Digital? Is there anything really to say? Well, this thing should be a lot cheaper. Rand, give me your opinion about Xbox All Digital, brand new console, next generation.
I mean, what is there to say? It's all digital. It's $449, and then they threw in an extra terabyte on the other version and raised the price to $599.
Jeez.
Jeez, really?
Well,
$5.99.
I mean,
Oh
you can't get a standard. Man, maybe you can if you get a special, but I mean, they are saving you some money. But Icon Era got ratioed when I told them that you actually save $50 by buying the special edition if you really wanted it. But you don't have to. It's a special edition.
I mean, a $599 console that's the same with just one extra terabyte of storage
well, it's
from
got green on the
2020 is
bottom.
kind of like.
Ooh,
Consoles
Oh,
have not
Rand,
have gone down in price as much as we thought they
Well,
should
what
be
do you
this
think?
gen.
Rand, what do you think the PS5 Pro is going to be? How much?
Minimum $599.
$599.
That's what I'm thinking. $599.
But I mean, it
Yeah.
could be more. I guess it depends on how much it costs to build. They're not. I don't think
Do
Sony's
you
going to take a loss
imagine?
on that.
Do you imagine they come out with like a $649 price tag?
Yeah, I think it's.
I think that'd be
we think it's
insane.
gonna be $599, and I think
I
there'll be
think
just
so,
one
too.
model. But it's weird that they have not talked about a showcase to show the PS5. The funny thing is, if you're getting a PS5 Pro, it's launching with first-party Lego Aloy and Astrobot. So you're not getting like a big, mature,
They'll have
heavy
updates
hitter.
for
Wait a
their
minute.
older stuff.
Is Lego Aloy even
Don't
this
even
year?
tell me that. Yeah, it is.
It says they said holiday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's the whole narrative that you have to launch a console with something that showcases it. Xbox One X didn't launch with anything. PS4 Pro didn't launch with anything until a month later with Last Guardian, which was not a graphical powerhouse showcase for the PS4 Pro. So that bullcrap narrative is going to get thrown around no matter how you slice it. They're like, oh, they're launching the Xbox all digital with nothing to show for it. Well, that's not true. But I don't know.
Where was the new controller, Colt? Where's that controller with the haptics?
I was bummed, man. I said that on the way out of the theater. I'm like, there's no haptics controller, but it also kind of, for me, Rand, I don't think it makes sense to launch a next generation controller when everybody already bought 1 million of them. Yeah. Jake in the chat says Lego games are lame as balls. Sorry.
Seriously though, I mean, I'm glad they didn't show new controller at this event. I really am. I thought that, just showing these games after games, and then after every trailer they would just be like day one Game Pass. That really sold it for me, like for a lot of people out there. Seeing that over and over is a good marketing ploy. You've got so many games coming. Like this year alone, there's a lot of games coming right into Game Pass. I was just thinking about recently, I told you that I was thinking about canceling Game Pass because there wasn't a lot there for me. But now, holy crap. I've got stuff through 2025 on Game Pass coming. That's insane, the amount of games.
Yeah, there's a ton. And showing the console, like they didn't show a controller, but showing the console was very brief too. Like you're right, they had so many games, they didn't need to do any of that nonsense. But let's see, let me read a couple questions. I'm not sure if I got this. Red Wolf, thanks for the 2. Says Avowed first and third person. He's got this. Danny Passion says Mag wasn't sold on Elden Ring until he played it. So yeah, Mag was like, well, I don't remember him really. Oh, he wasn't sold on Avowed. Yeah, and I hope he's surprised. I hope I am as well. Spartan,
again, I think a lot of people. No, I just want to say real quick about Avowed. I think a lot of people are really downplaying Avowed based on just the way it looks aesthetically. But I'm telling you, I feel like this is going to be good gameplay mechanics as well as a great storyline.
Yeah, the combat does look better too. People were complaining about janky combat, but it was looking pretty good. Spartan661, thanks for the 2, says, I'm so glad even the hooved ones enjoyed the show. We're going to talk next about Phil Spencer's interview with Ryan McCaffrey and how the three of us are feeling about those answers, what we think that means. I established earlier in the show that I don't think Xbox's PlayStation strategy is as deep or as crazy as we once thought. We'll get into that. KJ Ward says, what's up, guys? We also have Jay the Earp. Thank you for the $2 super. Says, they saving Forza Horizon 6 for next gen? Rand? Forza Horizon 6 next gen? Or next year?
I mean, I would guess it's next year.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I don't know.
I thought it was going to be this year.
Next gen, 5 years in between.
They better freaking bring it.
The thing is, does it matter really when? Because it's going to be cross-gen.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I just can't see them taking 5 years in between games.
Isn't Horizon 5 still cross-gen as well?
Yeah. Yes.
And it's still one of the best looking games ever. So,
and we sort of knew Horizon wasn't going to be this year because I think me and you talked about how their DLCs were sort of, when you compare when their previous DLCs and expansions come out to this last one, they were sort of delayed by 6 months, it looked like.
Yep.
So we kind of felt, okay, it's more than likely not going to be this year.
One more year. They already moved to the 3-year dev cycle. Like,
but then again, it's like the idea of like, are they really going to release Fable and Forza Horizon 6 in the same year?
Oh, true. I mean, they're two separate studios, and they're two different.
I mean,
audiences.
I guess it's possible they hold it to 2026.
That'd be a nice payout for Playground Studios.
That is a long gap between games for them.
Yeah, we really don't know. Detective Seeds, thank you so much for the 20. He says Strong show by Xbox. Hope you guys have a great trip. Was bummed I couldn't make it. He was going to go, and now he's dealing with cancer treatment. He says, look forward to getting plats on many of those games. Much love, bro. Such a pony, Detective Seeds. He thinks he's going to play all those games on PlayStation. I think they're going to have to wait a little bit longer than they thought.
Do you know what I'm starting to think? And we talked about this yesterday, Colt. I really don't think some of the big heavy hitters like Gears and Halo are going to make it over to PlayStation. I just don't.
We didn't get into that, but I was really starting to feel that Gears Collection wasn't coming. Rand, I was telling Mag early on the show that Aaron talked to me before Summer Games Fest. He goes, my wife and I watched your video about the showcase, what you think is going to happen. He's like, you make a good, compelling case, but Aaron says, my wife goes, are we really doing that? And he goes, no, we're not doing that. Are we doing that? And he goes, I told her, no, we're not doing that. And after I talked to him, I walked and looked at my list because I have the timestamps on my video. And I go, there's nothing like crazy on my list other than Banjo coming out. And what? Sorry, go ahead.
I was to say Banjo.
Yeah, what was crazy on my list? Like,
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there wasn't anything like really outlandish. And I thought the most outlandish thing on my list was Gears Collection was going to be announced at the showcase, and it was going to come day and date to PlayStation and PC and Xbox. And I thought, and here we are. And
honestly,
I'm starting to feel it's not going to happen.
Going to be, dude. I'm really thinking it's just going to be the Bethesda and Activision and Blizzard stuff going to PlayStation. I don't think it's going to be any of Xbox's, huge IP like Gears and Halo and Forza. I don't think those are going over there.
I want to dive totally in that because I want Rand to lead this Phil Spencer discussion since I know he's dove into this as well.
I haven't watched it. I don't know.
You haven't watched it? Okay, hold on. Soul Tech, thank you for the 2. Says, great hanging with you gents yesterday. Yeah, he hung out with us all the way up until we left. It was good to meet him. Nerds and Other Legends, thanks for the 5. Says, the most exciting thing about PlayStation right now is they might get to play Xbox games. Foreshadowing. Will Broke Boy Lewis, thank you so much for the 10. Says, I want to apologize to Fonz. I said some stuff to him because he was told he spoiled Hellblade 2 ending while I was watching Sunday night show. I just finished it today and he didn't. Sorry, man. That's cool.
You spoiler, Fonz.
I didn't spoil it. I didn't spoil it. He just said I didn't spoil it because a lot of people were thinking I spoiled it when I was talking about it, but I didn't. I appreciate that though.
A lot of guys out there, and then the credits start rolling.
A lot of guys out there won't have the courage to come back and apologize for things. So big ups to him.
Yeah, absolutely. That. I mean, we all get super petty,
a lot about
and that's
his character.
Cool thing to do.
Yeah.
Noob Saybot.
Says a lot about your character.
It does.
Colt always complains about Xbox 2 being 4 hours long, and here's an X and C that's going to go over 4 hours.
You know what, Rand? What are we on? I really don't.
Rand, why don't you take a slice of shut the hell up, okay?
I'm just saying, he always complains to me.
All right, Rand.
Oh my gosh, we have 8 minutes to 4.
XNC podcast, all right?
I'm just
You're
saying.
Gonna deal with it. And you're used to talking, so.
Noob Saybot says Jeff has been a jerk since the G4
Oh,
days.
hell no, you're not. Yeah, he has been a jerk since then.
I don't know. I've always liked him, but,
Who's a jerk now?
Jeff Keighley's been a jerk since G4 days, says this guy, but I don't know.
After this weekend, I saw it, bro. I saw his demeanor and stuff. He looks like an uppity jerk.
There's no reason to do it. You're surrounded by people that
I met so many people with clout within YouTube or the industry this weekend, and most of them were the most nicest people that gave me the time of day and stuff. Like, really cool people out there.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm not coming to your Summer Games Fest next year. I'm sorry. He's like, oh no.
I told you.
Oh
I
no!
was like, if I was gonna go this year, I'm like, I ain't going to Summer Games Fest. I think I told you that. Remember?
Yeah, you were spot on, bro. Matt Houston, thanks for the 5. Says showcase has massive amount of games come. Super excited. Still feeling aftershocks. Will the handheld be at the Game Awards? Man, I don't know how long.
Dude, I saw a headline that Phil basically confirmed it at the IGN thing.
Yes, he did.
I mean, we all know it's happening. It's just a matter of when it is happening.
One last one. RDX Sunfet says, I was hoping to see Blade with at least an Xbox logo. I said, Blade's too early to show. Let's talk about this handheld.
Yeah.
So we'll see Blade again.
Next showcase.
No.
Next showcase.
Next
2
showcases. Yeah, we'll see Blade next year. That's good. That's a good call, Fonz. There you go.
Next year.
Ryan McCaffrey straight up asked Phil on this interview, Rand, are you, I think he said, are you guys going to do a handheld? And then he goes, actually, let me phrase it as, what would be really cool is if we had a handheld that was supported by Xbox or came from you that could play our games natively, plus play Steam games and cloud. And Phil goes, that's what I want too. And if we were going to do something like that, that's how we do it. And he just had this big smile on his face. And then Ryan said, I'm going to take that as confirmation. And just Phil laughed, because I think Phil knows at this point, everyone who knows enough, who talks, and this is where I'll take it to you, Rand, because I know Jez has been very confident about this thing exists. Phil was very gracious about this handheld. What's it going to be? What's your confidence in what we think it is?
The handheld.
The handheld.
It's a handheld that plays Xbox games locally, which is the big thing. I think people, for a while there, thought it maybe would just stream games. I'm sure maybe will have the tech to stream, but you'll be able to locally play your games on it. I guess the big question is, will it be Xbox based or will it be Windows PC based? Some people think it'll be Windows PC based. Jez thinks it'll be console based or Xbox console based or whatever.
How much of that matters, though, Rand?
Dude, you're asking the wrong person.
I mean, how much does it matter to you if it's got an Xbox logo or a Windows logo?
How much does it matter to me? Zero.
Because if they say, hey, all the games that are playable on Series consoles right now is going to be playable on this thing, does it matter what logo's on the top of it? To me, no. No, not at all.
Well, no, it'll still be Xbox branded. I'm talking about like the innards, essentially. Like you'll be able to bring up Windows like you can on the ROG Ally.
You know what the question is, though? What kind of UI are we going to get with it? Because I hate the PC's interface. I hate the Xbox PC interface. It's terrible. I love the Xbox Series X.
I hate the Windows interface on my ROG Ally. It is so ridiculous. The Steam Deck is better that way, but we don't talk about handhelds long on here. But
no, but they should go to something like Steam does with big picture mode, or incorporate that console UI with Windows UI.
So what did you say, Rand, about Xbox is working on?
I mean, they're going to have a handheld. They'll have a console. They'll probably have the controllers.
And it'll have a uniform UI.
And they'll have like a uniform user interface that they're probably working on for like the handheld and stuff.
Oh, that's cool, Rand.
How cute.
That's cool.
Look how cute.
That's cool. Yeah, I heard to pack that in with like my handheld, and
it feels good.
What is that?
That's really the mini
good.
wireless
the little HyperX mini wireless Xbox controller.
Okay. Does it have its own battery? You just USB it to charge it USB-C?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, this feels good. Really?
Oh my gosh, it feels so good. Hardy Johnny said it looks like we're all getting sick.
Yeah.
So
hey, not me.
Phil gave
you should have came and got sick.
It's worth it. It is so worth it.
It is worth it.
Phil gave us very weak sidestep answer. He gave a little bit of the Sarah Bond when he was asked about studio closures, but when he was asked about exclusivity, Phil gave a pretty good answer, but was still very vague. He said, I'm going off my memory from watching it last night in the hotel with Holly and Ben and Dante. My wife, we were all in our robes. It was fantastic. It was a great time. If that picture leaks, we're all in trouble. Phil said that I think you'll see more of our games on other screens. We've heard that before, but I'm agree with Vaughn, so I can hear your take as we get out of here, Rand. Where I think Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda games those franchises that have already existed on PlayStation will launch day and date. Something like Blade will probably have to wait a short time to come to PlayStation, and then Xbox's franchises will remain Xbox franchises. How are you feeling on that, Rand? What's the answer? And that'll be our last topic. I'm starving to death.
I think Bethesda from 2025 and onward is fully multi-platform day one, everywhere for every game.
Like everything?
That includes Blade.
Okay.
ABK, same thing.
Wait. Can you say why you think Blade, even though it's never been launched on?
I just think moving forward, they're just gonna. That's just how they're gonna operate. Everything's gonna be everywhere for them.
Okay.
As far as Xbox Game Studios, I think it's gonna be case by case basis.
So, would you say the service live games that are like? I'm trying to think looking forward. Like South of Midnight has no reason to go to PlayStation. Perfect Dark won't. Fable won't. But you and I talk about this behind the scenes a lot. That like, why not?
Like, the confidence level on those of saying they won't is very similar to the confidence level of people saying that Hi-Fi Rush wasn't going to go, and then it did. So, can you really ever never say never
Blade
with this stuff?
Yeah, I think Blade will too.
That's the
I
thing.
think
It's
all
like,
the Bethesda. Yeah.
It's easy to say now about like what will or won't, but things might change a year from now, 2 years from now. Maybe Xbox console usage drastically goes down, and then they nix the whole thing. Maybe it doesn't go down and goes up, and at that point they're like, oh, there is no negative aspect to putting our games on PlayStation, and they do more of it.
What if since Xbox
Phil's answer to Ryan, as according to some of the articles, I mean, also kind of flies in the face of what he said in February.
Absolutely it does.
He's just like, because now I think he said, oh, you're going to see more of our games elsewhere. But then in February, he was kind of saying, well, this isn't the, he was kind of being like, it's just these 4. So clearly we've moved past that at this point. And, he says it's about franchises, the franchises they're building. So,
well, what about this? What about this?
If you're gonna have an aneurysm trying to figure out what's gonna go, what doesn't go, and when it might go, and all that sort of stuff.
Well, I have an aneurysm either way, but the output of decent or really great games from Xbox and Game Pass, if they put out 1 a year, they're now in a situation where they're going to put out 5 or 6. So what if Game Pass just starts seeing a nice big uptick and they're like, we don't have to, because Game Pass is holding the deficit.
I guess you could also then say, what if you don't?
Well, I know what that answer is already. I guess I know both answers. I don't know. Chat, I don't know. I really appreciate you guys being here this long. It's actually clinically insane that I did a 4-hour show after being in the car for 4 hours and being in a plane for 2 hours.
And you always complain about me doing a 4-hour show.
And you do it every week, you slime ball. And I love you for it. But I really appreciate everybody in the chat, any of you that I got to meet and shake hands with that also love the same things we do. Fonz, I appreciate you being here. You need to get some rest. You shouldn't be on the mic. You're going to get me sick all the way from over there.
You know what? Honestly, I felt better ever since I jumped on the mic with you. I was feeling like crap beforehand.
That's because you get to be with us, Fonz.
I get to be with good friends. It felt like this, like this weekend. This weekend, just being with so many good friends and good people. Just meeting so many different people out there that it blew me away. The generosity and kindness of people. It's just been this weekend. I can't even explain to you guys how fun it was.
Everybody was
oh my
nonstop,
God.
Except for Fonz.
Hold on.
Every single picture Fonz would put out, he looked like he was pissed off about something.
Fonz doesn't like to smile pictures.
In the corner and just like looking
I was
mugging the
camera about that.
You know what's funny? I purposely did that in pictures because everybody views me as being negative. And it was funny. There was a few people that told me, you're nothing like I thought you were. I thought you were going to be really negative. And no, I'm not. I'm not a negative person. Now I could be very critical, but I think we all should be at times. I may be more outspoken.
Fonz will come to you and be like, have you heard the word of our Lord PC?
Oh my gosh. You know who really cracked me up that we met in person, that's a content creator that you wouldn't think. But probably the guy who made me laugh more than I thought was Idle Sloth. Alan from
Alan is great.
He's hilarious.
Holy crap.
He's hilarious.
Love Alan.
Yeah, what a great guy. I told him to move over to the States so
these people
we can hang out. And he's looking at his options, but really great people. Fonz, I appreciate you. Follow Fonz on Games Talk Live. He does a Sunday afternoon show on YouTube, and it also is available on podcast platforms. Check that out. He's in there with Hargeet, who Hargeet was repping the Emergence shirt every day of the week. I need to ask my friends if he was repping the Emergence shirt on day 5 when we all flew home. But check out their show. Also, Fonz does This Mysterious World, which is a Twilight Zone, Art Bell-esque show about Bigfoot, aliens,
the unexplained,
ghosts, you name it. Check out that as well. Randolph Thor.
And that's a different channel, of course, This Mysterious World. And look, GTL every Sunday on Fonz Gaming here on YouTube. If you're into, hearing more about, my experience and everything with this, showcase and everything. Me and Hargeet, we're gonna break it down. We've got so many cool stories to tell and everything. It's gonna be a blast Sunday. I hope you're there.
Awesome. Yeah, you can check out Fonz. I'll have to edit this later and put these guys' name in there so you can follow them. But we also have my longtime friend. We've been buddies for a while, Randall Thor, and everybody knows who you are. You've got the biggest Xbox podcast.
That's not true.
No,
You do.
that's true. No, hold on.
You have the biggest.
I forgot. He's got the biggest and the best Xbox podcast.
There you go.
We got it. He's with Jez. Jez was great. Jez was a trooper.
Yeah, how was hanging out with Jez?
Jez
was good.
Jez was way more relaxed because, he already had one under his belt there with all of us. We went out to dinner with him and hung out, and it was good to lean on him at the mixer.
Real quick, let me say something about Jez. So when I saw Jez, we went to the, restaurant that first night. Jez was there, he held down, first he goes, I got a table for 10. And I'm like, there's 30 of us, Jez. Anyways, we all show up. I see Jez, and I'm afraid to go up to Jez and talk to him because I figure, why does he want to meet me? I'm just a lowly 8,000 sub YouTuber. So I don't really say anything to Jez, and it just, I lost track of time and everything talking to so many different people. And as I'm sitting there for dinner, somebody taps me on the shoulder, and it's Jez, and he goes, hey, came to say hi. And I was like, oh, so I gave him a big hug. Jez is a great, genuine guy. It was really nice to meet him. So it was awesome. So awesome.
Yeah. Just need Rand there. Go check out Rand's stuff. Rand did a reaction video, and I just learned he did another video. We awoke the sleeping giant. Rand has one of the biggest, but not the best, Xbox channels on YouTube. But go check out his stuff.
It was fun. It was fun recording that video. I told you I did a 30-minute one take that, I edited out some of my mistakes, and I normally don't make my videos like that, but it's pretty raw, and Rand cut a little bit there. So check it out if you're interested. You can see my raw reactions in the live stream we did as well. You can see me being
can hear
that's south of midnight? Gears? What is going on? Fable? Holy shit.
Real quick, I got a question from Warawana in the chat who doesn't understand Jez because he said a couple things he seems so defeated. Jez is amazing. He's loving life. He's loving life. He's not
loving it. He's loving it. I love it.
He wanted to know why Final Fantasy 16 didn't get announced to Xbox, which was a prediction I made in the video.
Because it's not coming till next year, so there's no reason to have it in a showcase for this year.
There you go. You think it's probably something that's going to get over to Xbox, if you were to guess, yeah. And hey, sometimes people get things wrong. Sometimes they get it wrong at time, or sometimes they think it's a collection. It's really a prequel, but we do the best we can. And sometimes, hey, we can have fun talking about what could be or what will happen. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for being here, Rand. I owe you one. If you need somebody when Jez has the LA Ebola that everybody else got, let me know if you want me to come by. Hit the like button on the way out. The Excellency Podcast. Follow these two guys. If you're listening to this after the fact, I'll have their information in there so you can go give them a follow and a subscribe. And we'll see you next week. Thanks for everything. A lot of stuff to cover. Too many games. Knock it off, Xbox. Slow it down. Too many games. Somebody goes, Cole, you can't say too many games. Too many games, and I love it.
I did. It's in an article.
As the kids say, Xbox cooked.
Hey, and just for that, we got to do the Xbox X. No, I don't want to do the Xbox X. Don't make me do it. We're out of here, guys. You have a good night.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
It's in your contract.